I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship ආරයන් වහන්සේ at his feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ, for all the guidance that you are providing to us and the strength that you are providing to us, and also the Dhamma teaching that you have been doing for the last so many years. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology being blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of our Buddothpado Dhamma path, Dhamma teachings, which is done in English medium. And this is there throughout the day, so that wherever you are, whatever the time which suits you, you can join through this Zoom link and then listen to this Deshana. Several Dhamma friends are doing these sermons throughout the day, and as many of you know, there's a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day Sri Lankan time, so that you can join that and get any questions, any areas which are not clear, clarified. And if there are any points that we cannot explain, we will always get our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friends, help and advice on those issues. So what we are trying to explain is some Dhamma facts which may be different to what you have been listening most of the time, because with the technology, you have the access to listen to so many Dhamma sermons via the social media, or maybe you can go to the closest place where there are Dhamma sermons. Particularly if you are in Sri Lanka, there are so many opportunities to listen to various Dhamma preachings. And if you are overseas, again, a significant number of opportunities are there for you to listen to these Dhamma sermons. As I mentioned yesterday also, you have to make sure that what you are listening, what you heard, is whether it is a true Dhamma or not. Because unfortunately, many speakers, there are many speakers, either monks or lay people, try to preach these Dhamma facts within the capacity of their understanding, without realizing that they have not reached the end of the path. So that is a bit of a disaster, where if the preacher does not know what exactly is the self, the level that the self is, then he or she will preach in such a way that he or she has reached the destination of this Dhamma path. And the people who follow will be stuck somewhere halfway, as in the same way like their group leader. So because of that, it's very important to find out whether it's the simple true Dhamma that you are listening. If I leave the word called Dhamma, I can just talk about the truth. Truth means this Dhamma itself, but maybe especially a person who is from another belief or another religion might hesitate a little bit to listen to these when the words called Dhamma or Buddhism is mentioned. We know that Buddhism is a philosophy, it is not yet another belief or a faith. So that is the uniqueness of the Buddhism. And it is something that the self has to understand. It's not something that you by heart and try to remember or that you are forced to follow, whether you like or not. Uh, Actually, Buddhism is quite a free entity, a free philosophy. You can see whether you can get those facts applied to the day-to-day life and see whether within yourself there is a change. So if so, you can accept these facts as the truth. Our Aryan Mahanse says that in future, what he feels is that in future, many religions might disappear because people are moving forward with so-called advanced technology and advancement in the society. The faiths and the beliefs will be kind of ignored with time. They will want to find out exactly what is the truth. So there may be two groups, one who understands and follows the truth, others who do not believe about the truth. So this is something even Lord Buddha has explained nearly 2600 years ago. Lord Buddha said that the Buddhism will last for 5,000 years altogether. There will be a peak, and then there will be the descending part of the uprise, and at the end of the 5,000 years, this Buddhist teaching will completely be gone. So there will be an era where there's nothing called Buddhism. So in other words, there's nothing called the truth, which is explained in this way in different sermons. Our noble friend Aryan Mahase gives a beautiful metaphor to this. If you throw a stone to a lake, from the point where the stone hit the level of the water, there will be ripples going in circles around. And after some time, the ripple will completely disappear. So if you do the hitting hard, that means the power will be stronger and the ripples will last for a longer time. So it's like that, this power of this truth, power of this Buddhist teaching will last only for a particular time period. That is the natural way, that is the nature. So you and me are very fortunate. We are born as human beings and we are now listening. We can hear, we are fortunate enough to hear this Dhamma. We are born with the intact organs like ears and eyes particularly, which will help us to understand these Dhamma facts when we hear them or when we read them as reading material. And not only that, we are living in a particular area where this Dhamma can be heard. Because if you are born in a place somewhere in the middle of the Amazon jungle as a tribe, or maybe in another corner like Antarctica or Iceland, so those areas, you never will be able to hear these Dhamma facts. So many factors have met together and given the best opportunity for you and me to listen to this Dhamma. So why not take this chance? Why not make use of this chance and try to analyze what these facts are? What is this Lord Buddha has tried to disclose? We know that it was something that he understood himself. uh, he didn't have teachers to take him to this ultimate destination. He tried so many teachers, but he knew that that is not something that he was looking for. And now what he found out was solely his own understanding and researching. That is why the word Samma Sambuddha is used, because he did it all by himself. There was no teachers. Now for you and me, there is a teacher, there is a guide. Lord Buddha initially preached these Dhamma facts, and now our R.N. Mahansi Noble Friend is explaining these facts in a simpler version. So we have the guide, but the guide or the teacher can take you up to a certain level. Beyond that, it is up to you and me to study this mind. What is happening here? And how these thoughts are formed. So that studying is essential for you to be able to understand what is this truth. Now, there are so many, from the theory side, there are so many facts that we have to understand. Now we will take the three facts, the dukkha, dukkha satya, dukkha arya satya. What is meant by these three? Dukkha means suffering, or the sadness or suffering. You can use both words. So where is this dukkha born? Where is this suffering born? Suffering is born when you do not realize that this is part of the system. What you experience is simply sensor function, but what is manifested by the sensor function is felt as really existing. So in other words, everything about the mundane world comes under this category, where the world is real to you. World which includes the material things, whatever you experience with the five senses, or the people are also part of the world and you are one of them. So everything that is experienced by one of the senses, the five senses, comes as a thought. So thought means if you give a name, that is a thought. So mother, father, son, grandchild, house, car, dog, Sri Lanka, India, sea, sky, they are all thoughts. Thought means the feel has been given an identity. Feel is at the level of the senses. So something seen is given an identity as sky. Something heard is given an identity as the tooting of a bus. So that is a thought. And we know the sensor functions, basically if you take the sensor functions, that is itself is a creation. If the fast happening is not there, the senses will not be able to experience anything. Actually, sensor is not something existing. That is something I have to explain. Sensor means a function. So the I doesn't, or I, or the I faculty means the function of seeing. Uh, Now, in the mundane world, the word I is being used for this physical eye. You need the physical eye for this function. If you do not have an eye, you can't talk about the seeing anyway. But the word chakku, or the eye faculty, is being used uh, for the function of seeing. So this function of seeing occurs simply because of the speedy vibration at the level of the eye. So if the speed is not there, you can't experience a function called seeing. So when it happens so fast, it is felt as if real. It is felt as if something, a real shape is there. So that is where the things go wrong. All five senses are like that. There's some speedy function occurring at that level. And due to the speed, something is created, which was not there, which you can't take as real. And collect combination of these five senses form what is called the thought. The speed, the talk about the speed continues. So the speedy occurrence of the thought gives rise to the feel that the thought is real. So the door is felt as real. Mother is felt as real. Sun is felt as real. And not only that, the myself is also felt as real. So does it mean that there's no mother, no sun, there's no door? Is that what Lord Buddha was trying to explain? No. What you have to understand is this: because of the speed, something is created, and that is actually felt as real. So, in other words, we are trying to do an insight study, a vidarshana of the thought, how the thought is formed. The thought is formed as an aggregation or a construct of the five senses, or maybe less than all five, maybe two or three senses are functioning, and the the thought is formed due to the fast vibration. So because of the fast vibration, we know that there is a current created, and that current is the one which is felt as real. So you feel that the light is real, feel that the sound is real because of that power underneath. The taste, when you taste something, you feel as if there is a real taste. And when you smell something, you feel as if the smell is real. So Lord Buddha said that should not go to the negative end. This is not there, this is not there, that is not there. No, no, no. It's not what Lord Buddha tried to say. Then the person can get confused. Something that is obviously seen, something that is obviously felt. If somebody says that there is nothing here, there's no one called my son, there's no one called my mother, then the question comes, then do we have to help them? Do we have to do anything to make them happy if there is no one called mother, if there's no one called son? No, that goes to completely a different side, uh, a wrong side actually. That is not what Lord Buddha was trying to say. What he said was, these are all thoughts. thought is a production of the sensor functions, and sensor functions are creations due to the speed. So the thought is a creation of the speed. You can't experience it without the speed. So therefore, because of the speed, you feel as if it is real, and the what is felt as real uh, is either uh, creating an attachment or liking or dislike. The current becomes stronger. That is the current which gives rise to the feel that the self is here. So these things we have been trying to explain in so many ways. Sometimes the same words are being used again and again in an attempt to explain these things. But remember, that is the most difficult thing to get convinced also. What will be the practical experience then? The practical experience is that the way that you are seeing, hearing, or feeling the taste, smell, etc., will not be changed at all. It's experienced in the same way. But this is actually something that the system has to feel. Now, however much words are used to tell these things, the understanding should come within that system itself. You experience the things in the same way, but you do not feel that perception of existence or that kind of fine burn which gives you the feel that it is really there. Now, actually, the words are quite limited. When I try to explain this in these words, there is a marked limit where beyond that I have to stop, because there's no way of explaining how the feel is. Feel means that something that you have to feel. What is the other word that I can use to explain that? Feel is a feel. Feel cannot be explained in words. Then it becomes a mind. So, feel, we talked about the feel yesterday also. Feel is a shape, and the thought or the mind uh, is a rose flower. Uh, feel is a light or a shape. The thought is a clock. I'm just sort of taking certain things randomly. Some of them actually I can see around me. So you can apply these to yourself. Shape or the light, you can use both words to explain something that is experienced by at the eye level. That means a vibration of the eye is a feel, which you can may use the words either light or the shape. The thought is an iron. So if you take so you can look around yourself. The feel is a shape or a light at the level of the eye. Thought is a blouse, and a color is a feel, a different shade is a feel, and the thought is red color. So mind you, the red, blue, green, whatever the colors explained are also thoughts. So that is why the colors have to be taught to the small child. Child will see it as a different shade, but identifying the colors, you will remember about your childhood, isn't it? You will remember how the colors were taught. And sometimes on the very first or 1 or 2 days, the child will mix up with the colors. And parents are often trying to explain and say, this is red, this is red. You might remember now when you are sometimes going on the road with your parents. Parents might suddenly ask, "Baby, what's that color?" You may have confused at the beginning. That's red. No, that is not red, that is blue. Isn't it how you got the colors uh, identified? Yes, so color is also a thought. It's a different, uh, the shape may be different or the shade may be different to the eye as a feel, but when it comes to the thought, it becomes red, blue, green, etc. A shape to the eye becomes a square or a triangle to the as a thought. So these are the feel levels. You can take so many the other five senses also, other four senses altogether. We are talking about the main five senses here. It's a sound to the ear. So sound to the ear means our hearing capacity is such that it is 20 to 20,000 hertz. So the eardrum will vibrate only within that capacity. Recently, I heard that in a YouTube clip about the elephants' communications. It said somebody who knows very well about the elephants. He said that the females are communicating uh, when they are ready for mating. They make sort of very soft sound which can be heard even to a distance of several kilometers, which are picked up by the male elephants who are generally separated from the herd. And he also said something important. He said it is not within our hearing range. So that means you can't say that there is no sound, isn't it? You can't say that there is no such vibration. But because our vibration, our eardrum, our sensor has a limited capacity. Our uh, eye, our ear cannot vibrate accordingly, so that we say that we can't hear that sound. So, like that, there should be so many sounds or so many vibrations, but within within not within the reach or not within the range of our uh, eardrum vibration. So that is why Lord Buddha said that the uh, world is created within the uh, range of our five senses. So definitely there must be so many shapes that are not matching with the vibration capacity of our eye. So we say that we can't see that. But a different animal might have the same vibration to match that vibration. We know that the eagles can see very tiny animals in the ground level while they are flying. So they will straight come down and catch the prey. Whereas our eyesight is not as good as that. So that means the sensor function or the eye capacity, the ability to vibrate is not within that limit. Whereas their sensor is uh, different. So, can you say that simply because we can't see, can you say that there is no mouse on the ground from such a distance? No, you can't say. You don't know. That is the more applicable reply. We don't know whether there are different sounds. We don't know whether there are different shapes. We don't know whether there are different colors also, because we know only about 7 colors. So going back to the sounds. It's simply a sound to the eardrum, but the specification or identification comes as a thought. So, right now, a sound to the ear as a thought, it's something dropping on the table. It's a sound to the ear as a thought or a part of the mind is the sound of the clock. It's a sound to the ear. As a thought, it's my voice. So, like that, something experienced at the sensor level is the feel, and the identification or naming is called a thought. So, the baby with the radiant mind right at the beginning do not have the thoughts, we know that. They experience the five senses separately. There is no combination of these to form the sixth sensor or the mind sensor. But actually, they feel that the shape or that light is real. They feel that the sound is real. But you don't talk about the self perception at that level because no thoughts are formed. But in a subtle way, baby feels that there is a real light or something, a real sound is there. That is because of the underlying current which is dormant even at the baby's level. They are called taints or the raw materials or the basic needs for the defilements which are manifested later on. So, when you talk about the smell, the nose is capable of feeling something, whether it is something sweet fragrance of a jasmine flower, sweet fragrance of a rose flower, or whether it is an offensive smell of something rotting, or whether it is something neutral like smell of an orange. So those are thoughts. The feel is just purely a sensor function of the nose. Even the tongue is capable of identifying five main tastes, but that identification is not possible at the level of the radiant mind. So the baby feels a taste, but no identification or naming of that. But remember, have you seen when you sometimes you may have put a little bit of a sour fruit juice, a drop on baby's tongue, and see the reaction, especially if it is sour, or maybe even trying to give some medicine which is very bitter. If you put it on baby's tongue, baby has no idea whether it is something bitter or something sour, but it causes some discomfort at the level of the tongue. Therefore, you can see some reaction on the baby's face, isn't it? Now, when the baby is a little older, especially when you are trying to give the medicine again and again, 3 to 4 times a day, you will realize that the baby will sometimes will keep the mouth closed or try to spit it out if it is bitter, isn't it? The very first time it will not be difficult, but subsequently the 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 sensor functions will somehow combine together to give uh, the experience that this particular shape, that means seeing the medicine spoon, and the the experience that the baby had, the bitter taste, will combine together. So that is why with the subsequent doses of the medicine, the baby will keep the mouth shut, or right from the beginning will try to vomit or spit it out. You will say, very difficult to give some medicine to this baby, isn't it? So what happens is this: here the tongue is unable to say whether it is a bitter taste or sour taste, salt taste, sweet taste, whatever. But there is some uh, displeasure, or, well, you can't call actually a pleasure, uncomfortable feeling, isn't it? It's not something pleasant. An unpleasant feeling, unpleasant experience occurs. That is why the baby's uh, face is expressing some uh, unhappiness or unpleasantness. But subsequently, what happened? Do you remember about your children's older ages? The the thoughts become more prominent. Now, when the baby see it, uh, baby will say, child, well, you have to use the word child. Child will say, that's medicine. I don't want it. It's bitter. So that level, it is a thought, very well developed thought, isn't it? So actually, this thought formation, very interesting to find out how these thoughts are gradually formed in a baby who has just the pure and innocent, radiant mind level. And uh, we talked about the smell, we talk about this, the taste. Similarly, now think about the time that you introduce a small piece of chocolate to the baby's tongue. That gives a pleasant experience, isn't it? And you can see that the way that the baby is enjoying that taste. So that level also, it is a feel, but no stories, whether this is chocolate or whether this is toffee, biscuit, whatever. No stories, no identification. But he has some idea that this is something pleasant. That is why the facial expressions interpret that appearance. And later on, what will happen? Do you remember now when the baby sees the chocolate? That means vibration of the eye will bring up that thought of that pleasant taste to this moment, isn't it? So baby will say, open the mouth and say, give me, I want, I want. So by that time, it is a thought. So gradually, this feel level will be converted to thoughts. Thought means always collective function or combination of the feels or the sensor functions. Always sensor function means it is a feel, and combination of the feel or the sensor functions will give rise to this thought formation. When the thoughts are formed, there are so many stories behind that thought, isn't it? See the way that the child respond to uh, chocolates as a small baby. It's only the facial expression. But little by little, uh, when the thoughts started forming, when you are giving the chocolate, you may have said, this is nice, eat this is chocolate. So the baby will have the sound and the shape to the eye. Those are two vibrations. And of course, the vibration of the tongue. And now the sound is there, shape is there, taste is there. Sometimes the smell also will combine. And now something real is coming up as a thought, a real called something called chocolate. The chocolate has become a thing now. That means the thought has become real. Thought is not, the child cannot understand that thought is a creation of the five senses. So thereafter, the basic thought of chocolate is there, and so many other inputs or so many other perceptions will be added time to time. And now, for you and me, there is something real called chocolate. So many brands, so many countries producing them, so many famous countries producing them, and so many varieties, so many things added to the basic chocolate, and the cost of it, so many things, and the favorite type, all kinds of things are there along with this thought called chocolate. So it is a uh, full thing now for you and me. If I say chocolate, it's a full real thing. It is something existing. So wherever there is existence, you know that the self is here. So I am here who like this particular brand of chocolate, and uh, I am here. I am the one who is experiencing the taste of the chocolate. So this thought formation is something that gradually takes place, whether the system likes or not. There's no point, no way of stopping this mechanism, the thought formation. And now we get the full ready-made product to say that the chocolate is there, and existing chocolate is there for you and me now. So this is the thought that you have to penetrate and see. This is what is called the Vidarshanava, or the insight meditation. Lord Buddha explained about the insight meditation for the first time in Buddhism, because we know that all the other religions, they talk about the concentration meditation. But insight meditation means you pierce into one thought and see how it happened. How did I get the thought, an existing thought called chocolate? So, to recognize how the thought is formed, you have to take one thought and go in deeply and study how it is happening. And our Aryan Mahanse explains that if you study the leaves of a mango tree and see how the line pattern is, if you study one leaf, you have a basic idea how are the other leaves also. So if all the leaves are the same, then you know that you don't need to study each and every leaf, because the line pattern is going to be the same. So similarly, if you study the pattern of how the thoughts are formed, you know that each and every thought is like that. Each and every thought is a uh, collective function, or an aggregation, or a construct of the five senses. So definitely, for you to have a thought, that thought should have occurred or constructed at some point earlier. So that thought is reproduced here. This mechanism is called telepathization or synchronization. So the thought called chocolate came up because it was constructed at some point in the past. As the small baby, you had no idea it was just a taste for you. If you touched it, it was some firm nature. Uh, if you smelt it, there was a smell, and uh, there was the taste. There was no identification to say that it is sweet taste, even some form of taste, some form of smell, some form of shape to the eye, some form of firm texture, and uh, combination of the four senses along with the sound uh, combined to form the thought called chocolate. And along with that, what else is accompanying is that signal or the perception of a real chocolate. Wherever there is realness is felt, that is felt, and it is interpreted as the myself. Sorry, wherever there is the perception of existence is felt, the self perception is felt along with that. So I am eating the chocolate, I'm tasting the chocolate, I can feel the smell of the chocolate, I can feel the texture of the chocolate, and I can see the chocolate. So all happens to me. What is this me? Me is that current or that self perception, which causes an extension from that to indicate that wantedness to maintain that chocolate. You like to have the chocolate, you like to eat more, you want to buy more. So, wantedness, desire to maintain it is yourself. So, it is felt as a current. So, talking about the field of the five senses, as I said, without any specification, uh, the senses experience something, and the specification or the naming is coming as a thought, and that thought is something produced or constructed sometime earlier, being reproduced again here now. So this, you have to have the thought called chocolate in the past for you to have a thought right now. Something that you have never experienced will not come as a thought at this moment. So, if you have never experienced chocolate, that thought will not come even if you taste it. Think about somebody, uh, maybe uh, from a from a tribe who do not have any contacts with the normal civilization, who are living far away in very remote areas, maybe on top of mountains or in the deepest parts of the jungles, who have no contact about the food that is consumed by the uh, normal society. If a piece of chocolate is given to him, he will try to explore, isn't it? He will see the shape, he will try to taste it. So there is a peculiar sweet taste, and he will be able to get the smell also. And uh, those senses are functioning, but the thought is not formed because the particular thought has not occurred in the past. If you say, this is chocolate, now the sound is also added to that. Now he will have the combination of the five now along with the sound. This is called chocolate. Now it is added as a new perception. And what will happen if you try to give it again sometime later? He will say, chocolate. And that same thought which formed earlier will be reproduced at that moment. and the perception of the taste, perception of the smell, all those things will come straight away as a part of that thought, even before tasting the chocolate this time. So this is, you can see that it is a mechanism. It is a system functioning. Could he stop forming that uh, thought that was uh, constructed sometime earlier? Could he stop that? No, he couldn't, because the moment the vibration of the eye occurred, uh, as the picture or the shape was formed, rest of the information about the chocolate was reproduced right now here. Similarly, now I'm talking about this pleasant type of stimuli. Talking about something unpleasant. Now, uh, you see a dead and rotten, dead and purifying body of a dog by the side of the road. The dog has been hit by a vehicle and has died, and it's completely, the body's mutilated and damaged, and it has a very bad smell, and it's by the side of the road. Now you are passing that place. What are the senses functioning? There's vibration of the eye, and then function called seeing is happening. The vibration of the nose, the function called smell happens, and uh, those two will be the most likely senses which are functioning, and the thought is a dead dog. So that dead and the dog both are thoughts, and those thoughts are actually reproduction of something that was experienced at some point. So the repetition or the reproduction of that thought occurs right now as a fresh thought. So, in other words, a past perception became a present perception right now at this moment. The thought now is established as a dead and putrefying body of a dog. Now, remember, when you go back, I'm sure most of you have this similar experience. Sometimes you go home and sit for your dinner. You really feel the smell of that dead body, isn't it? But there's nothing to do with the nose, and you are nowhere near that uh, dead body either. But don't you feel that awful smell? Not only that, sometimes you feel even nauseating, isn't it? That is your body sensor. You feel almost vomitish. And not only that, you have a picture coming up, haunting in your thoughts, the dead body of that animal. So the same thought is being reproduced here right now. Was it something at your wish? Was it something that you are enjoying? Certainly not. You want to get rid of that thought coming up. You don't want to, you never welcome that thought, but it is instantly coming up again and again. So what happened? Now these are some of the examples we can use to explain how this system is functioning. As long as the five senses are intact, the five functions are occurring. And the five functions means always there is a power there, current there. And collectively the thought is formed, the dead dog thought is formed. And that has even a stronger power because it's a combination of several powers together. And you really feel that there was a real dead dog, and that is your itta sanya or the perception of existence. And perception of existence is not coming alone. It's coming to my mind. I feel that smell right now. I can see the picture is haunting in my mind. Isn't that how you explain? Yes. You will say, I couldn't even eat my meal that day. I felt like vomiting because that noise, that smell was coming up in my mind. And I could see the picture again and again. I couldn't even sleep that day night. Aren't these the pictures? Aren't these the stories that you are telling always? Yes. So this is the nature of the chitta niyama, or the natural process of thought formation. So the thoughts are formed whether you like or not. Whether it is a pleasant thought, whether it is an unpleasant thought, it's immaterial. And whether the system wants or not is also immaterial. The thought will come up and thought will go, it will come up again. What is deciding? What is a deciding factor of this thought formation? You can't have a definite uh, deciding factor. But one thing to remember is that stronger you feel that the thought is real, the thought will become more and more. Now, if you had understood this Dhamma, if you clearly felt that this is simply a sensor function at that time, which is felt as real, then the intensity of this thought formation will be less. But if you feel, if you are adding more fuel to that thought, oh my gosh, this thought is coming again. I hate this thought. Why can't I get rid of this? It's so unpleasant. I can't eat anything. I get that smell always. You might try to do various things to cover up that also, isn't it? You might try to divert your attention to something else, hoping that thought will stop coming. So now these are some examples to say that this is just a system functioning. This is just simply a mechanism which is going on. So don't blame yourself saying that I can't stop this coming up. That is a nature. I can't stop this thought coming up to me. I hate this thought about this dead dog by the side of the road. Same thing you can apply to so many incidents in your life. Maybe death of a family member. You might say that I can't forget that incident. I can't stop thinking about this, the way that the dead body of my son was kept in the uh, house. How he looked like. He was actually like sleeping in the coffin. He didn't look dead. How can I imagine that he's no more there? Now these are all part of the film, isn't it? Part of our acting. Because we feel that these creations of the five senses is real. We can't get rid of that feel. So the thought called death, the thought called my son, they feel they are really felt as real. So feeling real means a thought has a stronger power. The thought is really felt as true. That means the perception of existence is also very true. In other words, the perception of self is also very strong. So that thought which is coming back again and again with a strong current is no other than yourself. So now you have to actually aim at the self, isn't it? Try to understand this so-called self here. That is something that you have to do, identifying the self. More you identify the self, that is the only way that will help you to uh, get rid of this thought also, get rid of this current. And the most important thing, as I mentioned, was to understand this thought formation is no one's duty. If you could stop that unpleasant thought coming up, then you can say, okay, mind means me, thought means myself. There's a self who can control this process, then it is acceptable. But could you do anything about that unpleasant thought coming up again and again? No, you couldn't do anything. Similarly, now there may be instances where you want to recollect some happy moments sometimes. I'm trying to remember who and who else were there, and that was such a beautiful moment, but I can't remember now. This is sometimes what you say. So that's a different form of a thought. You are trying to recollect it, you are trying to drag it from the past. Is there something happening like that? No. Everything is a new thought, and new thought is something, a photocopy of one of the past thoughts, reproduction of one of the past thoughts. So that process is something that is happening according to the chitta niyame, or the nature of the the law of the nature. So there is no way that you can change this thought process. And the beauty is that, you can't say the beauty. Actually, the nature of this thought formation is, it's something extremely fast, and it has to be something which happened in the past also, because as I said about the chocolate who has never been experienced by somebody, there's no thought called chocolate. It will be just a scene, sound, it will be a smell, it will be something to touch. But when you give the sound chocolate, then that combines those five senses to form the thing called chocolate. So the thought formation is also part of this chitta niyami, or this uh, law of the nature, one of the law of the nature. And the thoughts, the reproduction of the thoughts again is a part of that. Not only that, initially the thought is formed with maybe three or four, or maybe all five senses involved. But right now, you don't need all five. You don't need all of them actually. If one sensor is functioning, the rest of the picture is completed as a mind picture, as a part of the mind sensor. So then you say that I saw an apple. The apple, complete apple, has been reproduced as a thought. So what is important here is that, why do you get this label called I? Was there a person who was doing these things? There was no person who was doing this process, isn't it? This process is happening as a part of the system. So the process is happening, there's no owner, and in the process itself, a power is generated, and that power, or that liveliness, is the one which is explained as self. So the self wants to maintain that thought, self wants to have that thought, or keep it safe. Uh, so, in other words, want to maintain will be more applicable to any thought. So, the self means wantedness to maintain that thought. That is your self perception. So, very clear when you work out like this, and when you understand this mechanism, you little by little realize that whatever the thought which is formed is constructed in this way, and there is no person who is doing it. It's a part of the system automatically happening when the relevant causes met. So, this is where we explain the cause and effect phenomenon or the dependent origination. Dependent origination has the cause and effect in each step. Simply dependent origination or paticca samuppada means how the thoughts are formed. Going in the reverse order means you understand how the thought is formed. And when you understand how the thoughts are formed, automatically that fire which was created with that real looking thought becomes less and less. So that is what we are trying to do by understanding this Dhamma, how the thoughts are formed. And as I said earlier, if you analyze one of them, if you do the vidarshana or the insight meditation, insight analysis of one thought uh, very seriously, then you know all thoughts are formed in this way. So, in other words, if all the thoughts are formed in this way, is there any point of trying to be attached or be averse about the thought? It becomes nothing, isn't it? The way that you experience certain uh, sense of functions, you realize that the excitement which was there in relation to that incident or that sense of function gradually comes down. So, this is what Aryan Vahansi is trying to explain. Do you have the fire? This is what he is asking. Do you feel the fire? So, that is the field of the mind sensor. We talked about the uh, fields of the other five senses. We said that it is in the form of a light, form of a sound, form of a taste, form of a smell, and form of a skin sensation. Those are the fields of the five senses. And then we said, as a part of the mechanism, the thoughts are formed, and the thought or the mind also has a field. What is that field? That is what is explained as burn or the fire. So the burn or the fire doesn't mean that the type of a burn that you get when you face a disaster. So that is the important thing to know. Fire means any kind of current. So that current is something that is felt. But when you try to explain it, you use so many words to explain the name, the quality or the type of that current. So the current is a feel in the mind, and the thought may be anger, sadness, uh, uh, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of things. And you have the fire underneath. Along with the fire, you give a name to that concept. So that is the feel and the thought of the mind sensor. So what Aryan Mahasi says is that try to understand this feel level. We can't understand, we can't experience the feel level of the other five senses now, because that was only confined to the level of the radiant mind. What you get is a combined product now. What you feel is a combined product now. So what you feel is a kind of a fire or a burn, and the thought is explained in some way depending on the incident, depending on the situation. So, as I said earlier, feel is not something that you can explain in words. Feel is a feel. When you go on listening to these Dhamma discussions, all of a sudden people come and say that, yes, I felt it. The feel was there. And then it was covered by the thoughts. So the feel is some form of burning sensation. And the thought is my husband is shouting at me. And he's doing it for the slightest things like that. Even yesterday he did it. And tomorrow I am going to talk back to him and say that there is a limit to all these things. And he wants everything on his way. Those are all thoughts. Feel was at that time just a burning feel, isn't it? Burning sensation. Some discomfort, some heaviness. That is how I can explain the feel in the closest possible way. But so many descriptions, stories coming about that feel, and also related to the past and the present and the future, all kinds of things. They are all your mind part or the thoughts. We know that mind means a fast flowing thoughts. So now we can only experience this field of the mind level, mind sensor. So even yesterday we were talking about this. It's not difficult to identify the gross level burning at the beginning when you listen to this Dhamma, because all this time what we tried was to get rid of the fire of myself. So myself was separated out, and the myself was trying to be good and trying to get rid of this fire, which is completely wrong actually. Until this was explained by Aryan Mahanse, we also were in the same uh, dark spot. We were also in the same place, stuck there. Now we know that the fire cannot separate it out from me. That fire is itself, fire myself. Fire is what is interpreted as myself. Fire is what is interpreted as defilements, the raga, dvesha, moha. And fire is something that is explained as a current. So all kinds of words can be used to explain this. So now we know that getting rid of the fire means getting rid of myself. So both are same. Several names have been given. Now trying to identify this field is something that Tawar Has is telling again and again and again. This is not easy, I would say, because we have been dragged to all kinds of directions by the thoughts. Thought is the one which is manipulating this physical body also, because as you know, the thought has a strong power, strong current. That current is distributed in the body via the wiring system called nerves. So the when the nerves are intact and when this powerful thought occurs, there could be some physical activities, physical body movements, or sometimes the words, speech, it can come out as words. So the thoughts are very powerful. Not only that, thoughts are very heavy. Thoughts are uncomfortable. I'm talking about the thoughts which have become real, not the type of the thoughts that the arhat will experience. What they experience is actually a deeply understood thought, a kind of penetrated thought. They know that thoughts are born, but they know very clearly that the thoughts are not true. Thoughts are just collective function of the five senses. So that is very clear to the arhat's mind. And uh, the for you and me, the thoughts are felt true. So we can still hear that some of our Dhamma colleagues who have been even doing these discussions for a long time, still there are instances where the mind becomes very powerful, the thoughts become very powerful, and they sort of go as if they are blindfolded. A person who is blindfolded will not be able to find the path, especially in a strange environment, and will act in a very confused manner. That is because the thought, uh, the thought which is felt as true, will uh, manipulate all the functions. So if you recognize it, as I said, it is not easy because we are used to uh, be manipulated by the thoughts always. And we felt, we experienced the thoughts as real. So that is the Itta Sanyava and the Atma Sanyava. For you and me, the mother is not something that is experienced by the five senses, but there's a real mother. Child is not something experienced by the five senses. The child is truly there, isn't it? So that is how you feel. So when you listen to this Dhamma more and more, don't expect to experience these things, your mother or the child, in a different way. That is one of the things that I have to very clearly say. People sometimes expect a different type of an experience, to hear the mother's voice in a different way, to see the mother in a different way. Some people say that I know that there is no mother here. Now, it is a kind of a very foolish comment to say that. You can't say that there is no mother here. You can feel the mother, you can see the mother, you can hear the sound of the mother. So how can you say that there is no mother here? What you have to understand is this actually this metaphor we have mentioned so many times in the past also. And even R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, has mentioned this so many times. It's one of the examples given by Lord Buddha. If the dog peeps into the water, the reflection of another dog comes there, and dog will go on barking. Or maybe if it wants to be friendly, it will start wagging the nail. It will try to jump into the water, thinking that there's a real dog. What happened there? The causes met together and the effect of reflection came up. If the causes were not there, the reflection wouldn't have come. If the causes were taken off for some reason, sometime, the reflection is gone. So isn't it something like that? But the dog feel that there's a real dog. But for you and me, it is just a reflection only at the time that the dog was peeping to the water pool. So, do you have to think about it? Do you have to think and say that there is no dog here? No, you don't need to think, because as a feel, you know that it is just a reflection. This is one of the metaphors given by Lord Buddha. So it is something like that here also. The feel is that there is no dog in this. But for the dog, it is a thought thinking that there is a real dog. So that is the difference between the feel and the thought. And you know that even if it looks like a real dog, you know that thought is not true. I'm sure it is clear. We don't need to think about it, isn't it? We don't need to think and say that there is no dog in the water, but the dog has no feel like that. Dog feels that reflection is true. So that is a type of the understanding that you will have about all the thoughts. The thought called dog is formed, the thought called water pool is formed, and the thought called barking is also formed. But we know, even though the thoughts are formed, the thoughts are powerless, they are currentless. So there's no burning about that, isn't it? You will not try to uh, take the dog away, or you will not try to stop thinking that this dog will go to fight with that dog who is appearing in the water. You simply know that there is no dog in that. It's just a reflection. It is just a thought. Again, I would say that a thought which has no power or which has no current. So that is a type of the experience that you will get when you understand this Dhamma. Do you think it will affect your day-to-day life? No, definitely it is not going to affect your day-to-day life, because simply because you don't have a you because simply because you see a dog in the water pool, you are not trying to dry up that pool and evacuate the water, or you are not trying to chase away that reflection that you see to stop this dog barking, isn't it? You will just ignore that situation. So simply like that, you will be experiencing in the same way, but you are not going to do anything to change that setup also. Understanding what is happening there, you can continue with your day-to-day life. So just look around you and see. You can see so many things in front of you, isn't it? Is there a burn or is there a fire in relation to any of those stimuli? Now, we will take another example to differentiate that from something that creates a fire within you. You are traveling in a train. You pass so many things on the road, by the side. You pass trees and houses, rail gates, people walking, all kinds of things you will see by the side of the rail track. Do they cause any kind of fire within you? You wouldn't even remember, isn't it? You wouldn't remember about those things if you were asked later on. But certainly you saw them, isn't it? You saw them. So certainly you will say that yes, there were things past, but I can't remember. That is because there was no value to those stimuli. There was no value and no importance given to that, and there was no current created due to those stimuli. Did you give that value? No. There's no self here, so that is what we are trying to explain all this time. there is no person who is giving the value to uh, uh, that stimulus. Automatically, the value is added. Added value means in some way is myself. So the myself is tagged to that automatically. That is not something a person is doing. So when you are passing by in the train, you suddenly see an accident by the side of the road. Now, isn't there a difference now to the previous things that you observed? The trees, the rocks, and the people walking. Sometimes uh, vehicles, including bicycles. You may have passed so many things, but you can't even remember them, isn't it? If somebody asks how many trees did you pass, do you have any idea? No. How many rail gates did you pass? No, again, no idea. At that time, it occurred as a sensor function, but that's it. No description and no stories about it. And you see an accident. Ah, accident. What will happen? You might even peep and try to get a better view of the incident. Instead, you will stand up sometimes, peep out of the train window, and try to see what was there. And you might even say, whoever with you, there was an accident by the side of the railroad. It looked as if people have died there. The vehicle was very badly damaged. So now what is the difference between that and the so-called ordinary trees and houses that you passed? Those stimuli or those thoughts actually didn't felt as real, isn't it? Yes. They were not given any kind of value, and those thoughts were not felt as real. But now the accident you felt as if real, isn't it? And you will come home and say that there was an accident on the way. I saw it while I was traveling in the train. Now, don't you feel that it has become real? Yes, you feel it as if real, isn't it? But wasn't it that the sensors were functioning in the normal way, as if in the same way that you experience the trees and the houses that you are passing by? Yes. But those thoughts they didn't have a value, but this thought was felt as real. So here you can see that that thought became a thing to you. We tell in Sinhala බැසගන්නවා අරමුණට බැස ගැනීම. So that thought has become a thing to you. Did you feel that really it happened? Yes. So that is the power or the current that you have to understand. That is the feel that you have to understand. So you had a particular type of a feel at that time, suddenly when you saw the accident. And because it became real, you say that you can remember it. You still sort of have a mental picture of that accident, isn't it? Yes. So that thought is felt as real. Out of that stream of thoughts, one particular one has become real. One particular thought is felt as real and it has a power. That power, what you felt, what the system felt, is called myself. So these are some of the ways that we can explain about the uh, feel. But remember, it's not 100% successful. The feel is something actually you have to feel. The system has to feel. When we go on talking like this, at some point you might say, yes, I recognize the feel. Yes, I could. sense it. I am now aware about what is meant by feel. And more you now when you are talking about the accident, uh, now one stage is that feeling it as if it is real, and that thought will come up as a fresh thought again. And you might say, oh, this is coming to my mind again. Now this is a fresh thought, isn't it? It's not the same thought that was formed at that time, but you don't understand, or you do not realize that uh, this is just a construct. This is a thought which has been built up as a combination of the five senses. So that means you are adding fuel to the fire, isn't it? The fuel is being added to the fire, and the fire will be stronger. And that thought might come up again. And later on, somebody talks to you and say that there was an accident in our road. The word accident, see how it uh, flickers that previous thought that you experienced. Just it was a sound to the ear, accident. And along with that, what is meant by accident is a thought, another thought, isn't it? The little baby didn't have accidents, but now you have accidents as thoughts. So many information about the accidents over the time. What you have seen, what you have seen on the TV, what you have read about in the papers, what you heard from different people, all kinds of perceptions are there along with the accident. Now, just a word, it's not something pleasant, isn't it? The accident, the word accident, the other perceptions around that are not something pleasant, not something happy. You know that it is kind of a disaster, kind of something damaging, something hurting somebody, all kinds of feels or the different perceptions are coming. So now, when you hear the word accident, the most recent accident that you witnessed will come as a complete picture right now. So it is just another thought only. It is simply another thought, and the thought is being reproduced again. Now, if the thought comes up again about the accident, each time, if you are capable of seeing it as another product of the mind sensor, if you are capable of identifying it as just a construct due to the speed right now, then you will not be adding fuel to that fire. The strength of the thought will become less and less, and the chances of recurring that within the recent time will be less and less. Of course, with time, the power of the thought will go down. That is how now the about the accident. If you uh, uh, if somebody tells you about an accident, the most recent one will come up as a mental picture right now. But with time, maybe after years or so, if somebody mentions about the accident, that particular one will not be formed in a strong way like it happened at the earlier time. So that is a natural process. So those are the ways that the chitta niyame, or the nature of the mind is acting. So more you understand about this nature of the mind, the way that it behaves, and also that it is just a part of this system function. That guilty feeling that you and me had about these thoughts is the one which will vanish first. There's no honor to these thoughts. There's no honor to this power. And when the system understands this power is uh, without an author, without an owner, the power itself starts shrinking. The current itself starts going down. So, in other words, the current of this system becomes less and less and less because there is no owner to this. Incidents are happening. Now, when you see an accident on the road, you will not feel happy, isn't it? You will feel sad. But what you are losing is you have the thought of the accident. And along with that accident thought, you have the sadness also as another thought. So that is important. Along with the thought, that means identification of the accident. Along with that thought, you get a sad feeling also. Naturally, you are not going to be happy with an accident, isn't it? So that sadness is another thought which is coming up with that mental picture. But that is without that fire underneath. It's not something boiling kind of a sadness. It's a heatless uh, sadness. So that is the important thing. You will feel sad, but it is very superficial. Of course, with that superficial sadness and the superficial thought, you can help those people if there was an opportunity to help them. You can certainly do whatever is necessary to uh, suit that environment, informing the ambulance or helping them to go to the hospital, informing the police. All kinds of things can be done, but you will be cool like a mint. That is how our Enhance is explaining. You will be very cool, and because of that coolness, you are very efficient also. But remember, there are people who have this type of cool behavior without knowing a word about Dhamma. How about that? Yes, I'm sure you might know people who, uh, who are very cool in nature. Whatever happens, even if the world is turned upside down, they are not agitated. But what is the difference? They do not have the correct vision. They do not have the samadhi or the correct vision. They do not have that uh, understanding about the world is a creation. So there is no samadhi. There is a world for them, and myself is here, and I am not being shaken with the things happening in the world. So that is their level. So they are in actually mithya drushti, incorrect vision. Even though they are doing quite good things to help the other people or to help the country, whatever action they are doing, uh, irrespective of the nature of shaking or not. Superficially, they look very calm and they look very effective and they look very uh, energetic to help with the people. And that becomes just an incident for them, and uh, no long drawn stories, and they will do whatever is relevant to that time and they will go away. But as I said, the value there is having the samadhi. If they had the samadhi or the correct vision at that time, uh, which means that everything is a sensor function, everything is a creation of the five senses, and everything uh, is something that is created right now as a thought. If that concept was clearly there in that system, then it's really, really valuable. Then it is really uh, worthwhile. Actually, it is that the person is definitely in the Dhamma path. So, getting rid of the Sakkaya Ditthi, or the getting rid of the self view is an essential part in this Dhamma path. That is the stream enterer or the path enterer, actually, to understand that all these are creations of the mind. So, if that is very clear, if the understanding is that uh, these are all creations of the mind, along with that, if that person has that attitude and that type of work, then definitely he's on the path. So, uh, these Dhamma facts actually you may not be able to listen to from other usual uh, Dhamma sermons. But going through what Lord Buddha explained 2600 years ago very well matches to what is explained by Avaran Mahasi, a noble friend. So, uh, that is the beauty of the Dhamma, because if we try to understand uh, directly from the Dhamma sermons done by Lord Buddha, it's not easy, because the metaphors have changed, and uh, the way that it is interpreted also is difficult to understand. So, therefore, now you and me have got an absolutely wonderful opportunity to understand this Dhamma. Why not take this chance? Why not make use of this chance and then listen to more Dhamma and see whether what we are telling is true? We are trying to give more and more practical examples, how it can be applied to the day-to-day life, how this mind is creating an instant picture which has all the components, isn't it? Which has the pictures, which has the sounds, which has the taste, smell, etc. Not only that, you can feel the texture also, but maybe only one organ was functioning. There was vibration of one organ or one sense faculty only, but the rest of the sense faculties, uh, what was created in a previous occasion, is reproduced as a part of the thought. So, this is a series of thoughts occurring one after the other, very fast uh, flow of thoughts. We feel that it is a continuous thing. We feel it as one solid block. So, seeing the clock, seeing the door, seeing the book rack, seeing the cloth rack, seeing the TV screen, seeing the iron, everything is connected to each other. So there's a world created in the mind, and we feel that mind, that created mind, is true. And with that so-called true things, uh, there are attachments or uh, aversions. So if it was something not true, what is the point of having this current then? Is there any use of it? No. So this is how the facts taught by Lord Buddha can be explained. The most important thing is the Chitta Niyama, which is a way that which explains how this mind is behaving. Mind means it is a flow of thoughts. So how the thoughts are behaving, how the thoughts are formed. So those are the things that we have to understand. Dhamma is very beautiful. More and more you understand, you feel the taste of it. Once Lord Buddha said that, not Lord Buddha, I think it was Ananda Thero who said about one of the sutras, which the Pali name is Madhupindika Sutra. He said this Madhupindika Sutra is something like eating some bee's honey. More you eat, more you experience the pleasure of the taste. So, like that, the Madhupindika Sutra is also like that. More you understand about that sutra, pleasure is more. It becomes sweeter and sweeter. So, it's not only the Madhupindika Sutra, I think all Dhamma facts are like that. More you understand about it, especially when you hear from different angles, from different deshana, from different Zoom discussions, you really feel that, oh, this is the same thing that Aryan Mahasi is trying to explain it in a different way. So from several sides, from several angles, you are looking at the same thing. So you can see the different aspects of the same fact. So then it becomes clearer and clearer. Even though so many words have been used, now you know that most of them indicate the basic spirit of it. The world is not something true. World is, we are unable to experience the world if the five senses were not there. So because the five senses are there, we are experiencing something. And always that experience is limited to a fast speed. That is what Lord Buddha explained. So we cannot say that if this was not there, if this was not there, like that, the ifs are not going to help. It is something that you have to experience by yourself. So experiencing yourself means that the Dhamma fact starts automatically getting applied to the knowledge that you had. That is your Krutya Jnana. And more it is applied finally, the come to the level where it is called Krutakjnane. Krutakjnane means the ultimate level. It is applicable to all states actually. It is applicable to the Sotapanna state. It is applicable to the uh, Sakrudagami state, and it is applicable to the Anagami state, and also finally the Arhat state. So all states, all levels, these three are applicable. So the Satya Jnana means you analyze, you learn how this is happening, the mechanism. And when you understand the mechanism, it starts automatically getting applied to your day-to-day activities. And it comes very, very established at the end. So basically, after talking all these things, what do you experience? You experience the world in the same way, very same way, but you know that it is just a creation. So that the way that you are responding with the fire is completely different from the way that you are acting now, because the lack of fire is uh, very comfortable. It's a great relief. So everything is happening in the same way without the fire. So without the fire means, in other words, in that stimulus, it's an experience about the of the nirvana. So it is an instant touching of nirvana in relation to that stimulus. So stimulus, each and every stimulus, if nirvana can be experienced or if nirvana can be touched, it says that it is persisting, that experience is going to persist. Uh, and that is the state where you called uh, becoming or coming to that state as the end result. It's not just an experience in relation to that thought or that stimulus. It's going to persist, it is going to last. That is the Arhat state. So these are now, I'm not sure about the other Dhamma friends' explanations, but I can definitely say that what I am using, the words that I am using, may be repeated so many times again and again. And the way that I explain also must be repetitive. You must be feeling that the same thing is being repeated. So that is because there is no huge syllabus in Dhamma. There's no large syllabus to remember. It's something that is uh, it's something that you experience. You are doing your day-to-day activities without a fire, without being burned by the stimuli or the incidents. So the life becomes very comfortable and very easy. And we hear that so many people are explaining these experiences. Actually, there are many people who are quiet, who do not even talk, but still they experience those things. Whereas there are people who talk about it and uh, they uh, experience also. So, if a person feels that they want to express what they feel, one thing you have to be careful is that it may be the mind sensor. Sometimes the mind sensor pushes the self to talk about your improvement. So you have to be very careful in these things because there are many things that comes up boiling within the self. Okay, you are good, you have advanced, you have achieved these things. Why don't you talk? And such people sometimes go on talking also. And many times we have heard that Aryan Mahasi says, stop, those are all thoughts. So the person might feel devastated. Oh, I thought I have got a very good uh, progress in my path. And Aryan Mahasi says that it is all thoughts. So these are the things that you have to uh, get clarified because it's very important to exactly find out whether you are correctly in the path or not. So these are the instances where the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra's help is needed. So we invite all of you to join the discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day Sri Lankan time. I am sure most of you, the listeners, might have queries, and it is important to get them solved then and there rather than keeping them for um, some time with the wrong understanding. Longer you go with the wrong understanding, it becomes difficult to
correct it also. So getting them corrected then and there is very important. If you feel something unusual, you can express it, you can talk to us, and then we will be able to, from our capacity, we will be able to tell you whether you are going on the correct path or not. So uh, I feel that I may have what my intention was to do some kind of explanation from the level that I have understood. Uh, I hope I have not confused with what you knew. I hope that I could push you a little bit forward in this Dhamma path. And I invite you to listen to these Dhamma sermons, which are there throughout the day. And these will be uploaded to the YouTube, so you can listen to the Deshana from the YouTube also, and try to get the facts analyzed within you, because the homework is there for you. When you learn something at the school, you are given homework for you to try out and see whether you can solve the problems by yourself. So it's something like that. We have a lot of homework to do after listening to a sermon. Work out on them and see whether they are getting applied to your day-to-day activities. And if you feel that the burning feel that you are experiencing is coming down, that means you are in the correct direction. So I will conclude the session. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Alan Mahasi at his feet for all the guidance and the strength that 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 is being provided to us. And may our Dhamma friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And also finally, our Dhamma friends who are always helping us with the technology, may you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may you be able to understand this Dhamma with no time, because of the good work that you are doing to all of us. Therewal Saranai.
Dr. Kokila, I think Shani is busy probably, so there was no reading from the book. We can start on some topic which may be related to what we were discussing yesterday. Therewal Saranai.
Yeah, we can do that. We always have something to discuss. I mean, this will never end.
Yes.
The discussion never ends, because this is a vast kind of very subtle things we talk, which we sometimes take ages to even understand, and then take ages for us to feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I think is it possible for you to like kind of bring up a point where we can build up on that?
Yes, okay, maybe something simple to start with.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually from the book, what we read was basically how the sensor function occurs, and then how the sensors combine to form the thoughts. And then when the thoughts are formed, the feel level, which is basically the sensor level in the small baby, is not becoming obvious. It gets kind of covered with the thoughts. So thereafter, It's a continuous stream of thoughts which are coming, and every possible thing, every possible stimulus, every stimulus is a thought. So whatever the activities done, or whatever the words used, or whatever the thoughts, everything is a thought at the end. Thought means it's kind of naming of the sensor function. In other words, a kind of description, or as I said, naming, which we call actually nama rupa. Those two, we use that word. That means the what was vibrated is given a name, and this naming is the result of resonance or synchronizing of a previous experience. So always, if there is an identification, say for example, to identify a picture vibrated in the eye as a coconut tree, there should have been a previous.
Actually, can I add that
Yes,
to
yes,
add
please.
something?
Yes.
So if we think about this, actually resonance happens in the field level too. So imagine like you know, the piano and the violin vibrating together. We can't really separate it from separate the new one from each other, but because as Lord Buddha said, the butter, the milk has turned into butter already now, but the sense, the you know, the vibration level has never vanished. It is there, and the vibration level only, that is the that is where this you know, the I don't know whether this will come out properly. I'll try to say. Now, when we say milk toffee, the milk toffee has that the picture, the photo of that, or the the mental picture we have about that, and it has that thickness. It has that kind of temperature. We don't feel like the piece of ice, because when we say ice cream, we kind of sense the cold, something cold. We don't know anything burning ice cream. We have never experienced anything like when you put ice cream into your mouth, it's not burning hot like a chip. But so what I'm trying to say is, when we say milk toffee, that particular stimuli, the vibration, the telepathization or synchronization happens in different ways. It depends on it depends on what sensory organ was vibrated. So your mother gives a call, or your sister gives a call and say, I made milk toffee today. Just imagine, it's just a story I'm trying to say. So someone gave you a call and said, I made milk toffees today. So it's just a sound. So it is the vibration of the ear which happened, basically, if you think about it. But, so the basic milk toffee started from a vibration of the ear. In this case, when someone gave a call. But yes, in that particular moment, all the features, 8 features of that mental picture has come into place without our knowledge. I mean, there's no doer here. There's
Yes.
no doer here. There's nothing at all. It's just a phenomena or just a mechanism. What happens is, so the vibration of the ear brings, so that's the only synchronization that happened, only the sound part. But what it brings out is the whole milk toffee thing. So that is the beauty of how this mind is formed and how mind works, because it's not actually milk toffee is bringing milk toffee. That's not how it works. So we have to kind of understand how this happens. So now forget about the telephone call which told you about the I'm making milk toffee today. Just forget about that, because that was vibration of the ear. I think we talked about this last time. But when you walked into the kitchen, someone is making it, you didn't even see it. You just open the door and you get the smell of some smell. You get vibration of the nose. But then what is coming? It's a milk toffee. That's what actually this milk toffee there starts with the vibration of the nose. So what telepathization starts from the vibration of the nose. Actually, but it comes with the whole package now. It never comes alone. The butter, never comes with the milk though, because it's already butter now. So the whole butter comes like kind of, that's the example from Lord Buddha's time. So the vibration of the ear, but what came out was milk toffee. Vibration of the nose, what came out was the milk toffee. Vibration of the tongue, if someone actually tasted it, or your sister asks, "Oh, you're here. Can you taste whether my milk toffee is good?" And you're tasting it, and at that particular point, then you can compare. Also, you can say, "Oh, it's not good as mother's one, but yeah, it's okay. It's really good." Something like that. So hold the comparison thing. So what else can happen? There are so many memories also, like
Just it can happen as a thought, isn't it? I mean, just you remember suddenly about milk toffee
yes,
and all the components are there in that. Yes.
yes, yeah. So that's how this happens, and this beautiful phenomena, how actually our kind of so-called life is full of this stuff. But the problem is, as soon as this happens, we feel that there is someone, because there's the it's already, due to the ignorance, we already feel as milk toffee is existing. This is
Yes.
very evident. I mean, we don't have any argument about this. We felt as milk toffee is existing, didn't we? We fight for that. We might throw it to the other person if we are playing with that. We might hide one to eat later. What else can we do? Oh yeah, we can eat about 10 of them and collapse. What else can we do? I don't know. You can offer them. We can do so many stuff. Or we can think about them, and you might think, oh, that friend's milk toffee is so good. I have to learn how to make it, So this scenario, how these sensory organs, vibrations bring about the whole film is the beauty. That's the beauty. But the problem is, why it is suffering is because that actually it is beauty, but the suffering is, what is the suffering part? Suffering part is that feeling that this is existing, or feeling that it is real, brings about the feeling of existence, alive feel into this place, like this system, wherever the experience is. That is the problem, nothing else actually, isn't it? I just wanted to add that. You can continue now.
Yes, yes. That and for that to happen, that spark should have created at some stage, isn't it? I mean, the milk toffee, the thought of
Yes,
milk
yeah,
toffee should have created at some point for that to be resonant to this moment, isn't it? I mean, for a
yeah, but
person who has never experienced milk toffee will not have a milk toffee as a thought at this moment.
yes, but that is this film.
Mm,
Whatever
yes,
this film we talk about, but the feel can into uh, extend more than that, and you might feel without even knowing anything. Uh, the feel can extend. That's not the topic here, but feel can extend. Like because we feel that feel is only milk toffee because we know milk toffee this time, but the feel actually can extend to stuff that we don't even know. Then it is not from this time.
yes.
Yeah. So but it's very important to understand that the sensory faculties are the beginning of the world we perceive, and that world we feel, or we see, or we hear, or we think is actually a construct. So when it comes to the mental constructs, that is the milk toffee, mother, sister, everything is the mental constructs. But even um, before that, there can be, sensory constructs where, the light, the sound, yeah, that vibration it's the only thing is the vibration that system is aware. But when you say that system is aware, there is always that, even in subtle level, there is that duality. But when if we have done the practice really good to understand that there is no milk toffee here, it's just a function of the sensory organ, there's a chance that in particular any one stimulus you might feel the non vibration. It's the absence of the duality, or absence of the uh, feel of existence. Yeah, anything else to add?
Uh, yes, actually now again talking about the milk toffee, the same thing. Now, as you said, when somebody gives a call and say that I have made milk toffee, so it was only the vibration of the ear, but the rest of the things actually all the other forms like the picture of it, that and maybe the smell of it and the taste of it and the texture, as you said, all are created in the mind, but actually those sensor faculties never function. Like the eye faculty didn't function, but there is a picture created, and the nose faculty, smell faculty didn't uh, have any function, but there was, you can even feel the smell, and almost the taste is also there, like the tongue or the taste faculty didn't have anything to do, but you feel the taste, and sometimes even your mouth is wet with saliva about thinking about the taste. and also the texture. You didn't touch it, your skin never had anything to do with it at that moment, but you get a feeling of the texture, the hard texture. So it's actually a dream, isn't it? I mean, only the ear faculty functioned, and the rest of it is like seeing a dream. There was no vibration in those appropriate faculties, but those components were completed in the mind, like completing a jigsaw puzzle, the parts being completed and completing the picture of milk toffee in the mind. When it comes to the thought now, if you just suddenly remembered about milk toffee, 100%, all the other faculties, there was no function or no vibration in the other faculties, but all the components were completed. And this is exactly what we experience in the dreams, because dreams also, we hear the things, we see various things, including colors, we smell, we remember the taste of some food, we feel something hard. I mean, if somebody hits you in the dream, you feel that you were hit and you feel that hardness on the skin. So all those components, without without those relevant faculties being active, the complete picture is created in the mind. So, so like milk toffees, like anything, any other thought, is a creation of the mind, and that is why it's called that it's an illusion or a creation, and it's not really existing, but uh, in the mundane world, the person who doesn't know anything about these Lord Buddha's disclosures tend to give life to those creations of the sense of faculties, and that is where all the defilements arise, because for something which is not really existing, there is clinging or aversion. Basically, those are the two, but there are so many other aspects of the defilements. Now, all those things are the result of this upadana, or taking it as real, and then the process will go on. So this whole thing is a spontaneous sequence of events, and there is no owner, but there is automatically an ownership is attached, saying, I am doing and I experienced it. I ate milk toffees and I got the smell. But there's no one, there's no doer, and it's a spontaneous process. The system is functioning, but it's actually like we are swimming in the river downstream. This is what is happening in the normal way, where every event, every thought is given the tag of myself or me. But in Dhamma path, what we try is to understand this process as a normal thing, and there's no person doing it. There is no owner who can control this system, no author for this system. And by learning this, we try to understand, and then what we try to do is, what the system try to do is to swim upstream. Anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, in that sense, it is so beautiful to understand that mind is, what we call mind is actually just occurrence of stimuli, very fast. But in that sense, it is also beautiful to understand that it is kind of like a another vibration. Now it acts as another vibration. So we talked about that, all the 8 features, all the 5 senses, when they vibrate together, the milk toffee, the actual that thought has all the features. In Pali they call Suddhashtaka, but it has all the features of these, from the sensory organs. But it's beautiful to understand that mind is actually vibration. Why it is important to understand is we take this mind for so granted. We can't even, Lord Buddha once said, if someone wants to take something for granted, at least take the body, because body lasts only a few years. But then if you take the mind as something, like for something to be taken for granted, then that is the end. That is kind of the biggest trap in the world, if you think the mind is me. So mind is actually fast occurrence of stimuli, yes, but at the same time it is it is the same vibration kind of thing that the human, specifically human, I'm talking about humans, so the vibration of the ear, making the ability to think, because this ability to think is magnificent ability that humans have, and they feel so proud about that. It's okay. They feel so unique about it. I mean, the mind is actually, the mind is the most unique power that humans have, because if not for the mind, this ability of thinking, this species will never kind of survive. But because there is the ability to think, or in the a process, like new things, process old things, keep processing. This is the incredible, powerful organ. It acts as organ, but it is like the thing that we feel that it is mine. Kind of, the ability to think is mine. It's here. It's unique, but it's only another vibration. It's very important then, because that is the vibration that we kind of get the essence of self-vibration. When it was even in Buddothpado discussions, Saranand say, kind of listen and say, you have to be careful. And then we are puzzled, why? But then it is mainly the self-vibration or the tense actually is manifested in every other way, but it's the most catching part is this vibration. And when we talk, it is the same thing, because the talking, Vachi Sankara, the talking actually has this inside vibration as the cause, root. It's Vitakka Vichara. So Vitakka Vichara is the inside radio that goes on and on and on and on. And we only talk few things from that. If you actually put a broadcasting apparatus to actual inside radio, people will even not, will be really upset at one time, annoyed at one time, angry with you one time, because the inside talking can be sorry, I had to mute it because of the intervention. So this I lost it also, the track, but the vibration of the mind is really beautiful to understand how this talking, and about the actions also is the same thing, but it's about the breathing that is bringing up the actions, but the actions are actually fed by the thoughts. So the thoughts actually bring about the words and the actions. So that is the actual outcome, and by the words and the actions, that's your self-vibration, which is giving you but once just imagine an arahant who the self-vibration has has become low and then has come to the non-vibration. Still the actions will be the way they are, but without that power, without that essence of it, that which gave the kind of like the alive kind of thing. But people, when people hear this, they might think, oh, then that must be very sad not to have some power. No, that's the utmost tranquility and absence of suffering, which brings about super happiness, I would say. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. Anything to add to that? So Suranika is also here. Yes, Suranika.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm quite new to this session. Do I have permission to speak?
Yeah. May I know?
Yeah. I'm Saman Kotigala. I just got to know this link and about this sermon and these discussions very recently. So
have you ever heard Aranwanse's sermons in Sinhala?
Yes. Actually, I listened to a couple of hours ago. I just got that from one of my friends, through one of my friends. So pretty much I'm practicing this path and Dhamma for a long time. So it was very interesting to know that this discussion, now this is actually happening every Wednesday, is it?
No, kind of this happens every day.
Every day, okay, right.
Every day, but we have so many Sinhala Zoom discussions as well. So if you get the Zoom link, I think it is the same link.
Right. Only the time, right? Time slot is different, right?
Yeah, 7 o'clock is the one which Aranwanse joins most. But
so that means every day it's happening in Sinhala medium, is it? Sinhala discussion with the
yeah, we have multiple. So at 5 o'clock there is a Zoom discussion. There is one at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and there is one at 1 o'clock in the noon. Then there is this one, and then after this there is another Zoom discussion at 4, and then there is another one for children at 5:30, and then there's 7 o'clock one.
This schedule by any chance
9:30 at night.
This schedule is available where? Can I if I get to the schedule of these discussions and all,
Do you know, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know where the schedule is? Actually, I get it in the WhatsApp
Yeah,
thing.
we get it in our WhatsApp group. Can Indrani hear me, Indu? Can you hear me? If there is a way of getting you included into the WhatsApp group, I think you will be able to get the.
But the
Maybe
friend who gave you the link
Oh yes.
might know a bit better.
I think she's also quite new. Just randomly, she was surfing through the YouTube and just got to hear this kind of sermons from that Tero. Because myself,
Okay.
I'm actually a lecturer, and I'm into a lot of quantum physics and molecular biology research and all whatnot. I'm just practicing this path.
Are
Pretty
you
much,
from Sri Lanka or are you from
yes,
another
yes. I'm
country?
from Sri Lanka. From Sri Lanka.
Yeah, okay.
So pretty much, I have even a question regarding this mind. Pretty much this vibration. If I ask this question, is it okay? If I just
Yes.
yeah, this mind itself. What I feel like this mind itself is a kind of error, isn't it? Because this mind itself is minding, or like separating these common vibrational patterns, or rather this energy fluctuations is what we have around, including ourselves and our mind itself. So isn't this mind is basically like separating these uniform energy fluctuations or vibrations into unique sets, or rather fixed entities? So isn't that a mind? So I just asking a question, can we interpret like that this uniform vibrations is all we have around us, which we perceive through our senses, and this uniform vibrations which are equanimous, there is no less or more, it's pretty much equal vibrations if you think of a wave. But what happens is that when the ignorance strikes, lack of wisdom tells us in a certain way that these are not uniform vibrations, it's just something you can separate, you can isolate one from another. When you moment you separate, or rather when you mind it.
Well, I might have to disturb you there.
Yes.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say, are you a Buddhist?
Yes. I'm a
Okay.
Buddhist.
So, what Lord Buddha was trying to say was about non-vibration. He didn't actually, he explained all about the vibration, but he actually gave everyone the ability to synchronize to the non-vibration. That is the absence of vibration. So the absence of vibration is actually there, but we can't synchronize to that because it is difficult and never thought about because of the ignorance. So the vibration you talk about, even the worm has a vibration. Worm has very minimal tactile sensations only. But the worm also has a life field or kind of self, like an existence field, even though the worm doesn't have a big mind. But if you are specifically talking about only humans, which we can't, because the being, the word being, B-E-I-N-G, is there where anywhere where consciousness is. So the consciousness actually kind of gives you that feel of existence. So we can't forget that. When we talk about something, we can't forget that because there are so much consciousnesses around. We can't forget that it is again the form of vibration. But the actual basis, what Lord Buddha tried to teach you, was not about the vibration, but about the non-vibration, how to synchronize to the non-vibration, which is permanent. But the vibration, when you try to interpret in self-anger, it becomes a bit complicated because then you look at it in a view that someone is doing something, but actually what happens is the vibration itself is just manifestations of the sensory organs. It could be even the worm, which is the only tactile sensation, but the tactile sensation is felt as happening here. That is why the feel of existence is there. But the in the human mind, we kind of have a complex mechanism, because we have 5 senses which can vibrate at the same time. But if you go to the zygote level, the vibration, if there wasn't a synchronicity which happened to that zygote, wasn't there's never going to be like a fetus which is going to come out as a kind of a somewhat grown baby. So that zygote level, we know that even even 5 babies are born as like triplets or whatever. They are different, and their abilities are different, even though they are not even kind of, they have the features of parents, but they are different. So everyone is different. So that particular vibration is the only vibration that happens. And when that is actually forming into the sensory organs in the fetus, then slowly they go, and the vibration is still the same. But once it is having a manifestation as light, sound, because the baby doesn't know anything about the outside, the dream you talked about, the separation, but it is a feel. The baby also has that feel. The small baby who is born, even though that baby doesn't know anything about the world, that baby also has that separation kind of thing that you are talking about, because of the consciousness, because the consciousness itself is felt as it's happening here. That is the feel of existence. That is the feel of existence that a worm can't die. Why worm is also like wanting something, like would like to creep into the watery mud. So in that sense, any being has that need to feel, need to have the next feel. That is the kind of thing that happens with the ignorance. Any being with ignorance, because it is felt as happening here, it is going to be that anyway. But when these vibrations, so the humans, specifically humans, when these 5 sensory organs are vibrating at the same time, that small baby actually will start putting things together. There's only perception though, because the baby has no understanding it is kind of the mother, but there is a similar perception coming all the time, the kind of a picture, like a photo, like a light margin, but that similar one is coming at the same time. The mother's voice is also, the baby is sensing the difference and also matching them together, because that photo comes, the sound comes, and also the smell, mother's smell, mother's warmth, the milk, everything, it's all kind of getting combined slowly and slowly and slowly. And the mother would be telling every day, by the use of the ear consciousness is just the ear, and will be giving the sound of the mother. Mother will try to tell the word amma, 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 and then child actually doesn't know what it means, but the baby actually might come out with the word amma, and the mother is jumping up and down because it's the first word the baby said. So that's the That's the first kind of thought that arise properly, because before that there was a perception about that particular, you know, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma like that. That monkey mom will never teach, but still, that even that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the words are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or a even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just the consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement? If I make a statement like this, like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say
that
the vibration is happening here in the sense it's kind of that's the kind of separation you're talking about, because it is felt here
so and outside.
No, the outside story is coming after the mind is formed. Be careful about that.
Okay.
In the field, in the fetus level or in the baby's level, it is only a vibratory thing you feel, and that vibration, it's not a thought. So when you come to a thought only, there is outside and inside, because as I said, when the mother is standing there, obviously I'm standing here. That is the separation that you're talking about. That is the duality you're talking about. But in the microorganism also has that, but it not that marginalized, not that, it's very subtle, because it is so imagine as a bacteria, if you feel that it's a vibration. If you become the bacteria only, someone you will understand. So you have to become the bacteria to feel this. So if you become the bacteria, then only thing that bacteria would feel is the vibration. Bacteria can't think about, my next one is.
Yeah, you are implying that the very consciousness itself is a separation, isn't it? With the ignorance.
It is a separation.
The process of the mechanism of, say, it's a mechanism. It's obviously mind is also a process of consciousness, also a process. And everything is a manifestation according to Anicca, right? So cause and effect.
And also I forgot to add the consciousness, the ignorance part is also there. But once a human hears this Dhamma after about 7 years of age, any child, he has this idea of self now. They know I am someone. This is my mother. It is it's all good now. Separation has done beautifully. Now you don't have any problem in separation. You definitely, this is my friend, this is my mother, this is my dad, I am someone. That's all done. But once someone hears this Dhamma, the Dhamma itself is about how the consciousness is a problem here. The ignorance is about consciousness is brought about only by rapid vibration of the eye, or rapid vibration of the ear, or rapid vibration of the skin, or rapid vibration of the tongue, or rapid vibration of the nose. Mainly, it is we mainly talk about all the nose and the tongue and the skin. We mainly talk it as the kaya, in the sense it's a kind of the
Aggregation.
feel we have. You know, the actual feeling. So when you touch, you feel the liquidity, all this stuff. They are actually not outside. They are rapid vibration of organ itself. That is where the problem is. That is where the separation you are talking about is problematic too. Due to the ignorance, the vibration here, we have to get to know this properly. Otherwise, ignorance will be actually feeding us anyway. But actually, what has happened here is vibration of the sensory faculties only. It is so rapid that if you read about them, you will know how rapid they are in the eye, how rapid they are in the ear, how rapid they are in the skin level, and how rapid actually the human mind is. That is the fastest thing, I think. So the fast occurrence of these vibrations is the reason for consciousness, not the self. There's no self. There's no separation actually. And that is the understanding that leads to the non-vibration. This has to be felt. This has to be understood also first, but this has to be felt. So feeling that is the difficult part. But if you actually feel it, you understand the non-vibration. In the non-vibration, that separation you're talking about is not there.
Yeah, got it. Much merits. Thank you. Much merits. And kindly, Kokila, shall I share my text or whatever this WhatsApp, so I could just get into that group so I could get the details of the discussions? Shall I leave a message here? Or?
Well, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know anything about that? Because I'm not from Sri Lanka. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry, someone, what did you say?
Yeah.
Can you please repeat? Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Sakuntala, is there any way that I can just get into that group, WhatsApp group, or maybe anywhere that I can get the details of the discussions? So sort of I can.
Yes, I think you can go to the websites. There are several websites,
Okay.
and the websites do have the telephone numbers
All right.
also. Can I read it for you?
No, it's in the website, so I can just go to the WhatsApp number and send a request or something, right?
Right. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. That is the main website.
Site. Right.
Yeah. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. Then there's another one, buddothpado.lk.
Right. Got it.
So those are the two main websites, so that you can get every detail that you need from those two.
Right. Much merits to you all. I just need to leave. I'm planning to attend a lecture now. Thanks, much merit. So I hope to see you soon. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Rasanai.
So I think, Sakuntala, we were talking about the mind being a dhvaniya, or mind being a vibration as well. So anything to add on to that? I think Suranka is also here.
Yes, maybe Suranka
we can have a discussion.
Yes.
Dr. Sakuntala. I was thinking along the lines of the milk toffee still. Because it is actually quite interesting, when you said that one stimuli can set off the whole experience. Like, when
One
you get
vibration.
one vibration, say it's from the nose sensor, but then you get the milk toffee sensation. But then the thing is that everything happens from one vibration also, isn't it? One vibration.
Yeah, if you dig into that, it is
if you dig into
it
it,
is the
exactly.
tent. It's the tent, yeah.
So that one vibration then kind of splits itself only because
It's not
of
splitting. Don't use that word. I think splitting gives mixed ideas. I think the telepathization is the phenomena there too, because Lord Buddha has always told it's only one sensory organ works at one time. If it is eye, it is not the ear. If it is the ear, it is not the tongue. But because this happens so fast, we can't comprehend this. We can't have an idea, but it says beautifully in a sutta. I don't know whether it's a sutta, but that where Lord Buddha explains about the spider kind of thing. It's I can't remember exactly, but when it's only one sensory organ which vibrates at one particular moment.
Yeah, I haven't actually come across that in a sutra.
No, it's not. I don't know what it is. I'll take it back because I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say is that particular thing, once the mind is well formed, which comes is the product, the gitel, the butter, not the milk. But it is very important. That's why we talk about understanding this Dhamma and feeling this Dhamma in one stimuli is the thing that we talk about, the moment that we talk about. That's why we talk about one particular moment. Otherwise, we don't have to talk about a moment, should we? So, anything else to add, Suranka, into that thing?
So what I was trying to say was, so for example, now the child may in the nursery classroom first be shown by the teacher. The teacher might show a picture. So now let's say the teacher will show a picture of the milk toffee and say, this is called a milk toffee. This is a sweet. And that's it. Now, supposing this child has never seen such thing before, but is now learning, sees the picture of a milk toffee and knows that it is sweet. That's it. So then maybe 1 month later, the mother makes milk toffee at home, or somebody comes with milk toffee. And then the child actually links that name and sound, the picture and the sound given in the classroom with the taste, because now the child actually gets to taste
That's actually like Surangika's waterfall now. Because Surangika was, remember we were discussing about how we feel alive near the waterfall, but when we look at a picture, we don't feel like that alive. But now the child must be kind of surprised and, like, wow, this is the milk toffee. Now it's in your hand.
So then the texture of the milk toffee, and say there's cashew inside the milk toffee, all that now, so these are additional through the taste sensor. The child is taking on these additional, what do you call those things, volitional formations. And so the telepathization that is happening at that moment is the Montessori vibration synchronizing, and then the new taste sensation kind of thing as well. So then every time, say again, 1 year later, the teacher says, bring something to school. Everybody has to bring something to school. So the child tells the mother, okay, I know you're not very good at baking, but I want to take milk toffee. So mama, can you help? And so now finally the mother makes it. So then, finally maybe that was not as good as what the friend brought home, but still it's milk toffee, that'll do. And so now that is taken. So again, now that entire experience of the mother making it,
Yeah.
and maybe it went wrong, maybe it went well, all those
That
again
is the film we are talking about. The
Yes, so
value.
these are all, what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is each of these experiences are by itself again by telepathizing, isn't it? And say 10 years later, when the child hears the word, not a child anymore, a teenager, hears the word milk toffee, those individual sensor-driven vibrations which happened at different points in time. So time is, of course, again a falsehood. But that vibration, telepathization occurs from those different sensor-driven perceptions, all come together in one shot, isn't it? But it is not necessarily, what I'm trying to say is not necessarily happening. The time itself, how much of a falsehood it is, because it didn't matter that from a conventional world perspective that the child got one aspect from the Montessori and one aspect 1 month later and another aspect another month later. The vibration happening at that very moment, if it matches a similar vibration, everything comes.
Yeah, how about mother? Mother is like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mother
right.
is age of you.
Yes, it keeps on adding, isn't it? I mean, it keeps on adding, and the final product changes each time.
And
Now-
what about me?
Yes, yes.
And that is the most volitional aspect that can happen, because that is not even in these few years, like whatever the years we are talking about, that is not even that. This self vibration has been the thing forever. So that self existence, that feel of existence, is your friend forever. Feel of that's why when people ask, how do you distinguish from feel of existence and the non-vibration? Well, there's no answer, because non-vibration we have never felt. If someone has felt it once, maybe that person will know, but if not, what we have felt throughout is the non-vibration, self-vibration. That is it. So the fish is always in the water. Likewise, we are always having this vibratory thing where the self-perception is always there.
So if the water is akin to the sensory perceptions, the sensory perceptions won't go away. We can look at it like that as well in the same example, but with a different twist, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a different twist then.
Yeah. So the water will remain the same, i.e. the same sensors will be telepathizing in the normal way even for Arahat. But
that can actually confuse you, because what we are trying to say in this particular example, what Aranwanse is saying is the actual feel of existence and absence of feel of existence. That's where that...
yeah, I think better not use that example for anything else. It's confusing, isn't it? Then?
Yeah. And because, the gentleman was trying to say about the separation is the same thing. At that particular fraction of a second, there's no separation. That's a kind of, becoming the tree, or becoming the word becoming is kind of the thing. The separation
I didn't understand what
is
that
not
separation
felt.
was. What was he trying to say, Dr. Mokil?
Well, he asked that question in the explanation way, but the answer was given in a different way. Answer was actually given through the kind of experience that the vibration, when if there is no feel of self-existence or feel of existence, what is left is only that particular perception, whatever the sound or there's no duality there.
So
He's
that part
talking
that
about
you
the
were
duality.
explaining.
He's
yeah.
talking the separation is the duality, I think. That's how I answered the question. We may be wrong, but it's his first day, so.
But when we think about the baby and the baby's feelings and the feeling of the light, so
that is
type
in
of
the
basic
vibratory. That is a
yeah.
vibratory level, yeah.
So that also we call consciousnesses, isn't it? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one has to be distinguished, as you said to him earlier, about not to mistake that from the mind consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind consciousness is the dream that we live now,
yeah.
at this moment.
Yeah. And the split, not the split, what did he say? Separation. The separation is when the whole construct is seen as a falsehood, isn't it? And then that collapses, and it is, I suppose, in that stage of collapsing of importance that the non-self vibration arises for a fraction of a second.
Yeah,
Could we say it that way?
When you say that,
Because
it's actually
noise,
absence of self vibration, because there's no new vibration. So it's always tricky, these words. But absence of self vibration.
Non-self, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but it is. I mean,
absence of vibration. That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is very difficult to keep talking in these languages. But the thing is, when there is absence of vibration here, because there's no duality. That's in the vibratory level, though, not in this mind. It's always there. Separation is always there. Mind, if the fan is there, I'm here. But if someone has experienced this true Dhamma, then this, we don't care whether it's there or not. That's a different story. That is the outcome of this experiences, is that you get it. Once someone experiences these things, then that person realizes that the reality was not always duality, because duality is the reality for us. In sensual world, the duality is the reality for us. But then if someone feels this no self-perception, that's the word, no self-perception or absence of self-vibration, then you definitely know that reality is not that. Reality is non-vibration or absence of vibration, because then the actual non-duality is the norm now. That's what I was trying to say. But in the mind level, duality is there. But once someone has understood Dhamma, he doesn't care whether the duality is there or not, because he knows the truth. That's the time that fish goes out from the water and feel that always he had been feeling of existence. Now he knows, even though he has fallen back to water, he still knows there is another truth, that this feel of existence is there only when the stimulus is taken as true. That's the most important part. Yeah. Hopefully this makes some sense to everyone. I mean it's
Yeah,
time
when we
have
talk about the fish example, maybe because we are so familiar with the singular Zoom sessions, so perhaps maybe we should, if you can explain the entire example and the different stages that our Mahansa explained.
next time maybe.
Oh, we run out of time. Yes, it's
Yeah.
almost time.
Yeah. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to talk about this Dhamma. It's such a beautiful thing to even like to understand how consciousness works, how mind works, and how non-vibration is the base, not the consciousness. Everyone in the world thinks the consciousness is the base. It's not the base. Actual base is the non-vibration, which we can't reach most of the time. But now time has come. We invite everyone. If you're keen to discuss something, I mean, we can be very poor in vocabulary, we can be very bad in explanation, but we can try. And one day you can fly, isn't it? You can try. So we worship Aryan Vanse, we thank Aryan Vanse, and thank you all Dhamma friends for coming every day and making this so beautiful experience, because I don't think one person talking would be interesting for a Zoom. And specifically in single Zoom discussions, we have someone. At least we had one question today, which is great, and we invite everyone to come and discuss this, so that this message goes to the English speaking society. Someone out there who is close to non-vibration might hear this. Who knows? Yeah. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you. Therwan Sarnai Aramas.
Therwan Saranai.
The eye consciousness is similar to the mirror that gleams when held towards the sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the eye consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is a natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The learning of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. Nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears, and that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhar and pains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankhara or mental formations. These sankhara locks us up in a false view to steer, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. තෙරුවන් සරණයි බොලී.
Therwan Saranai. Dr. Kokila, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all, and we will Vajipara and say, first of all, and I joined a little bit later. Were you there from beginning, Dr. Sakuntala, for the reading?
Yes.
Could you please
yes.
summarize it? Okay.
Yes. Most of it actually. Basically, what was read was how the sensor level is functioning, what is happening at the sensor level, and subsequently a collective function or combination of the sensor function will give rise to the thought formation, and how the speech or how the child learns to talk. That was another point that was described. That means again at the sensor level, there will be a sound formed at the ear level, ear faculty, and as a sequel of that, there will be some function of the body sensor level, that means the throat level, and the sound will be kind of repeated at the throat level, and the child will try to imitate the sound which was created in the ear. So when the sound like mama is vibrated, the subsequent function of the body sensor or the body faculty will create that sound, and then we say that the child is talking, child is telling what I am telling him. So that was one of the things that was described. And also it was also briefly mentioned about how this synchronization occurs. Now, when there is a sound somewhere, we say that we heard a sound. Actually, what happens is that there is vibration at the ear level or the ear faculty, and then there is some synchronization with another vibration which was somewhere. So the both become same. That means there's nothing which came from that side to here. There's nothing which came from outside actually. There is synchronization or telepathization of two similar vibrations, and that process we call we heard. And another example was given, actually the lightning, which as an example for the process of seeing. When there is a series of rapidly happening sparks, we see a light. We tell that we assume that there is light. So that is what is happening at the eye level also. There's a series of fast vibrations, and that creates something which look like which we name as a light. And also another example was given about the thundering sound. Now, when there is some thundering, at the same time, we observe some of the windows will shatter. Actually, there is nothing transferred from the clouds up to the window, but there was some similarity in the vibrations, and then we hear the vibration or the shattering of the windows. So like that, the examples were given to indicate that sensor functions are not manipulated by something outside. Sensor function occurs then and there, and that is simply a vibration at that level. But the process called hearing, seeing, and the feeling of the skin, all these things are something that happens then and there, and then there is some synchronization with similar vibrations somewhere. So we cannot assume and say that those vibrations are persisting. Those vibrations also occur then and there, and then instantly there is some matching or telepathizing to the sensor faculties. Actually speaking, the sensor faculty means vibration at that point. There's nothing called a separate sensor faculty which feels the vibration. Occurrence of the vibration means that is the occurrence or the appearance of the sensor faculty. That was actually, those were the facts that was read from the book, Dr. Kokila. Anything you can elaborate on that, Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I think we have discussed a lot about in this towards that side of thing. Most of the time we discuss the same thing, and we just have to kind of reiterate this again and again, and tell how actually this stimuli is the only thing that was there, but how we felt differently. And the stimuli is actually a constellation of all these things, the eye faculty, and then the mind. Because just eye faculty, it would be just the light. But because we kind of have a different way of different mechanism how these sensory organs work, they vibrate in the same time and they actually act as a different new vibration. The new vibration has different qualities. These qualities were not the actual function of the first one. Like when you sing a song, the music, the final outcome is different. But if you actually divide it into various factors like the drum, the flute, the piano, the violin, they are quite different. Likewise, the five organs act differently, but the final outcome is the chair or the pineapple or the mother or the daughter. So that final outcome has a different quality. And what mind is, actually what mind consciousness is, fast occurrence of these thoughts makes it as you have kind of a existence. It is the mind consciousness, but it is a different state than the original level of other consciousnesses. So when we understand one stimuli, all these levels are there. The basic eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, tactile, all these sensory organs, their vibrations, we have kind of vibration that is without the mind consciousness. But with the mind consciousness, we have that new quality, new kind of a meaning now. And there, being involved in the dream. Now you are actually in the dream. You are part of the dream. You're actually the center of the dream. So this feeling brings us the most damaging part of this is actually the self-perception. Why? Because always if you feel something, there is someone who is feeling it. So that's inevitable. So that is the problem. It has happened, but no one has actually done this. So what was there was actually the stimulus, because there's eye faculty, there's all the other faculties, mind faculty, and there's a final outcome, kind of. It's a phenomena which will happen anyway. And this is not going to stop until you stop breathing and, but then what is happening then? What is understanding them and what happens then is this extra power which has come because we have taken this as real. The stimuli is not real. So there's two types of liberation that Lord Buddha talks. One is from defilements, one is from skandha. Don't know what that means in English, like from sensory organs, sensory organ vibrations. So defilements is like actually liberation from mind, where you actually get rid of that the underlying vibration as well, because one stimuli has all these 3 layers. But even after that, the life will continue with the so-called sensory organ vibrations, and that's going to happen until breathing stops. But what is the magic here is, the main magic is that inability to vibrate. Because there's no vibration here, there's no ability to synchronize anywhere else. And even in non-returner level, there's no enough power for that vibration be able to have a synchronicity in the normal realms, because there should be a kind of some kind of power for the vibration to be able to synchronize somewhere else. So that power is not there, means that vibration is not powered enough. This is all happening as a mechanism. Actually, there's no one doing it, or nothing is happening here. But understanding this is bit difficult in the beginning. But once you get hold of the idea, it becomes part of you, and you kind of start feeling it. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka, do you have anything to add to that? We can build up a discussion.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you explained most of the facts around that. These things have been discussed again and again, but because it is the basic important fact or the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's teaching, we are mentioning it again and again. So understanding that it is happening uh, uh, at sensor level. Every action, every thought, every word, every action can be accounted to the sensor level. But because we have been having this strong drushti about self, selfness or I-ness or whatever the word we can use, existing feeling. Because of that, we tend to sort of think many things that can be easily sort of recognized as sensor level, but still we feel that it happened to me or it was done by me, and I used it, I had it. For everything, automatically this self feeling is tagged. And as it was mentioned in the book reading, this is an automatic process or a spontaneous process. And you mentioned that in your part also. So there is no way of controlling or stopping whatever the environment that the animal or the living being is there, irrespective of the environment, this spontaneous process occurs. So whatever the sounds come, whatever the sounds vibrated, whatever the shapes vibrated, and whatever the other senses, other feelings vibrated, all will combine automatically to form the thoughts after a particular level. That means after a particular maturation of the physical parts of the body, there is automatically combining to form thoughts. And because the thought itself has a power or a current, it won't stop from there. It will lead to the feeling of existence, which we call itta sanyava. And itta sanyava means there is a spontaneous feeling that self is there. So this is the sequelae, and this is something that we have been talking again and again so many times, and it is the truth, and it is the fact that to be understood in the form of an internal transformation, not as a knowledge. A person who will listen to these Dhamma discussions can take it as a thought and can say that, yes, this is only a sound, this is only a shape to me. But that is completely wrong, actually. Taking it as a thought means the person is there, doer or the person responsible is there, and some activity is happening. So it should be an internal transformation. Initially, to understand this as a sense of function or sense level, the person should use the thoughts and then try to research himself, and then try to understand. And eventually, after some level, it's felt as a thought automatically. At that time itself, you get that thought instantly to say that this is something created. And then further deep, when the understanding or the internal transformation is further better, it comes as a feel. Then the next thing is that I know, Dr. Pokila, you are very often discussing this level in your discussions, especially this night discussion. I have heard you mentioning this very often, because you can't stop at the sensor level, because sensors itself are creations. Sensor function itself is a creation. That is why Lord Buddha said, Chakkung nichangva anichangva. That means is the sensor level, or the what you see is true. So in other words, even without a name, if you see a shape, if the eye vibrates and creates a shape, that itself is not true. That again is a result of a fast vibration. The usual example of the fireball, when the fireball is spinning very fast, you can see it as a fire circle. Similarly, when you see the blades of a fan, of a ceiling fan, or maybe an ordinary fan at home, or even the fan of a helicopter or flight, when there is fast spinning, you can't see the blades separately. You see it as a circle, full circle. So you can't say that there is no circle, because you can see it. And you can't say there is a circle, because it's just a creation at that moment. So that is the deeper level that you have to understand. And that is what the system will understand with the complete internal transformation, that there is nothing, basically nothing in any of these things which are experienced as stimuli, depending on the nature of the sense faculty of each living being. Something is created all the time, if the consciousness is there. Consciousness in the sense, what I meant is that the level of consciousness that we describe in the normal world or the mundane world. So if the person is alert and conscious, then you will experience these stimuli one after the other, and different sense faculties one at a time, and collectively it creates the world. And the feeling of the existence of world is called bhava in Pali. Bhava means assuming that the world is existing. Even one stimulus. Now, if you take as a tree, if you consider it as an existing tree, that is also bhava. And all these items, the trees, houses, vehicles, people, myself, all, the feeling of existence collectively, we call the world is there, world is existing, there is a world. And opposite to that world, I am there. So this is the ignorance. This is what we don't realize, because the existing world and myself are the components that we have been experiencing not only in this birth, but all these samsara cycles throughout this time. That is what we have been believing or taking as real. That is why we are born today as living beings here, because we couldn't break that cycle. So I think those were the things that I wanted to elaborate on from what was read, and maybe Surangika can add something to that. Therwan Saranai. Are you in the place that where you can talk?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Mokila.
Yes.
Yes, I think as Dr. Mokila said, we are talking about basically the same process, isn't it? How the vibrations causes the manifestation in the five senses, and it is only from that vibration that there is a representation called form, which is then identified by the sensation that it creates or seems to create in different senses, isn't it? In the eye, the sensation of light, in the ear, the sensation of sound, and so on. And then from those comes that illusion of, and from those comes actually the naming or the identification of those various images and sounds purely for the purpose of experiencing those and distinguishing one from the other. And why is that also done? That is done for the purpose of wanting to savor it, wanting to enjoy one as distinct and different from the other, and all this via the different senses. But ultimately, once one accesses the true Dhamma and gains that understanding, there is that realization that from whatever senses these feelings and sense of enjoyment comes, all that is happening here is that, what do you call it, the uddipana in Sinhalese. It is that kind of slight exuberance, that bit of volitional formation, no matter whether it is coming from the eye consciousness, stimuli from the eye consciousness, or from the ear, like nice sound or music or whatever it is, or whether it is from food, some tasty, delicious food, ultimately the sensation is that sense of satisfaction or the sense of savoring, and then that existent feel and the savoring, the sensual desire, the sensual form and formless world, the three bhumi, the three realms get created, and that existent and self-perception is there. And the self-vibration keeps on maintaining itself, if not becoming stronger, isn't it? But ultimately, one realizes that if all these senses are just only giving that sense of savoring or tasting or enjoying, ultimately it is just one sensation. Ultimately, it is one vibration. And when that is realized, the futility of sensations being derived from different senses collapses, isn't it? And that is the very thing that, and when people do not understand that, they go behind all these different types of enjoyment. If it is sports, through the physical activity of it, the euphoria of winning a game, or playing some, hard game like rugby and soccer and things like that, the joy of the moment, the joy of winning, and so on. And then if it is food, you go to restaurants, you have these different types of cuisine, you go to the nth degree about how to make it, this, that, and the other, and you get this fine dining and all these kind of things. So that's the ultimate zenith of the taste sensor and the taste function. So from all these things, people, due to ignorance, think that they are gaining different types of satisfaction, and all these are like kind of catering to different parts of themselves, and each of these tastes that they cultivate within them also they think is part of their character, part of their personality. And they've created these certain art forms and personality traits based on these different sense faculties and their desires for different types of experiences. So, but all this is what? All this is, again, as Naran Mase has said this so many times, when one understands the function of these senses and how they come about, and then that ultimate experience is the same, whether it is coming from the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, or the smell. And that sensation itself is also made up of nothing, and it is purely there because of the speed of vibration. Then what more is there to savor or hold on to or value, isn't it? And I think it's that realization that is gained gradually, and also, of course, very importantly, the fact that this is nobody's doing. It is just a mechanism, a process that is happening. And this perception is something that has been tagged on to it due to the ignorance. It is just a misconception, but not something which is a truity. So if once that is fundamentally realized, that this whole need for wanting to be living, wanting to, get up every day and survive, not survive. Nobody wants to survive. No, people want to always do something. There is the tendency in this process, because of the way the mind works, of wanting vibration after vibration, stimuli after stimuli, to maintain the so-called existence. And that is also coming from that zygote Shasviya nature that is there. That is the thing that is propelling this thought process and the self-vibration. Because of that, there is a never-ending wanting through the sense functions to keep on living, keep on existing and wanting. So the wanting comes from that self-vibration. So when one understands that there is nothing to want, there are no such things to want in the first place, and that those are also just constructs of the mind and mind alone, then this whole need for existence, need for needing to be alive, all these things just fall away gradually. And with that only comes that tranquility. And I mean, one would still have to exist as long as there is the breath coursing through this so-called body. But there is in that moment of nothing being anything of value, the, I don't know what you call it, the Swapadishesha nirvanic state, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And then one just continues on until this physical body comes to an end. But having at least realized that point of Swapadishesha Nirvana, or at least a state of super-awareness, then the only thing that one actually would want to do is to find a way of providing this source of solace to those out there who are suffering due to ignorance and going behind all these sensor-driven sensations that they think are giving them so much joy, but unerringly and unknowingly and invariably ends up giving them suffering, isn't it?
Yeah. Not sure what more to add. I mean, we can just discuss something that Hanse keeps saying last few days, because it's really nice to hear all the sermons that he does, which says the same thing, but in a different way every day, in a different context to because it changes with the person who asks the question. So
I think we can talk about something he mentioned, I think last night, Dr. Kokila, to a mother, where he said that one starts on this journey by first seeing the suffering out there, isn't it? The dukkha satya.
Yeah. That was so beautiful. But the thing is, when the actually that brings up the discussion I had even early morning, because when the self-view is very strong, there's a possibility that this self-view, or actually any view in that sense, the chair or anything in that sense, when they are very strong, what does that mean is when the thought is very strong, very powerful, actually the feel can be clouded. I mean, feel will not be there. So there is that problem. That's where in Lord Buddha's time, Patachara, actually, if that calamity didn't happen to Patachara might not feel anything. Sometimes you don't know, but it's an example. Likewise, sometimes when the view is so strong, the thought is very strong. Yeah,
excuse me, Dr. Kokila, if we can start with the basic explanation, basically explaining what is really meant by
mind and what is meant by feel. I think that will be something useful for the listeners because we talk very often about the feel and the mind. If we tell them what is really meant by feel and what is meant by mind, I think that will be a good basic basis to start this, what you are going to explain.
Well, even that is very difficult because it has to be felt. But the thing is, feel
Yes.
is mainly, it doesn't have the mental picture. So the feel is the basic feel that even the child or the baby would have. Feel, even the baby would have a kind of a feel, and that feel, that's the way I could tell it. I mean, there would be more ways to tell that, but I think the basic example would be the little baby in the cot. How the feelings, without being clouded by a thought, genuine. I mean, I don't know whether we can use the genuine word, but I think in this context we can use that word, genuine, basic feels. And in that, then comes the feel of the mind too, like the mind, there's a feel in the mind too. The mind, the outcome, there's kind of emotions as well. But so the feel entails the ones with the baby as well as the feel of the mind, because mind also has few other factors. That's the beauty of the human mind. It's only with the human mind though, because a lot of animals, they don't have the human kind of this mind nature. They have the feel and they will just forget about it, like kind of they don't kind of go back and go back to the same scenario again and again and again and think about it and feel sorry about that. But in the human system, because we have the ability to synchronize to the same thought again, this is the phenomena that happens in a human mind, where thoughts will just come to the surface because there would be a similar something. You imagine cry of a baby might bring a mother's memories about her own baby, something like that. She didn't even plan to think about her own baby, but there was a baby crying in the streets, and then this can bring about the like this, because they too are similar in vibration, so that can bring the same thought. But the feel actually is how strong you feel about it. And when we say that, actually this feel is an indicator for your how strongly you would have kind of I mean, it is the indicator for change also. But when the mind is formed, it is very difficult for this to surface, because mind has so many explanations. Like we go to the baby. Imagine a baby kind of, or even a child would be so happy, then they will express that. But adult, even if they feel the happiness, they don't want to express that. Or the sadness, child will be crying like non-stop. But adult would not cry because it's not good to cry. So this everything is clouded by and buried by the thoughts which are governed by the culture, governed by the family norms, governed by the data you have, governed by the job you do, governed by the even children's attitudes, because the way mom performs can change due to a lot of factors. It's all in the mind. But because because of these restrictions we make in our own self, the feel is mass, basically mass. I mean, we even don't feel anything because it's kind of the way that people live. So this is very well known in psychology, very well known, that children who underwent some kind of harsh situations, they would learn to ignore things. They would learn to, skip things. They would learn to think about something else. And also in the other way around, if a child is exposed to all the time with like a very extreme conditions where like every time there's something happening, there's no much time for being single, to calm down. That person will not have an idea about anything, so always on the go. Kind of there's always the factors which mold this our external appearance as well as external kind of our actions and our words, our thoughts, basically. But this, remember, tense, there's nothing like that. It's kind of the same vibration that is there. That vibration can change from thought to thought, yes, of course, because the frequency can change. So imagine it is like an animal. Now you are trying to attack someone because you got angry. The kind of the vibration of the tense can be very high, and if that is the last thought, the high possibility is the synchronicity can happen to a similar level. That's how it happens. Anyway, it's very difficult to because, as we always say, we can say that this milk toffee is or chocolate is sweet, but if someone asks you to explain what sweet is, you just have to put something in that mouth and say that is sweet. But then chocolate sometimes has a bitter taste too, and someone may not like it. But if you put some sugar into the mouth, okay, you can only say an example. But likewise, the feel, everyone knows this. It's masked sometimes by a lot of thoughts and a lot of norms, a lot of cultural things, there's so many aspects of it. Actions and words and our thoughts can be governed, can be manipulated, can be changed. But the basic vibration, nothing has happened. The vibration frequency can change. It's the same vibration. Nothing changes. Nothing happens to the vibration. Same vibration, but the frequency can change. That's where we feel it very hard. If you are tuned to that, the first tuning is happening when you actually go see through and through one stimuli. If you can see through the mind, like when it is not real, you can exactly feel that vibration and the non-vibration as well. But then after that, this you're familiar with this now. That's where the hint is, I think, because you're familiar with the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So then most of the questions we ask is actually subsiding, because we know the vibration, we know the non-vibration. So it takes time for the vibration to go away. In the sense, vibration is a field. That's why I use that word. Sorry, the vibration is the field. The field is a field. So sweet or salt is a field. That basic field is actually, when we say sweet also, that is, again, it is not that basic vibration. So the field has no form. You have to get this very clear. Field has no form. The mundane world we have, this is so soft. We have the word soft has a meaning to that. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. That's not the formless world. So feel is the formless world. There can't be any form attached to that, and it's a feel only. But when you actually, it's the only way I think it is easy is to for the knowledge wise, to go back to the zygote and try to feel that vibration and how this vibration started to manifest and then change to this so-called mind bubble now. When the mind bubble is formed, feel is anyway covered with that. But once one is aware about this, becomes easy, becomes kind of someone has to actually free from the form world, in the sense there can't be a value to the form world if the field has to be full. I mean, we can get it here and there. I mean, in the sense we can feel, we can again think like as real, like take it seriously too. So we kind of go from Dolan, I don't know what is the word for that. That we can be having
Oscillating, isn't it?
Yeah, oscillating from one place to another. But as we have heard, non-returner is going by the feel only, and that's I think that oscillation stops, because oscillation can be in every phase. Like oscillation can happen from outside to the mind level, where the view is very strong and view is getting broken. Then the mind level, that's the second one, where the actual form world is still felt as real. That is where all the perceptions are felt as real. All, like every word we talk, even Dhamma, whatever, they are felt as real. If someone has actually surpassed this level, then the actual form level doesn't matter. The feel would be there. But then if actually someone has felt the non-vibration, they know the difference between the feel and the non-feel. No, there's no word like that. Feel of the vibration and feel of the non-vibration. So there's nothing that the system can do. There's nothing that non-returner can do. Just wait for the feel of the vibration to become the non-vibration. How do you know? Because you have felt it before, isn't it? Is there anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what Dr. Sakuntala mentioned about the mind part is that, I mean, if we think about the beginner, also based on earlier past experience as well, how each time an experience is related on the Zoom, you know, how people say, but that's also in the mind, and that's a thought. It is quite difficult and challenging for a person who hasn't understood the feel. They might have experienced emotions, of course, as a natural feeling, but to be told that you're in the mind is not something that is that anybody's kind of given thought to, isn't it? Because it's the whole mind formation has happened from such a small, tender age, and the feelings that have got generated as a result of those thoughts, which we spoke of earlier, coming from the various senses and then with objects becoming real, is taken so much for granted that the feelings and emotions that they generate are also considered feelings associated with that person without knowing that they are generated by thoughts and thoughts alone.
I don't know whether Sakuntala can hear.
Distinguish it, because so many times, time and time again,
Surangika, is your Wi-Fi working well?
hears people, including ourselves at the beginning, speaking on. I'm wondering whether that's the part that. Sorry, maybe it's the fan. I have a fan on. I'll switch it off. Can you hear me, Dr. Kokila?
No, you were in some parts. Your voice could not be heard that much. Did Dr. Sakuntala hear the voice?
No, it was, there were some disturbances.
It was dragging.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now we can hear.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was that these emotions and various things that people have, they don't know that they are they have got generated from the mind or the thought patterns with making senses and the sensory experiences real. So that is why there was a big challenge even at the beginner stage on Zoom, when people say things and recount various experiences, only to be told, but you're thinking, that's in the mind. So I think that's what Dr. Sakuntala wanted you to explain or distinguish for the benefit of our listeners. When we say mind, what do we mean by saying mind, and then what is feel? Now you actually explained the feel, Dr. Kokila.
There is a problem there actually, because we have a feel with the form. That's what I was trying to say. This is so soft, then it's with the mind. So one has to actually pierce the mind level to actually get the feel. That is the problem actually. That's the challenge here.
Yes, but just before we get to the feel, if you can just clarify what is exactly meant by saying a person is in the mind.
It has a form, that means. It has the form. So usually the whatever the description is not there in that particular moment. So that's the problem I think we come across when we try to say if there is a actual description, it's again in the mind, because there's a form. There's a story, there's a perception, and
I think if we try to put it simply, Dr. Sakuntala, you can chip in as well. It's that every object and stimuli that has been created through the mind is the thing that through Dhamma, one gets the understanding that it is not the seeing, but it is a thought. It is not the crow that we see, but it is the thought that it is a crow. So it is all the living itself is one whole series of thoughts, and it is those thoughts that are referred to here as being in the mind, because all the thoughts, the so-called objects, persons, people, external world, reality, I, me, myself, all that, through the true Dhamma, we understand only thoughts, and it is to those thoughts that we refer when R.N. Mahanse or any Dhamma teacher says, you or he or she is in the mind, isn't it? I mean, just for the benefit of our listeners, just trying to clarify and distill that down a little bit more.
Yes, I think now in simple explanations, what I remember Aryan Mahanse also described in the same way. That is how I could sort of pick this up. So, as taste becomes chocolate, the feel of taste becomes chocolate as a thought, or or in other words, the feel is a taste, and the thought is a chocolate. So, but when we sort of at the level where the thoughts are formulating, you cannot separate these two out, and then there is no way finding out it's just a thought, it's just a taste, but it always ends up as chocolate. And when you go deeper, this field of taste, that itself is a creation at that point due to the speedy vibration, and beyond that there is just one form of vibration which is manifested as a taste depending on the sensor faculty. That means when the sensor faculty is the tongue, or the taste faculty, it creates it as a taste, and then as a thought it is mentioned, or it comes out as chocolate. I don't know whether is there anything
if the
correct?
form of chocolate is there, the perception of chocolate is there, the feel can't manifest itself.
Yes.
That
Yes.
the actually what I'm trying to say is it's even not the vibratory nature of the taints can't be manifested. Then only we actually understand that, because we have contemplated it before, only it comes that is the vibration of the tongue only. This thinking part is not going to happen in that particular experience. That experience has nothing to do with the thinking part. That's where the avitakka vichara is, no thinking part. So can you see, the avitakka vichara means it has no thinking at all, in the sense there's no chocolate at all. It's just a vibration of the tongue and the non-vibration. That's where everyone struggles, I think. But it is something which can't be explained either. It has to be felt.
Can I clarify something from both of you? The word contemplation is used for the abhisankarana or
Oh, sorry, I used it in the mundane world. We talk about contemplation. I don't know whether it is used in this
yeah,
Dhamma
in
as
these
well.
Dhamma
Sorry.
discussions, what is it? I mean, what word is it? The kamatahan or abhisankarana?
So abhisankarana is the volitional formations. The volitional word and the formation. Formation comes from that mental formation, the sankara aspect of it.
Okay.
And the volitional part comes from the fact that we upadana karande it, meaning that we are taking it to be real and then therefore savoring and enjoying it, thinking that it has value, whether it is from the external world or the perception itself. In both those senses, if there is a sense of value attached to it, then there is that volitional formation, isn't it, Dr. Punkila?
Yeah, the words are so confusing. I'm not a good person with the words. I think you are better in that aspect because sorry, I used the word contemplation where I was trying to say was the yoniso manasikara, that thing is not happening in that particular avitaka vichara level. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's only at the feel level, isn't it?
No, the savitaka savichara, there's one in the middle, and then the avitaka vichara is the one where actually, in the sense, the feel and the non-vibration. So the feel of the vibration and the non-vibration. Because it has to go to non-vibration. It's useless to just feel. Just feel is still if you have contemplated, if you have done this yoniso manasikara, what is the word for that?
I don't think we have a word term for it actually.
That whatever that is, if we have done that well,
maybe
the practice,
deep penetrative, maybe penetrative insight, isn't it?
Yeah. If we have done the penetrative insight before with the 4 levels of practicing, then only it will come. Otherwise, it will never come. It will just stop in the level of the vibration. Non-vibration won't come because you get so flustered in that situation. But if you have actually practiced it so well, then it has that effect.
So Dr. Popula, sorry, I'll just ask Dr. Sakuntala if you can ask your question. I'll ask my one after that. You were asking about point of contemplation? Yeah.
Yes,
point
I think
of contemplation was the
kamatahan, isn't it?
Kamatahan.
Yeah, sorry, I used that word wrongly.
Point of
contemplation, right? Okay.
You're learning many new things.
So what I was going to ask was, this avitaka vichara, Dr. Kokila. So at that point, when it's just the feel, so at that point, I mean, now that the thoughts coming and going thing is still there because of the senses.
No, this is in one stimuli. So we can't talk about other things. It's just in one stimuli.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Everything is explained in one stimulus.
Yeah, even this stream winner has to feel it in one stimuli. That's where the whole thing is. That's where what Aranwanse is talking about has come out, because if one stimuli wasn't felt as a thing and the feel of existence is broken, that completely explains the whole thing. That means you are born in every stimuli. And once the stimuli is not a thing, you are not born. That's the basic, important, I don't know, I don't have words to say anymore.
That's the Buddhakshanya, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember there was a question either today morning or last night, Deshan, I can't remember, probably today morning, 5 o'clock. One mother asked about now if a fetus dies, then there is no sort of life and it will get
I think
evacuated.
last night, yeah. That was, he has
That
explained
was-
it multiple times.
Yes. Because in that also he said that it is just one spark or one vibration, and then there's nothing called this vibration going to another fetus when it happens. The vibration becomes synchronized. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Synchronicity, or the ability to synchronize, is the beauty of the, or actually that is the samsaric cycle, I think.
Cycle, yes.
This whole thing is so natural also. There's no self, but this keep happening. That is the aviññānaka way. I don't know what is the word for that. Aviññānaka way to, if you start looking at this phenomena aviññānaka way. Do you have a good word, Surangika, for that?
Aviññānaka is looking at it from a lens of non-self vibration.
That's good. Yeah. Oh my God, you are so good in that non-self angle. Yeah. 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 If that can be done, this whole thing is like easy. That's it. This whole story becomes easy. Why the scientists are struggling is because they have so much ideas about self and the consciousness, and because they have taken this consciousness as, power of us. They can't deviate from that, but I think in the future they will deviate from that and start understanding more about this.
I think there are people, probably even people like Stephen Hawking and Arthur C. Clarke kind of cottoned on to it, isn't it? There are aspects in their teachings or in their books where they lean towards the fact that they can't find the doer. But they haven't really quite touched it.
Yeah, they didn't actually touch it in a way saying Lord Buddha actually knew the answer.
Exactly,
they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They never say that in that sense. Even if they suspect it, they might not say that because it's not there.
But although they embark on those experiments through a point from a knowledge perspective and a curiosity and a passion for science and so on, I think some of those people have the feel, and ultimately it leads them to the feel. They can't really put their finger on it, but they get the feel that this is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Meaning, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are actually going into the 4 o'clock mark now.
Yes.
So we will stop the Zoom meeting for today, and we thank Shani every day, and we thank our Hanse for letting us know all these actually ground-breaking revelations and the science of samsara and science of nirvana. Thank you, Aranansa, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Everyone, son and Dhamma friends.
Everyone, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 14, second paragraph. If you believe in the outside, you could say that you create karma, which will take you in an endless cycle of rebirths and deaths. Also, if you believe in the outside, according to your verbal, bodily and mental actions, you would create good merits or bad merits and suffer endlessly. But when you turn towards the practical side of being on the path, you won't accumulate karma. When you go on the path, you will only consider the working of the Hetupala Dhamma. And one day, when you realize the pure truth, you will always see Dharmatava, which means that nothing exists. Iti imasmin sati idan hoti, imasmin asati idan na hoti. The meaning of the text above is, if you believe in a thing outside, then another thing would be created. But if you don't believe in a thing outside, then nothing will be created. In other words, what it means is, if there is a light, you can see. But if there isn't any light, you cannot see anything. The same way, if you don't believe in the outside, if you know that it is an illusion, then there won't be any reason for a thought to be formed. Chakkum paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku viññāna. This means, if your eyes receive some light and an image, only a thought is created in the eye consciousness. The image does not contain anything. Therefore, the image is only a thought. The discourse of the Mahanidana Sutra and the Salayatana Sutra teaches you how the mind consciousness is created. The eye consciousness does not recognize any object that falls upon it. The eye consciousness is similar to a camera. It only takes a photograph. The eye consciousness receives only a shape and a spark. Thank everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. So today also, let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
We pay homage to our announcing and the Triple Gem Lord. We will start the discussion today as we were talking about very specific sentence in the book. I think we have talked about this before, but we can elaborate on that a little bit more. Dr. Sakuntala, do you think you can start the discussion about that, or is it?
Yes, තෙරුවන් සරණයි. We pay our homage to ආරයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. Do you mean the sentence, the chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku viññānaṁ? Is that the sentence you were trying to discuss?
What Chani was reading?
Yes, yeah, I think that is the sentence, yes. In Pali it says chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku viññānaṁ tinnang sangati passo. That is, and I think that is a Pali term that she was reading. And in Sinhala, there is something related to that actually. Is the I permanent, or the what you see is permanent? And then the other monk says, no Bhante, it is not permanent. Then the Lord Buddha asks whether then is the self-perception real, or is it something existing? And the monk says no. Am I correct, Dr. Kokila? Is that the thing that you are planning to discuss?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So basically, this is a very famous phrase in Buddhist teaching, and also it sort of gives the spirit of the teaching of Lord Buddha. And that sentence actually explains about the vision or the creation of the vision, but it has to be applied to all other five senses also. But because the eye is an important sense of faculty, I think we can elaborate on that, and subsequently that has to be applied, or that has to be explained in relation to all the other five faculties. So the first part is that, as I mentioned earlier, the Lord Buddha asked monks, is the eye faculty, or is the vision, or what you see is real? So the monk says no. So
okay,
what does
can we elaborate on that a little bit? Like...
Yes. What does it mean actually? Is seeing, or what you see, is it true or is it real? That is the basic meaning of that sentence. So what does it mean actually? Now, in the mundane world, or the person who has no idea about this Buddhist teaching, including us, I mean, we were all in that level. What we accept is that we have a world, and then we see the world with our eyes. And we mean eyes means that the physical eye. So if the person is totally blind, there is nothing that the person can see, but a person who has a functional material eye can see this material world, and then we assume that what we see is real. But in Buddhist teaching, actually the meaning of the chakku, or the eye, if it is directly translated to Sinhala, it's the asa, or in English it is eye, and in Pali it is chakku. But actually the chakku doesn't mean that the materialistic eye, what is made up of flesh and various other soft tissues, blood, all that. So it doesn't mean that physical eye. The meaning of the chakku, or we call it eye faculty, means that it is a function of seeing. So function of the seeing, is it real? That means Lord Buddha is asking, what you see, can you take it as real? Uh, now, now in our teaching, we know that eye functions, the physical eye functions as a camera. So the eye cannot decide what the picture is. So in certain circumstances, when the suitable circumstances are there will be some pictures formed, or there will be some vibration of the physical eye, which leads to the ability to see something. Now, this ability to see is solely depends on the capacity of that sense of eye faculty. So, different animals will have different types of eye faculties. The nature of the eye faculty greatly varies from animal to animal, insect to insect, and even among the animals or the human beings of the same species will have some difference in the way that the eye faculty is functioning. Actually, the function means the eye faculty. So when you take this fact, what the depending on the ability of the eye faculty, there is a shape, or we can call it a light is created. That is a result of some vibration that occurs in the eye. And because this vibration is a very fast action, extremely fast, which we cannot give in number, we cannot tell the speed in number, and there is a very fast action which creates something which looks like real. So in other words, if that speed is not there, we will not have this creation of the shape or the light. So a form of shape is created, but the eye doesn't know how to name it, doesn't recognize what it is. So the more important step, which occurs almost at the same time, we cannot see a time gap between these two actions. What happens is the mind will recognize what it is. Now, when I tell that mind will recognize, actually there is nothing called mind. There is no separate sort of component called mind. It is actually a collective function of the other sense faculties will give rise to the mind or the mind faculty. And this is, in simple words, we call thought. So thought is the one which gives the naming. Then the question comes, how did the mind or how did the thought know what it is? That this is the place, this is the instance where we should know about our what is called the Ubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, means the ability to use the data which happened in the past. So in Buddhism, we do not describe something called memory actually, but when it is something called cause and effect phenomenon. So when that system had some form of exposure in the past, and there was this thought formation in the past in relation to that stimulus, which means some form of identification. Now, for example, we take the example a tree, a banana tree. So the recognition of the banana tree is always a spark which happened in the past, and that will occur at this moment, and the mind will recognize, the mind faculty will recognize it as a banana tree. So when you sort of see this sequence of action, it's very clear that the picture which was created, the shape which was created by the eye faculty, is not something unique to all the animals. And even the animals of the same species, for example, even the human beings, depending on the nature of that person's eye faculty, there may be some structural abnormalities like color blindness, and maybe some visual problems which are sort of individualized. So depending on the capacity of that eye faculty, the picture which was created as a result of that fast vibration can vary. So therefore, you cannot see what was seen is not true. You cannot take it as real. It's merely a creation of the eye faculty. And then the recognition of that shape again is not unique to everybody, because it depends on the data, or depends on the spark which occurred in the previous instances. It can vary. Now, for example, if you see the banana tree. Now, a person who is in the tropical countries, who is familiar with the tree, has the previous data, to identify it as a banana tree. That means a previous spark. As a child, the parents will show the tree, and then along with the eye vibration, there will be a vibration of the ear with the sound, naming it as banana tree. So that data will not be there for every person. A person who is living in snowy countries, very cold countries, where they have never seen a banana tree, even on a television or any other social media, the eye faculty will have the vibration and then recognize a shape, but the naming will not be there. So therefore, what is created by the eye faculty, that means what is seen, is not unique. You cannot say that that is the thing which is outside there, because it solely completely depends on the function of that system's eye faculty. So therefore, that the sentence that Lord Buddha asked, is it true? What is seen, is it true? No. The monks responded saying that it is not true. What was created by the sensor, or what was created by the eye faculty, is taken as true. So that is the ignorance. Dr. Kokila, anything to correct in that part I mentioned? Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, no, actually, when the child is about 7 years, human, we are talking about humans. When a child has grown to about 7 years of age, usually they directly can see the chair, they directly can see mother, they directly can see the car, home. So the mindful world has started, and it is consolidated as well. Because consolidation is not there when you're about 2 years of age or 3 years of age. All the perceptions are there, but they are not consolidated as such for child to, like, say, that is my mother. That's not there. They know that there's a perception, but the perception level has gone to the level to the view that is my mother, that is the chair. So the view has fully developed, fully consolidated. When a child is around 7 years of age, then we see directly the things, the people, the stuff. We don't recognize anything else. very consolidated dream, and which is felt as true. No one told us anything else. It was the truth. I can remember how we like get amazed at some things happening around us, and sometimes how we get terrified of things that happen around us when we were like, 10 years of age or something, how things were so obvious to us, like very true, because we have never heard any Dhamma as this before. So that kind of mind, we see directly things, and that's what Lord Buddha asks, is that true? No. If that is not true, that whatever what mind has produced, if that is not true, can the other side be true? What is the other side? Because there's duality. When the chair is there, you are there, because the seeing or the doer or the person who sees that chair is there, or person who hears the car horn is there when you hear the car horn. So it is already established now, this duality, and but if one side is not true, can the other side be true? No, because this is the effect. What is the effect? When the stimulus is a thing, only this side is there. That is the cause and effect. So yeah, that is the beauty, actually, to understand if this is not there, that is not there, isn't it? Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you are explaining the practical side, because I mostly described the sort of from the knowledge, but you are sort of explaining from the practical side. Please go ahead. I think that is a good explanation.
Yeah. So by about 7 years of age, Lord Buddha says someone is actually suitable to understand this Dhamma. Why? Because the full mind has been formed and consolidated. Then only we can understand this Dhamma, how we are fooled. Because to even understand Dhamma, we need the mind. We need kind of this thinking process. But still, we need to understand how what we see or what we hear in that sense, or what we feel is not true, because we feel water. We don't, it's nothing about liquidity and stuff. We directly feel water. We feel hot water sometimes, but we don't say there's like a temperature change. We don't say that. We never can appreciate that. So directly it would be hot water or cold water in that sense, but it is water. And when we eat, it is some bread with butter. We never talk about like there's some sensory modality working. We don't talk about that. We usually talk about that. Yeah, I ate bread and butter. So is that true? But Buddha asks, and that's not true. How can that be true? And Dr. Sakuntala correctly explained how that is not true, because that is the mind is never true. We use it. It happens. What is mind is rapid flowing of thoughts. There's no mind organ, specific mind organ anywhere in this body. It's the rapid flowing of thoughts. So are the thoughts true? They are not true. Even the words we talk now, they are not true. But we talk, yes. We communicate, yes. We in this forum or any Buddha like this, the Buddothpado forums, we try to communicate the fact that none of these things are true. So when these things are not true, the person who sees, the person who feels, the person who hears, or the person who thinks, or the doer, or the duality, can that exist? No. Yeah, no. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And that is actually the birth as well. When that is there, the birth is there. What birth? The subjective objective thing. If the object is there, there's the subject is always there. So that's the birth. Actually, what Lord Buddha is trying to say is it true? No. If that one is not true, this can't be true. Then we understand the basic Buddhist teaching. That's a very basic thing. There's a lot underneath, but that's a very basic thing. Yeah, that's so beautiful. Anything to add?
Yes, Dr. Hockler. Actually, as you said, the I faculty or the function of the I is not true. I mean, it's just created something, some creation due to fast speed. So it looks as if it is there, but it's not really there. So it is an illusion. And then collective function of these sense faculties will end up having the thoughts. Then when the basic the foundation is not true, that means the faculty function, the creation of the eye, ear, nose, all those sense faculties, when they are not true, the collective function of those is the thought, then thought cannot be true. So as you very correctly said, we experience the world. I mean, we see always, we don't see a shape, but we see a bus. We don't see a shape, we see a rose flower. So the sensor level is completely covered by the thoughts, and then automatically it's a thought which is surfaced. So we see the thoughts. Actually, the thoughts are seen, thoughts are heard, thoughts are tasted, like we taste a chocolate, but it's not, we don't realize that it is basically a taste due to vibration of the tongue, but straight away it comes as a chocolate, so which is a thought. And we smell thoughts. We don't feel the smell, which is the basic thing underneath, but we smell the fragrance of a rose flower or a jasmine flower. And when it comes to the skin, we feel the cold feeling of blowing wind. We don't recognize that cold vibration or cold feeling due to the vibration of the skin, but it straight away comes up as the blowing wind. So like that, we are wherever it's a thought always, and we experience the thoughts, and thoughts are the one which manipulate everything, and even the function of the physical body, move all sorts of movements, are manipulations of the thought, which means there is a power generated, and then the power of the thought will manipulate the physical body. So it's a changing pattern of the thoughts, isn't it? The thoughts are changing. And then we, like the physical body, is like a puppet and acting according to the power of the thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was well said, actually. And to add to that, even after understanding this Dhamma, nothing changes. Nothing changes. Only this power will start to reduce day by day, because this power underneath this wrong impression we have, because the wrong impression is that there is a self and there's a doer, there is someone who is feeling all these things. That brings a massive power. You can even kill someone thinking that person is the one who is shouting at me, or slap someone, or or do anything in that sense. So how did that power come from? How did that power arise? That power arise from the ignorance, and ignorance is about that there is a self. Because what we already had the discussion is about how there is no self. But when we have the ignorance, we feel that there is someone, and you want to feel more, you want to see more, you want to think more, you want to hear more. Why? Because there's a person who is entertaining all these faculties. So the person starts needing more and more things. Never a person will be happy. Just, one day a person had a chocolate, and that person, yeah, I had a chocolate. Yeah, I have had it in my life before. No one is like satisfied like that. And if you see the chocolate again in the shopping center, you might be like, yeah, that thing brought me some, kind of satisfaction, or nandi, or some enjoyment. Can I have that again? Children will ask this question again and again. You know how bad it is to walk around a shopping center with kids, how tempted they would be. So it's natural thing, but this is because of the ignorance that actually a perception is bringing the sensation of satisfaction, not actually the taste. Because the taste actually can't do that. That chocolate can do that. But specifically, the tongue vibration can't bring a specific. It gives you the sense of existence. But actual extension of that is needing more and more chocolate. It's funny, and it's kind of really interesting too, how to understand how this power works, how this power is lying underneath and works as like a ghost. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but like underneath there's kind of a manipulative force. So Dhamma explains everything, and this force is going to get reduced every day, because you keep understanding. Yes, what did Lord Buddha say? If the power is there, you are there, and when you are there, there is always suffering, because that's due to ignorance that you keep things taking as evident. So if the chocolate is there, suffering is there.
Thirvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I am going to explain about the Nissarana Magatu, Path to Liberation, the sermon Aryan Vahanse has done 6 years earlier and uploaded in the same time to the YouTube. The way out, a drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the spiritual master who's having the highest wisdom in this era, is preaching Lord Buddha's Dhamma on Lord Buddha's true Dhamma. Aryan Vahanse is explaining to the people in this world in different languages. So each and every this Dhamma discourse is based on true Buddhist philosophy, which is hidden for more than 1,000 years and now revealed by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, how the human realm is actually based on the mind and the world, how the human realm people are leading their lives without a ending of samsaric journey. So the main point is to understand what is the world. When understanding what is the world, then only each and every human being is able to redeem from this world, the samsaric journey. So, though we are seeing a world, hearing a world, feeling a world, the world is creating inside each and every human mind based on thoughts and consciousness. That is the reason people are unable to find what is actually happening, because the people in this human realm always trying to control the outside world, but it is not possible because the creation of the world is happening inside the mind, happening inside the mind. But with the perceptions coming through the sixth sense system. Therefore, we must understand the true Buddhist philosophy to overcome this situation. Therefore, Aryan Vahanse is doing each and every sermon based on true Buddhist philosophy. That means understanding the mind-based world and how to overcome it. You will have to see each and every objective. Aryan Vahanse is explaining in Nissarana Maga 2 sermon. Each and every human being who are having a complete need to go out of this samsaric journey, they will have to see each and every objective appearing in the mind. So just imagine there is a tree in front of you. You can see a tree. As soon as you see this tree, if you know the name of it, you will remember, recollect, and aware of it. But though you are seeing a tree, you are just seeing a shadow image of the tree, because the tree outside is, whether there is a tree outside, you are seeing only a mirror image. That means a shape, a form of it through your eye lenses. Therefore, each and every form you are seeing is creating inside your mind as a shadow. You are seeing a tree means you can see only a shadow of the tree outside. The shadow image is creating inside the mind through your eye lenses. It is happening because of the light vibration. And when you see the shadow image, that means the form, as soon as you see this, the shadow image of the tree inside your mind, if you know the name of it, you will remember the name of the tree. With that name, thinking that this is a tree according to the shape of the tree, and then you will think based on the perception and conceptualizing through it. That means reflecting on what is perceived, knowing it. So that means when you see the form created, the form of the tree is creating inside your mind, the mind is giving you a name. Whether if you are knowing that tree, what it is tree, then a name is coming. That means eye consciousness tells you, oh, that is what you are seeing is a form of a jack tree. Because you have the, when you think about it, reasoning based on perception, conceptualizing through perception, then you know. Then you know it's a shape of, that means you are seeing a form of a jack tree. After knowing it, you will feel to cut the tree even. Yes. After knowing what you are seeing is a jack tree, you will feel to cut the tree. Coming again to a karmic action because of the ignorance. You are creating this tree and thinking that this tree has a big value. Yes, you are creating the image of the jack tree inside your mind and thinking it has a big value. Then you are coming to a karmic action to cut the tree, right? Because you think you can cut it and sell it for a big value. Here what happens is explained in Dhamma, avijja paccaya sankhara. That is the Lord Buddha's words. So Aryan Hanse's explanation is conditioned by ignorance. Mental formations arise. Conditioned by ignorance. Mental formations arise. That is what the meaning of avijja paccaya sankhara. The mental formations are arising based on this, the form of the jack tree is to cut it and sell it. That mental formations are arising. Again in Dhamma, there is a saying, Sankara Pachya Vijnana. That means conditioned by formations. Consciousness arises. That means conditioned by mental formations, consciousness arises. That means when there are mental formations, consciousness is arising. That means the knowing is happening. So here the knowing comes because of the light vibration, the knowing is happening. You are seeing a form of a tree and the knowing is coming. That is a jack tree, and based on the past data, and now the consciousness arises. That means you are creating this sankhara, mental formation, due to avijja, ignorance, creating this knowing. That means you are creating this mental formation due to ignorance. And the knowing is also happening. You are coming to these mental formations because you came to know this is a tree with the consciousness. Because the mental formations of cutting the tree has come because you came to know this is a jack tree with the consciousness. And you are going to do another karmic action. That means you are going to cut the tree and sell, which has happened due to ignorance. This story has then become the other way around. That means both way it can be happened. In Dhamma it says, Vijnana Paccaya Sankhara. Yes. Earlier we said Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana. Earlier we said conditioned by mental formations, consciousness arises. Here again the other way around. Conditioned by consciousness, mental formations arise. Then this is due to this dependent origination. Dependent origination comes in both ways. Paticca samuppada. In Dhamma, that means the dependent origination. Dependent origination comes in both ways. There are two ways of two ways of remembering dependent origination. You can see that. One is Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnana. That means conditioned by name and form, consciousness arises. That means the way of the thoughts are creating. When there is name and form, they come together, and the consciousness, the knowing is happening. We can say a little boy. A little boy means a form of a little boy, and the name is the little boy. Then the form and the name, conditioned by the name and the form, consciousness is arising as a little boy. The other way around is Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. That means it's happening the other way around as well. That means conditioned by consciousness, name and form arises. Yes, that means when we are when we see a plate of uh, something on a plate to eat, then we are coming to know there is rice and curry, like that. The other way around. Can see it in both ways, as the forward order and the reverse order. That is how the creation of the thoughts in the mind is happening. It's happening in the both ways. This whole Dhamma is dependent origination. This whole Dhamma is dependent origination. Paticca Samuppadaya. This whole Dhamma is Chaturarya Satya, the four noble truths. That means Dukkha, the sorrow, Dukkha Samudaya, how the sorrow created, Nirodha, and how this the cessation of suffering, and the marga, that means the path to cessation of suffering. So this is the four ways Lord Buddha has revealed, and Aryan Vahanse is now very correctly explaining to the human world to overcome the suffering of samsara. But for you to understand this Dhamma, the path in eightfold path. Yes, we have to follow the eightfold path to overcome the samsaric journey. That is what Lord Buddha has showed us to overcome the samsaric journey. First one is right view. Right view means looking at the world the correct way, looking at the world that this world is not true, and that is the right way of looking at the world. Like that, there are eightfold paths explained in Dhamma to overcome the suffering. But first and foremost, there should be right view. For the last 1,000 years, there was no right view. That is why all the Buddhists have not attained Nibbana because there was no right view. Right view is we have to understand the world is not true and there is nobody in this body. That is why samudaya, seeing the arising, occurring, and that is what you should do for the nirodha, cessation. That means you must see the arising and the fading of these thoughts, because this sansaric journey is created inside the mind, inside the human mind. So how it is arising and fading means, how it is creating in the mind means, actually through these thoughts only, this mind based world is creating because of the thoughts. Actually we didn't know about this for more than 1,000 years because it was hidden. Now only our great spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vanse is showing that. So Lord Buddha explained, to attain Nibbana, what shall we do? We must see the arising and fading of all objective thoughts happening in the human mind. But according to Aryan Vahanse is telling, understanding the true Dhamma and understanding there is no world outside, it's only a shadow effect in the mind, and that shadow effect is also not permanent, it's just appearing and disappearing, and there is, this body is just a six sense system and there is no self here. That is why the most important thing of this Buddhothpada Dhamma is, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is all the time trying to give them this message. There is no self here. If there is a self only, all these problems are happening. But to see that, to understand there is no self here, there is no world also here. We should see first there is nothing outside or inside here. Because just all those are just creations. Only for a fraction of mind only this whole world is creating and disappearing, appearing and disappearing, creating and ceasing. So when we see that, we know there's nothing outside. In the human realm, people are suffering because they are thinking this world is outside. That is the biggest problem they have. So they do not know the shadow effects about this mind. This is a projection. The mind is just a projection of the outside, and the world is creating inside each and every person's mind according to their thoughts and intentions. But when the mind chattering is happening, when the thoughts and intentions are creating, these people, everybody is trying to take out those thoughts and intention to outside and going to match the things outside with the inside thoughts and intentions. Where there is the suffering begins, because Whatever you see through your eyes is only a shadow effect of the outside. But you think what you are seeing is in the outside. But it is not so. Without knowing, due to the ignorance, you are taking the thought outside and going to match it. Where there is duality arises, and the inside and outside arises, and the outer world become true for you. Then only this karmic cycle is happening to you, because Lord Buddha has taught us not about the karmic actions. Lord Buddha said this whole thing, that's his whole samsaric journey created inside human mind, is based on the cause and effect law. So we should understand the cause and effect law. This body is also working according to the cause and effect law. But people are not knowing, unknowingly, they are just running out with what they see and what they hear and what they feel. They think those things are true, and they are outside, and they are going to match the things outside with the inner shadows. But they can't find anything outside according to their thoughts and uh, intentions. Then the problem occurs. That means the suffering is coming to you, because suffering is coming to you because you the things outside, you can't control the things outside according to your way. Nothing is there you can control, or nothing is there you can keep. But the main problem here is you have a craving. The craving is underneath each and every thought, and each and everything you see, you hear, and you feel. The craving is underneath there. Due to the craving, you want to keep, there is a wanting to keep each and everything uh, around you. You are trying to keep it forever. That means keep it with you. That is happening due to ignorance. It's like this. When we are sitting in a cinema hall, sitting on a chair and watching a cinema, cinema is happening, just a creation. For the moment, it's happening on a blank wall, and we are thinking the people, actors and actresses are real, and we are trying to keep them there. We keep them on that wall permanently. It is something like that. That is what happening here. So we should see the arising and fading of cessation of each and every thought, samudaya and nirodhaya. We will have to see and understand. That means in this moment you can see a wall, and when you turn your head, you can see a coconut tree. Then again you can turn to the other side, and you can see a chair and a photo. Like that. What you are seeing is changing time to time. It's changing. So It's changing time to time. But you are thinking it's permanently there. No. You first you saw a image of the form of a wall, image of a wall. Then you saw a image of a shadow of a coconut tree. Then you saw a shadow of a chair and a photo. Likewise, it is changing. Time to time, it is changing. Then we have to see that the first thought occurred based on the wall and it has gone away. It has ceased. Then again we saw the coconut tree. That thought, that object arisen and passed away. The chair came and it's also went away, like that. Each and every time what we see is changing and what we hear is also changing and what we feel also changing. All these things are happening based on the vibrations, nature of vibrations. When you see samudaya arising and disappearing, you should do the following meditation. Aryan Vahanse is explaining. When we are able to see the arising and fading, we should do the following meditation. What is it? Samudaya Dhammanupassi. Contemplating the nature of arising. Yes, we have to contemplate the thought, nature of arising. So, now it's raining outside. Now, it's raining outside. Now, I will have to contemplate the nature of arising, the thought of raining. So, I can see through my eye lenses. There is water coming from the sky to down to the land. That means earth. Sky to earth, there is a continuous flow of water. And I can hear a sound through my eyes, flowing of water. Rain water is flowing and can hear that. So, but I see these raining is I am seeing through my eye lenses, and it's a shadow image of the outside. Shadow image of raining is arising in the mind. That is called samudaya. And the sound of raining is also coming through the ears. That is also samudaya, arising. The arising of the image of the rain and the sound of the rain. And there is a feeling also. There is a little cold feeling is also coming through the body skin. Body skin, there is a cold feeling. So that is also, that is coming through the body skin. So seeing, hearing and touching, the coldness is touching the body skin. So these three things are happening. That means arising. And it is then the consciousness is understanding, knowing that there is raining, but whether there is raining outside, the raining sensation is happening, the seeing of raining, hearing of raining, and feeling of raining all are happening inside the mind. So that is how we are contemplating the nature of arising and passing away. So when we see the form of the picture of raining, and then it is passing away in the same moment, and then the hearing is coming, hearing is happening, arising the hearing, then again the arising the hearing is also passing away, and the cold touch is arising through the body skin. So this is Samudaya Dhammanupassi, contemplating the nature of arising and contemplating the nature of passing away. Likewise, we can do so many things. We can do so many examples. We can give so many examples to understand these thoughts. That means when we are walking on the road, there are so many forms we can see. When we are walking on the road, we can see vehicles are passing. As soon as one vehicle goes, another one is coming. Another one is coming. And we can see the nature of arising one form, and it is then the nature of passing away is also happening at the same time. Then again another kind of vehicle is coming, maybe a big bus. Then we can see the nature of arising, and we can see the nature of passing away when the bus passes on. And also we can hear the sound of them also. We can hear the arising of the noise of the bus, and we can hear the passing away of that sound as well. Like that, we can each and every moment in this mind, there are so many things comes in and passing away. That means arising and passing away is happening each and every moment. So when we are understanding this, we will be able to redeem from the mind and the world and the body. So when we are understanding, we are seeing just images, shadow images only seeing, and there is no person here to watch them even. That is also this body is also a shadow image. There's no self here. So if there is a creation of arising of a form, we must always think and understand it is a perception. We live within millions of perceptions. We live within millions of perceptions. This body is also a perception. So there's nobody called me here. Me, my mind is also a perception. This body is also a perception. When we are seeing something means we see perceptions coming through this sixth sense system. Most of the perceptions are coming through the mind sensor because it is always showing us a continuous film. So when there are a lot of perceptions, they come as forms and names. When we see a form, when we see the flow of the water, at once the name came, the rain. The name is the rain. Name came from the eye consciousness and said, oh, it's raining. You are seeing the raining, shadow of the raining. So the name is coming from the mind based on the data entered from the early childhood. So we are seeing the rain and the name is coming. Likewise, each and everything, there are names and forms. When the names and forms are combining, at once all these perceptions has a big power. And when the perceptions are coming inside as names and forms, they are also having power. So when the forms and names are combining, there is a big power creating there. And when the consciousness happens, the thought is transforming to consciousness, and there is a very big power in that consciousness. Human mind consciousness is having a very big power, and in that mind consciousness, always looking at the thoughts in different angles and giving so many thought processes. So when there is rain, so many thought processes are happening. But everything is happening with the synchronization. That is the hidden nature of this, hidden thing of this nature. With the ice, vibration of ice, vibration of light, and vibration of the objective. All three things comes together and we see something as rain. Hearing is also the same and the body touch is also the same. The synchronization is the main thing happening here, and in the mind sense also synchronization happens. When we see raining, there are so many thoughts according to synchronization is coming through the mind. That is the wonder of this true Dhamma, because Aryan Mahansa is explaining such a wonderful Dhamma based on true teachings of Lord Buddha, which is not anywhere in this world, only in Sri Lanka, Wisdom of Asia and Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. You can understand this. If you do that meditation, that means Samudaya Dhammanupassi, Vaya Dhammanupassi, contemplating the nature of arising and contemplating the nature of passing away. If you do that meditation, something as this tree is occurring in the mind only. Yes, when you do this arising and fading meditation, something as this tree is occurring in the mind only. You will understand it is just a occurrence. in the mind only. It's a shadow image. What you are seeing is only a shadow image. This whole world you see as shadow images, and you hear the whole world as sound vibrations, and the body touch, each and every kind of body touch is also a shadow feeling you can have, you will be having. At the same time, you feel that the tree is not true. Yes, you know that what you are seeing as a tree is not true. It is only a shadow. When we go in front of a mirror, we see our body there, the shadow of our body. But we know it's not true, it's only a shadow. The same way, see this world. See what you see, what you hear, and what you feel is the same. All those things are just shadows only. Just shadows only. And there is nobody here to see or hear or feel those shadows. Because this human body is just a machine. It's completely a robot. Nothing else. Completely a robot. This machine is. Uh, it's happening, it's working according to the data put it inside to it. So that is the nature of this. And when you see the tree, you know that tree is not true. That is the point of redeeming. Yes. Actually speaking, to redeem from this wheel of suffering, we should practice this contemplation. That means we must always understand what we are seeing is only shadows. So the person who is seeing shadows only, then there's no need for him to fight with another shadow. So this system, there's no need for this system to fight with the shadow, and there's no need for this system to rob shadows, or quarrel with shadows, or argue with shadows. You know, you are dreaming, you are daydreaming. It's a kind of a daydreaming. You are in a dream world. The stories we read in the early childhood, we saw so many stories, nice stories like that. This is also a shadow dream. We are seeing, we are hearing and feeling. So, by understanding these shadow images, and this body is just a machine, completely a robot. Robot is also acting like a person. No? The same way this body is. This body is just acting like a person, but it's only a robot, only a machine of the nature. That is why this outer space is untouchable. Actually speaking, this outer world is untouchable. We can't touch them, we can't hear them, we can't see them. Just we are seeing just shadows, hearing just shadow vibrations, and touching also the shadow like touches. Therefore, when understanding this truth, true Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is very well explaining to the human beings in Sri Lanka and this whole world to understand this. By understanding this, you will be able to see there is no need to suffer, and there should be no craving. Your craving will go down, and your self perception is also go down, because there is no self here, and the craving will vanish little by little, because you can't keep shadows with you permanently, because shadows, we can't keep shadows. When we see a mirror, we can see so many shadows, but we know we can't keep those shadows. Then what is the point of trying to keep these shadows? No way. There's no way to keep the shadows. So understanding this true Dhamma, this wonderful Dhamma, the true nature of the human mind and the mind-based world. What is the use of suffering? We are just seeing a film. Then when we will be able to watch the film without without acting in the film. We know there is no point of acting. We can just be there and mindfully watching, mindfully hearing, and mindfully feeling. There is no need of worrying. No need of worrying with if there is nobody in this, there is no self in this body, and if there is nothing outside, everything is shadows. So what is the point of uh, feeling sad, or what is the point of feeling mm, and dancing like mad people? Both are useless. Your mind will be becoming calm and quiet, and there will be no much of problems for you to solve, because no point of catching things and bothering about them. No botheration, no displeasure, because when you are trying to seek pleasure from outside, nobody can have pleasure, because all those pleasures are for a fraction of a second only. Therefore, running behind sensual pleasure is a complete disaster, because shadows can't give you pleasure. The only pleasure you can have is to the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. That is what Lord Buddha has told 2600 years ago, and the true Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse from Sri Lanka, the wisdom of Asia, is now revealing. This is the greatest revelation for the human world. There is nobody out there to take you to heaven. The heaven and hell, everything is made in your mind. There are 31 planes of existence. All those 31 planes of existence are happening at this fraction of this moment based on your thoughts. If you are having a angry and craving thoughts, you are actually at this moment you are in a lower realm. If you are having a very kind and calm, compassionate thoughts, you are in a higher realm. Likewise, we are going round and round in these 31 planes of existence, each and every moment of this living in this life, not after death. At the final thought, if you have final thoughts, that will be considering the next synchronization, because there's no death here and there's no birth also here. So the final moment in this human plane, if you have a very rough thought at the final moment, you will be synchronizing. That means synchronization will happen to a lower realm. If there are no thoughts in the mind, that means you are not going to born again. There's no need to born again. We have to end the life circle. That is the most important things we have to do as human beings. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
inside silence, with all things going round, wild voices, storms passing mild. Sit still, do not flee, just watching what arises in me. Breath by breath the noises fly, like passing clouds across the sky. Inside silence, inside meditation, where I meet myself only to see there's no one called me. No honor, no claim, just a flicker of a nameless fame. Inside silence, the knot comes free. Inside silence, and simply be. Thoughts like waves just rise and break. Joy and sorrow are all the same. No one to hold, no one to push. Inside silence is calm and gloss. Not mine, not me, not who I am, just flowing like a river, just flying like a bird. The world keeps turning loud and fast. Here I learn to let things pass. No self, no God, no self to prove. A quiet place where no one moves. Buddothpado, the guiding light, shows the way and shining bright. Seek deeply and one will find that there's no one inside.
War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts bear the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight. Childhood stolen in the dark of night. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Will heal the world. Will heal the Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Will heal the world. Will heal the world.
May Triple Jim bless you all. Thank you, Harano, for your noble guidance. Sanai Shamba.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Yeah. Today morning sermon I couldn't finish, but I actually came to about I think middle of when Aranyanse was talking. I came to about middle of that, but I couldn't finish it.
Yes.
Last night when I finished.
Yes, I heard both. Yes, Doctor.
Okay, good. That's good. Anything?
I think what we were discussed also discussed in those sermons, no, Doctor?
If you can understand, that's good.
Yes.
Yeah. May have. I haven't finished the last. I think there's a very good discussion ongoing with Asanti, but I couldn't finish it.
Yes, actually, Doctor, that means the same thing. That means the feeling is not there. Still, that means Miss Asanti was telling, can't take it. That means forcefully can't take like that. But when Miss Asanti was talking to a lady, Aryan Wahanse joined and said, because all are seeing the world as true. That lady was describing something about someone
So some story. So Aryan Hanse said, you all are taking those stories as existing.
Existing. And also I wanted to add, Champa, hereafter,
Yes.
when we talk, don't get into habit of like praising as a person, like no need to do that. That's not good. Like,
Right. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's not good. Just drop that. But that's just a reminder. Yeah, actually, yes. The main thing to understand is this sasava and how this get applied everywhere. Like how every stimuli is getting dirty. Like how you know, the Suduradi Kada. You know, we all had a Suduradi Kada. Kind of Suduradi Kada, but we can't really call it Suduradi Kada. Yes, but this there was a time that we didn't have the self view or the self perception.
Yes.
There was a time that we didn't have any fear of death.
Yes.
But then it manifested to this, because it is good that it is manifesting, because then only we can actually catch it and kill it. But the thing is, catching and killing it is not easy, because there is some perceptions which may be having some power. But the important thing is understanding this situation, how this works, and how keep feeling this.
Yes.
Better not translate it to words, rather than that actually try and feel that. That is the importance of that.
Okay, doctor.
Any questions you got?
Question, not much, doctor. Actually, I was feeling very pathetic about the situation when Aryan Vanse was going here and there. He has to face so many difficulties. That is why, because of the value of our spiritual master, the people are not actually feel it. I think, doctor. I am feeling something actually. Because there should be a proper way to handle him, I think, doctor, more than this. And at the same time, doctor, these sermons in Buddothpado PeoTV, have you noticed, doctor, these YouTube channel is not sharing. I think it's just like only very few people are watching this, doctor. You know, there is a way of sharing these YouTube channels, I think.
Yeah, I don't know much about the computers at all.
No, sharing is not sufficient. Therefore, this English thing has to go here and there, no, doctor. So it's not going so far, I think. Reach other countries, no.
Yeah, there's a possibility actually. Yeah, actually, I don't know much about this internet stuff, or I'm not good at them at all.
Yes. I must tell this to Indu I think, to look about it for us. Otherwise, in vain, no, doctor. Only 5 or 6 people seeing this like that. And I was thinking what you were telling me day before yesterday and yesterday. The self-perception and the craving, those are very much important. But I think those are the most important things to understand. And sometimes, doctor, that feeling of somebody is here, that feeling is coming, no, sometimes. So that should be contemplated, I think, no?
Yeah. Which organ was it?
Uh-huh.
Which organ was it? Which organ, where did you feel it? Is it the eye or is it the
Body.
body
Sometimes,
consciousness?
yes. Yes, I feel sometimes somebody's in this body or something like that.
Oh, that's thinking.
Ah, really?
Yeah, that's thinking. I'm talking about actual touch sensation.
No. That self-perception, I thought, no. Don't know whether about
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah. Without 6 sensory organs, you can't have a self apart from that.
Yes.
So it's only an experience which is having this problem. So when there's an experience is manifested as a self. That's how it is happening actually.
Yes, without experience, there's no self appearing.
No. That's the self view.
Self. That may be the self view then.
Yes, that's thinking. Thinking that someone is here. That is completely thinking.
Right.
That is different. This when you touch something, that the feel that you are touching something is different. Beliefs are different. No, you can believe that Sri Lanka is in the middle of the Indian Ocean. You can believe that.
Yes, but it's in the mind, no, doctor. It's in the mind. Yes.
You can believe that. At the same time, you can believe that there is a self.
Yes. It's kind of a power. No, I felt it. Oh, what is this? What is this power? Some power. It's.
Yes. I mean, I'm not saying that there is no power. But the self view is a different thing.
Yes. Okay. It's not the power, no. It's a hidden power. Yes.
The power. No. What I'm trying to say is, yes, definitely there is a power.
Yes.
We have misunderstood that as a self.
Yes. Each and every thought also having power, no? Yes.
That is the problem, no?
Yes, that is the problem. We are
The
taking.
self view is different. Self view is that power is you. You actually believe that is you.
Right.
So in that instance, you thought, this must be me. No, that's not the way to think like that. That's what I said.
I was wondering, what is this? I am feeling somebody's here. Like I was wondering.
No, that is self view.
Right.
Have to be careful.
Yes. I was thinking, oh, why? What is happening?
No, whatever happens, there is no self.
Yes, I know that.
I know that you were anything hitwane.
I was Mumbai. I was scared, you know.
My goodness.
Oh God, I'm trying to go beyond. And what is this like that?
Yeah, that's the self view.
Yes, doctor.
If you are feeling something, that is either eye, either the ear, either the touch, either the temperature, either the nose thing, smell, either the taste, or either the mind. That's all you feel.
Yes, with the feeling only that perception, that means self-perception appears.
Yes.
Right.
තනියෙන් මොකක් කරන්න බෑ.
Right.
There is no consciousness without a name and form.
Yes.
Lord Buddha said that now nicely.
Yes, name and form thought, then the consciousness. Knowing, yes.
Even name and form is there in the light consciousness.
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. But the thing is, there is a self here is in whatever that sensation.
Yes.
You actually tie that to a self. That is the main problem. That's the self view.
Right. Self view, yes.
That is what I ask you to break, because you have all the techniques and all that. That can apply later. The first thing is to attack this view.
Yes, doctor.
You keep it on top of a almirah or like a cupboard, and keep it safe.
and
Then
then go around the bush.
yes, then it is there. Yes.
It is there.
Mm.
There is self, and you are trying to catch the self. It is a view. Actually, this whole thing is
A
one
view, yeah.
thought,
Strong view.
but that
Yes.
one thought is tied to a power.
Yes. Yes. It gives that somebody is here. That
That
feeling is
power
given.
is actually either the mother or father or brother or sister or girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife,
Yes.
son, daughter,
Mm.
job, whatever.
Mm.
It's all about the mind, though,
Yes.
because touch sensation was there in the baby. There was no self-perception or self-will.
Yes.
But after this duality appears, everything is complicated now. And after that duality being there for 66 years, now the view is so strong. That's why the problem is.
Yes. Now I can really understand how the thoughts going out and creating the duality.
Yeah, but then it is very good, but
Yeah.
you have to drop the way you think.
Yes.
Because
No,
if you
not
keep thinking that okay, this must be me, this must be me, this must be me, that is not the way.
yes, yes. No, I'm not going to think. I at once I realized, oh, this is what happened just without in vain thoughts
Then you
have.
have to find, is it the flower, is it the chair, is it the fan, is it what? You have to
Yes,
find the stimulus which is having power.
yes, yes.
You can't be telling මං ඉන්නවා වගේ මොකද්ද ඒ?
Oh, yes. Mm,
That is completely different to the Dhammana.
yes. No, I'm just watching how
No, it
that.
is good that you told that so that I can now you will
Yes,
remember now
yes.
because I'm shouting at you.
Yes, yes. No, I am remembering what you're telling. I can remember no
No,
time.
don't take it the other way around. I'm not telling there is a self here. I'm
No,
telling it
no,
the other way
no.
around.
I know, doctor. I know very well that means the self is arising due to the objective thought, no?
Yes,
Happen. Yes.
yes.
Mhm.
That idea that we have that there is a self. In the morning, I was talking about that how we have the idea that body is mine.
Ah, yes.
Oh, mind is mine.
Mind is mind, yes. That is what no this whole
And
problem.
then who am I?
Mm,
You are hopeless. You don't have an answer.
yes. Very, very big misunderstanding, no? Very big
It's not
misunderstanding.
easy though. It's not
It's not.
easy.
Yes.
So you have to drop the way you think. The even there can't be any. But this is not easy. You have to have a like a full blown thing for you to actually get this other way around, so that
Yeah.
you never believe that there is a self anymore.
No, 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 no. No, no, I'm not thinking about the self even. Well, I'm wondering about what has happened really. My God, just without a proper knowing, we have done so many foolish things happened.
Yeah, that's okay. Even last night Haranahanse was saying how common sense should be there.
Yes, that is why.
Yeah, so that is okay. Go according to feel and do whatever. If you are a 7-year-old, you don't know much. So
Yes,
7-year-old will act as a 7-year-old. But if
yes,
you are a 20-year-old, 20-year-old will act as a 20-year-old.
yes,
If you are a 50-year-old, 50-year-old will act as a 50-year-old. So the common knowledge you have, everything, the way you handle things, should improve with more feel and
yes,
more feel for others too. How this would be delivered to others. That's all. No?
yes.
The life experiences are also helping to understand the Dhamma properly, Doctor. Yes.
Yes, and common sense is lacked. I mean, if you don't have much common sense,
Yes, yes,
um,
Doctor. That is absurd. Without common sense, nothing is. There is no value without common sense. It should be there.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
But the main problem we have is self view. So the
Self.
self view,
Yes.
self perception, and self vibration, all three should vanish
Yes.
for an arahant. But self view should be broken. Usually, it will be broken without any doubt if there is an experience of non-vibration, in the sense there a moment without you when
Yes.
the chair is not a thing.
Yes.
But that understanding should come from that insight should come from that experience,
Yes. Yes. Very
because then only
patient.
you will actually believe that it is a chair which gave this power. Chair power. Then when the chair has power,
Yes.
self perception is anyway there.
Yes. Yes.
If the chair power is not there, self perception can't be there, and
Yes.
the tanha,
Craving. Craving.
craving can't also be there for the existence.
Yes. There are times, Doctor. There are so many. Actually speaking, most of the time, very. That means no kind. There's no kind any kind of appearing of self, because
No. You shouldn't even say that. You have to be very careful when wording, because Aran Hanse actually doesn't appreciate halfway stuff. That's the thing.
yes, yes. He told now that without the burning also self there. Yes, last night also he told about it.
Yeah, he doesn't approve that.
Yes.
අනේ දැන්
Without
හොඳයි ඔයාට
unknowing,
මෙහෙම කියන්නේ.
yeah, unknowingly the self is there, he said, to understand it.
Yes, 100%. When you see a cup, who will love a cup?
Yes.
But then you're still there.
Yes.
But the thing is, when we say that, it is also other way around. So this is only a this discussion. Any saying should be taken with good wisdom.
Yes, wisdom. Yes.
When you say self-perception arises when the chair is a thing,
Yes.
should be felt.
Yes.
In the sense, other way around, actually. What you should be feeling is when the chair is not a thing, is completely not a thing. Not like just matanan
They are pregnant. Yes.
The akwenna has a big meaning.
Yes, yes.
Because all the mothers took it, even our everyone took it so easily.
Yes.
Now I don't care about the chair.
Yes.
Or I don't care about the sun, you can say.
But the hidden.
But the existence feel is still there.
Yes, hidden fire is there. Yes.
That is the existence feel. If you feel anything is existing, the same thing, the self is existing.
Yes. Actually speaking, we can only discuss and listening to Dhamma and do some contemplating and things like that only.
Yeah.
But this discussion is very much helpful, Doctor, for each and everybody. Some kind of discussion should be there.
Yeah, I thought the previous one had more people coming. I mean, Champa was not there at that time. There was a discussion without the whole PeoTV thing, but it had so many people coming.
Yes, they are, when the Randi mom is also there, I heard about it. I heard it.
Mm.
It was just this thing, just not in the PeoTV. It's a
Just a
normal.
YouTube thing. Yeah.
YouTube.
It's okay. Whatever happens, this improves everyone. If someone participate, they will improve.
Yes, yes, doctor. That means, doctor, though even though we are trying to give this message to the world, even, but it's actually happening in a some unknown way. No, doctor. We can't just do it. No.
No, actually, no.
Mm.
It is very very. I mean, limited in these countries. I don't think it can be done openly. But Sri Lanka, it is easy. And it's very important what Aranwansi is doing, like going from place to place and doing small talks.
Mm.
It's very good.
But
But even he has some responsibilities, according to his talks.
yes. No, but so many unwanted things are flying through YouTube, but we can't actually give the correct thing to the human world. It's a pathetic situation anyway.
Mm.
That means, doctor, to spread this true Dhamma, the nature should be there. Some that means according to the nature, is it happening?
No, effort should be there. I mean,
Effort should be there, no? Yes.
Effort should be there. The Aranwansi said even one person is enough. I think last night he said even if there is one person
Honestly,
who is
yes.
keen enough and they will have the power, they will do something.
Yes, that is what. Because the endless suffering is there, doctor, with not even for food and housing. Other than that, people have there's so many problems. So this is the most good thing to spread through the world.
Mm. Yeah, actually, everyone is suffering, even with food and lodging.
Yes.
Still, people are suffering. People are sad. People are
Yes.
anxious.
Yes,
People
doctor.
are stressed.
No,
Going crazy also sometimes.
so many people are going crazy. That is the main problem here. Because some are going crazy because of so much of pressure of the work also.
Mm.
That is also there. And some are in vain using these drugs and things like that. They are just vanishing for nothing.
You know, Champa,
Yes.
why people are using drugs or any porn or any addictions things
Yes.
is because they are out of mind at that moment. So the mind is the heavy part. No?
Yes, they want this nibbana in another way, no, doctor? That is what.
Yeah,
They
we
want
can't call it nibbana, but they can't stay in the mind. Mind is full of rubbish.
Yes.
So the pressure is too much. So they want to stay out of mind.
Yes. And they are running through here and there to fulfill their sensual pleasure, but it's also not, they can't have it also successfully, then they do it the other way around.
But
Yeah.
but doctor, these animals are not like that, no. They just eat what they want to eat, and they just however they are not doing the things like these mad things, no.
No, actually, humans, their vibration gets heavier than the animals. Animals'
Yes, yes,
vibration is not
yes,
getting heavier as such, but the human mind,
yes.
because they are having the abhisankarana, or
Ah,
the
yes.
complexity, it becomes so
Mm,
complex at the end. The
yes,
vibration is very heavy, so it
yes.
is downwards anyway.
Mm. They can't bear it up and do this and that. Some are committing suicide like that, no.
Mm.
Nobody is even talking about those things.
Mm.
Just running only. That is the wonderful people in this planet. They don't know what to do. When thinking about others, it's very pathetic, but we can't do anything, no, doctor. Each and every person should
Yeah, yeah.
think and come out, no. They have the power, no.
No, the
Yes.
thing is, if some people are not ready to listen to this,
Mm.
uh, not everyone will listen to this. Stop and listen, by the side of the road also. One might stop and listen, one might go. Who can decide that?
But doctor, in Sri Lanka, there are people very much keen to go out of this journey, samsaric journey, because they know now it's very, very troublesome, no? So, but
Mm.
they are not in a position to hear this Dhamma. It's not reaching them properly.
No, if I were in Sri Lanka also, I don't know if I will have the ability to listen,
Why, doctor?
because I didn't have time.
No, the Sri Lankans have time, doctor.
I
Why not?
didn't. I didn't have time with three little kids and
Ah, yes,
work
yes.
and all that. I didn't have time.
Yes, that is true at that time, because with the little children it's difficult. But so many other people that nowadays people are listening to other sermons of other uh,
Yeah,
priests
yeah.
also, because they know there are some kind of lectures also doing by some lay persons, lay people. Not only the priests, people are going by paying money to those things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know. I have seen some examples.
Yes.
It is. People are searching for that. Even psychologists are using these Dhamma things.
Yes.
Can I tell you something? Like psychologists are using, if a child is feeling very irritable,
Yes.
they tell
Mm.
to touch a fiddle toy, keep touching a toy.
Yes.
It's allowed in school also,
Uh-huh.
so the child can touch that, and
Yes.
like it's a small toy, so they can
Yes.
keep touching it when they are anxious.
Yes, they are keeping those teddy bears and things like to them, no, all the time with them.
Yeah, these are like actual. They are allowed this specific small stuff,
Yes.
and also they can have time out.
Mm.
But it actually reminded me
Mm.
it is the time to get out of the mind.
Yes, yes. Mm.
Even Lord Buddha said to Chillapantaka, keep
Mm.
touching,
Piece of
the
cloth. Piece
piece
of
of
cloth.
cloth. Actually, it got rid of his mental agitation.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
So this mind is very toxic, and people can't bear it anymore.
Yes. That's why they actually go and watch a movie or go and, try and see.
Mm. But some people are listening to Dhamma.
Sorry, they keep coming to the room.
It's
So yeah. So this how I what Nancy keep telling is,
yes,
if you don't understand Dhamma, whatever the trick you do to come out of the mind is useless. Like going and sitting in a jungle. That's the
yes,
same thing.
yes, useless because the mind is working very fast now, doctor.
Not because of that.
Mm.
They will come out of the mind. They will be in arupa. But the thing is, the
Not
thing
going
is
out, yes. Not going around, not redeeming, yes. Yes,
no, because the self view is not vanishing.
yes. That
That
is
is the only problem.
that is what now happening each and everywhere still. The whole world is the same, no, doctor?
Yeah, they know that the mind is toxic. They know it is good to exit from the mind, because every time, even a adult person, if they get anxiety or anything like that, especially anxiety, they tell what to do to calm down, and they all include all these things. Going to gym, going for a walk, going for a hike,
Yes.
go and sit nearby a river.
They do
Listen to
those things.
music.
No, doctor. Yes, they
Everyone
do.
do these things, but the self view is there.
Yes.
Only Bauddha.
Yes.
Bauddha is Buddhist, means this person who understand that there is no thing or a self in here.
Yes.
Deyak naha, kenek naha. Deyak naha, if you understand only deyak naha, then it is not enough. That's what Aranansi is trying to highlight.
Both should be not there. Yes.
Deyak naha, kenek naha is actually a one riddle, but sometimes it's not fully understood.
Yes.
Because දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් කෙනෙකුත් ඉන්නවා.
Innova. That is shown by Aryan Vansi only, no? Others, before that, nobody knows about it. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, no one actually suggested it in that clear way.
Yes. That means they didn't know about it, doctor.
Yeah.
I have been so many priests and I have listened so many sermons. Oh no, but that in some guy did this kind of things, and I went to listen to these sermons of him. He said, "Bavata patteno." That kind of thing they told. Bavata patteno. Only that they told, but they didn't know the actual meaning of that even.
What made it? Yeah, we can talk about in different ways.
Yes.
Try to get rid of this self view is very difficult.
Yes.
Even people who have listened to Dhamma for long years, like even when shouting, Aranansi is saying, no, you all have to get rid of all these astrava, the Dittastrava, Bhavastrava, Avijjastrava, and what is the other one? The Kamastrava.
Yes.
Kamastrava, Dittastrava,
Bhavastrava, Avijjastrava.
Avijjastrava. Avijjastrava is the one which will go last.
Yes.
But he was telling no, he doesn't expect anyone to stop in the middle and be happy,
Yes, that is true. But actually speaking, without this Dhamma, there is no read. That means going out. This is the only way. So, this Buddhist people in this country should understand it. Even these monks, I don't know what they are doing, can't understand it. They are just living without even looking at it. This clergy should understand first of all.
Mm. Yeah, true. In the sense, it's not easy. I mean, we can't really, because Aranwanse's discussions may be difficult for some.
But doctor, actually, Aryan Mahansa is talking on behalf of this clergy. No, they are the people who took this Dhamma for
They
so
are
many.
the ones who need all these heavy words also.
Yes. You know, nowadays there's something spreading. I can't even tell. A big priest has done so many low thing, and
I saw some news. Yeah, no need to tell words.
yes. So they are just doing those things, and they are happily eat and living. We are suffering to give this Dhamma to others. So all the clergy should come to Aryan Mahansa, and now it's time they should come to Aryan Mahansa and discuss about this.
Yeah.
Because Lord Buddha's Dhamma, no, they are the ones should come first.
Yeah, actually, this Dhamma is kind of the best thing you can have.
Yes, doctor.
Uh,
This is the best.
What did you get from the today morning sermon?
Morning sermon also, Aryan Mahansa said, the outside world has become a thing for that discussion.
Yeah, but what did you understand? Did you actually understand now the things he's saying? He was saying very important things to Asanti. I don't know whether you got those little things.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get these things? Like he says little things.
I heard him telling, but I can't remember some things he told. Yes.
Yeah. It's very important to catch these important
Part, yes.
about the Dhamma. So anything in translation you remember?
Translation thing, doctor? I did.
What did you come across as inspiring?
That means Aryan Mahansa is talking about the then how this nama rupa pacchya viññāna, avijja pacchya sankara, sankara pacchya viññāna, and again the two ways then dependent origination is coming in two ways. That means conditioned by name and form, consciousness arises. And conditioned by consciousness, name and form arises. Both way. That means the forward order and the reverse order. And this whole Dhamma is dependent origination. This whole Dhamma is Four Noble Truths. But for you to understand this Dhamma is, the path is eightfold path. Then that is why there are two type of contemplations shown by Aryan Mahansa. He said that is why samudaya, seeing and the arising, occurring, and that is what you should do for Nirodha, cessation. When you see Samudaya arising and disappearing, you should do the following meditations. That is Samudaya Dhammanupassi, contemplating the nature of arising. Vaya Dhammanupassi, contemplating the nature of passing away. That means the arising and passing away of thoughts. No, doctor?
Okay, now what did you understand of that?
That means we should see
No,
the...
what is one will take Samudaya. What do you understand by
Samudaya
that?
means
There are so many things in Samudaya, but we'll talk about the
arising
one
of
we discussed yesterday, whether you have understood.
arising of a thought is, that means perceptions. All the perceptions are comes as names and forms. When we see something, a form, that means we are seeing a form through our eyes because of the light vibration. Light vibration, we see a shape of some form. So that is Samudaya. And the name is coming from the eye consciousness. Gives the name. That is a jack tree. So that is the Samudaya. And the passing away, Nirodha
Mind
is...
consciousness. The
Yes.
mind says, is it? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Mind consciousness. Then when that thought is arising and it's just passing away when we turn our head or something like other.
Is that all you understood?
That means that is the nature of happening each and every thought. That means seeing, hearing, and touching. That is what happening in each and every way, arising and passing away of that means the vibrations, light vibration, sound vibration.
What did he actually say before that? So are you talking about Chaturarya Satya or what?
I am talking about this Samudaya and Nirodha.
Samudaya and Nirodha. What
So
Samudaya and what Nirodha?
Samudaya means the arising of the thought, the objective thought.
Is that all you understood? What is Samudaya? What is it? Only the thought? Then it's not a problem, no? In an Arahantya, that's the way.
No, when the Samudaya is happening, the self is here arising. No? If the Samudaya is happening, the person who is the seer is also appearing. That is the problem. The seer is seeing things, hearing things, and feeling the touch sensation. That is the problem. And
Then what is Nirodha?
Nirodha means the both sides of ending of both sides is the Nirodha.
Yeah,
And
this is something you have to feel, right?
yes.
Mm.
And the Four Noble Truths, that means the
So
dukkha.
Samudaya Nirodha, did he talk about it separately in one whole sermon?
No, he's telling to contemplate on it. Here
Yeah,
it's
okay, but is that a part of a sermon you're talking or the whole sermon?
no. Still I am translating little by little, part by part of the this sermon. Nissarana Maga 2, still going on. Nissarana Maga 2, it says this. You should do the following meditation. When you see Samudaya arising and disappearing, you should do the following meditation. That is Samudaya Dhammanupassi and Vaya Dhammanupassi. Contemplating the nature of arising, contemplating the nature of passing away. That means the objective thought and the self, both. If you do that meditation, something as this tree is appearing or occurring in the mind only, at the same time you feel that the tree is not true. You see that it is not true. That is the point of redeeming.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm. That is the point. Yeah.
We are not taking it's now we
That
know.
should happen, Champa. That's
Yeah.
actually a awaken to the moment. That moment.
Yes. That means now that understanding is there, no, doctor? Oh, this is only a shadow. We are living in a shadow world. That understanding
No,
is
it should come without thinking. That is the problem now. You are thinking.
no. Without thinking, it's slowly coming to the subconscious mind without thinking, because
Even
of
that should not be there. You should become that. In the sense, the whole thing at one point, chair should feel as it's not there.
yes,
So
doctor.
even the arupa part of it. So the not just the chair or not the form, even the formless should vanish.
Yes.
In the sense, the chair is not a thing. Is in a deeper level, chair is not a thing. You're also
Yes.
not there.
And doctor, it says further like this: Samudeva is there appearing and disappearing. From this point only you are redeeming. You may have heard about Bhayanyanaya, insight into fear. Bhayatupatthana Jnanaya, insight of appearance of fearfulness. Adinavanupassana Jnanaya, insight into the drawback, results. සමුදේවය හටගන්නා හැටි නැති වෙන හැටි. How the arising and fading is happening. Can you say something about this Bhayanana and fear and the appearance of fearfulness, doctor?
And Bhayatupatthana is when the Bhaya is gone, is it? I can't remember even.
One day Aryan Mahanse told, when we feel that there's nothing like that, when we understand them, we know there's nothing around, then some kind of Bhayanana is happening, it seems. Bhayatupatthana Jnana also, he said something, I can't remember. And there
No,
is
I can't remember exactly what they are. I shouldn't say anything without remembering. Because there's dasanyana, there's so many jnanas.
Yes. There some kind of fear is coming, it seems, when there's nothing. We feel now there's nothing outside, empty. There's nothing inside, empty. Only the emptiness. Though there are things, but nothing is actually there. That feeling is slowly coming. Some when the understanding, as you said, the actual thing is happening, that blankness, the body and the mind and everything is gone.
No, it's not a blankness. It's like when you are walking,
you feel
there
nobody
will be walking without an actual person there.
Yes. When it's appearing, some kind of the fear is happening, it seems. It's called Bhayanana. And about that, Bhayatupatthana, insight of appearance of fearfulness.
So Bhayatupatthana means you have the insight about the Bhaya.
Yes, that means at that point we have to contemplate on that Bhaya, I think, no? To overcome that should happen, no?
There should be insight about the Bhaya, the fear.
Yes. And again, Adinavanupassana Jnana, insight into the drawback results.
Drawbacks of the self vibration. This is all about the self vibration. That's why I was questioning you. This Samudaya is all about the self vibration.
Doctor, can you please talk about it further? This drawback insight into the.
I will listen to that and I will listen again. Can you put it into the thing?
All right. Nissarana Maga 1 to 7. Shall I put everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll put today. I'll put. It's
Because
good.
I can't remember, so I shouldn't be talking without much remembering. But self vibration.
Yes.
Is this finding your own sasara? That is the same thing.
Yes.
That is the samadaya. How this does this magic thing.
Also, Dr. Aryan Mahanse said, don't know, last night or morning, I can't remember. Each and every cell of this body is acting as a sensor.
Yeah,
Can you remember?
Yeah. No, I didn't listen, but he has told it multiple times before. Each cell has a thing.
Each cell is a sensor, no? It's having that sensing power, no? Yes.
Yeah. Same to the unicellular organism.
Yes. That means each and every cell has this power. No?
It's actually it's not that. Actually, that cell doesn't have. You can't say really that cell has a power. That vidya is there in the sense this vibration is there, and the misunderstanding about that vibration is there in a very hidden way, but in the mind it is very obvious.
Yeah.
And Aranasi said a beautiful thing, and I thought whether you picked it up today.
What is it, Doctor?
I was actually in that point when I had to stop listening. He said about the light and the sound coming together, forming the mind, and where he asked a question: where is this mind thing? Chair. Where is it?
Yes.
And I thought it was fantastic because that is the anantara, not samanantara. There is anantara also.
Yes.
That is you can't impose a place.
Yes.
Actually, you can't impose a place. Impose a place, and also there's a possibility of synchronicity to anything.
Yes.
The self vibration is the same as this self vibration. If this vibration is or this basically avidya or vidya or the ignorance is kind of the same thing. When this vibration is there, that means it's felt. Why we use this word vibration to imply, because these words are wrong now. None of these words are true.
Yes.
But why we use the word vibration is to imply that it is something felt.
Yes.
And this vibration manifestation is, you can't really find it in the unicell one cell.
Yes.
Because it's just a feel. That power will be also felt. No one can do anything about it.
Yes.
But as soon as someone's mind is formed, especially humans, when the mind is formed, then only this can be caught.
Yes.
So in the mind, this mind vibration if you catch it, it is the same as you catching your vibration. That's
Ah,
the beauty of being a human.
right, right. That means mind vibration and the self vibration.
Yeah, catching that.
Catching in the sense, doctor?
You have to actually catch it. No, that's the sasa.
Ah, Shastra, yes.
Yeah, you have to catch it. No, that's the whole problem here.
Yes, that is the problem. I was thinking how to catch it.
No, not in that way. Actually, catch it means like
Seeing it,
feeling it,
understand, feeling.
understanding it, in having an insight about it at one point,
Ah.
at one experience.
Yes. He said, no, um, all the full sansara is in this fraction of this second.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. He said, no, one thought is having all this.
Yes, he said.
That's the thing. That's the thing I was trying to say. That was so beautiful. I was wondering whether you can understand all that. Because
Understand,
now
doctor?
we are trying to actually come to that. Because, you know, when I said
Yes,
chair
yes,
is good enough to become an arahant or good enough to become a layperson also. The chair has all this.
yes,
Chair perception being true,
yes,
that whole samsaric thing is also true.
yes. At the same time, everything is at that moment.
That moment, yeah.
This moment, yes. Everything is there.
If you understand that only, your all the 40 years of suffering will be gone.
Yes.
Unless that, you will have doubts.
There are no past, there are no future, there only that fraction of a second, this
No,
whole
you are thinking now.
Yes,
You are thinking about that now. You know about that now.
yes,
Everyone knows about it.
yes. To
Telling
feel.
you. Yeah. That is actually samudaya.
Right. Arising and disappearing.
Yes, it never disappeared. You didn't know, I mean, we never thought about a self arising.
No.
We thought there was some, that's what you said, no, ane no agidannawani mata. You didn't even tell about a chair or cup or nothing.
Yes. I was
That is
wondering
self view.
Yes, self view, yes.
Samudaya dakinnawa කියන්නේ ඕක නෙවෙයි. You have to have some experience with one stimuli.
Yes.
But theoretically, we can actually look into that.
Yes.
Theoretically.
Theoretically, actually, we are just seeing, no, the thoughts are appearing and disappearing. That is naturally happening.
No, you haven't understood the self there. You just stay saying thoughts are coming and going. That's not today.
Yes. With that thought, the self is attached.
You
no?
have to catch the power.
Power is the self, no? Yes. Catching the power also, doctor, we cannot do by force, no?
No, can't. Just it will happen. I mean, these words are also wrong. If Aranwanse was here, he will really truly blackguard me now by now, because we can't really talk like that even.
Yes. You mean, doctor, this is that means just to understand this, I am asking. Each and every appearing thought, self is included. Is that so?
If I say yes, you are going to take it as a fact and to believe
No. Actually, the perception is there, can be there.
We will try to word it in a different way. You're asking if every thought is coming. No. So that's the thing. can you remember anything about something that is not important today? You can't know only things that focused, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So you can catch this only when the power is there.
Uh-huh.
That's why I said the toad sound was a beautiful moment to catch that.
Today morning, Tamil Zoom was there.
Mm.
I was talking to Mr. Apani and I asked that question also. The same I told you. I said there was nobody to listen, ask questions, and I just asked. I felt some power inside me, like somebody is inside me. So he said, that is because of the ignorance it's happening. So you contemplate that. That means you should think that it's only a thought, like that. There's nobody there. It's just a thought. Like that, he said, to understand it.
Yeah, that's gross self-view.
Mm.
But if you actually get the Deva, then you will fully realize that there is never a self. But this is the power that gave me this whole sansaric suffering.
So, doctor, can you please tell me what is the actual Udeva?
Well, I can't really say that. I can't really say that because it's an experience.
That means what we see is coming with.
No, it's what can we say?
Yes. We will understand that something is appearing with just the wrong view of self.
When the toad sound was there,
yes,
easily you could have understood it, but it didn't come. Because the power was there nicely.
Yes, you mean, can you pierce that and tell me that toad story?
Yeah, it felt as a very important sound, right? To you.
Yes.
And then that is the rising.
That is the rising.
That had power, no? That is the rising.
Yes.
And then if you actually could pierce it, then that is the way.
Right. To see this, to piercing that and see the actual, what is actually happened. How it arised.
How it is not a self.
Yes, yes. It's just a sound vibration. There's no self.
That words are wrong actually. Words are irrelevant there.
Right. To feel that there's no self.
No, that now it came with some power.
Yes.
But if it didn't become a thing.
Yes.
Actually, it might be difficult to feel it with the power. Maybe because with the power it's useless anyway.
Yes.
We'll think now again if there is a sound like that. If it didn't become a thing.
Yes.
It will directly appear as happening in the happening as a ear vibration.
Yes.
And if it is not a thing, then the person who is listening will be gone. The sound will be there.
The self is not there. Yes, yes. Can hear that odd sounds in the night because raining, no?
Yeah, but don't think about it, because now
Right.
it is going to actually mess with the mind now.
Yes, yes.
චිත්ත රූපයක්නේ දැන් මං කිව්වනේ.
Oh, but
These are not, actually shouldn't be discussed like that.
right, right. To just have an idea, doctor, that is what. Otherwise, can't understand.
Yeah. So it arises, but then when it is not a thing, it actually dies down.
But again, it may arise, no, doctor?
Yeah, just this understanding doesn't let you have all these past things. But the new
Yes.
things will not be a thing again.
Yes.
You know, Aranwanse says 4 stages, the past things, new things will not be a thing. Then,
Yes.
can't remember now. Is it 4 types of virya? I can't remember.
That means you mean the virya part?
No, he says about, like papakanam. What is that thing? No, he says that when thing arises, then I can't remember. He says about 4 ways of that.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපාපක අකුසල කර්ම කියන්නේ ඇති වෙන්න පෙර නැති කරගන්නවා. ඇති වුණාට පසු නැති කරගන්නවා. Is that so?
Yeah. Once it arises, then you understand it. Then while it is arising, you understand that. And then before you arising it, you understand that. And after that, the 4th one, I think nothing, never arises.
Never arises, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now, usually what happens is one of these things, but never arises, is kind of rare. No?
Yes. Today he mentioned something about if you know the true Dhamma, then only you will have the true what do you call this? Shraddhava will happen. Real Shraddhava is happening when you really understand this Dhamma. There's nothing more than this in this world, something like that he told. I can't remember the wordings. It's the only thing, valuable thing in this world.
Yeah, everything is not true. There's no thing or a person. It's the utmost truth, I think. And there's no truth other than that. දෙයක් නෑ, කෙනෙක් නෑ. It's the last thing that we can know.
Yes. Only one truth is there. There are no any other path. Only one path is there. Oh, how valuable this is. My God. If I am a monk, I will run and talk to him. All these monks are just waiting. Such a power they have, mind power.
But if they actually get it, they have such a power, they can actually spread them very fast.
Yes, because all these people are going with them all the time. Everybody is with them. They can very easily give this message. So I am feeling sorry for Lord Gautama Buddha.
No, that's not how it is. Actually, even at that time, there were people who didn't understand them.
Yes, Doctor, but
Even with Lord Buddha being alive, there were people who didn't understand them.
Yes, that is true. But this time, this era, doctor, so many way of connect. The whole world is connected, no?
Mm.
So it's still hidden like.
Udayana, Vajnana, Udayvajnana, Jnana, Bhayatpatana Jnana. What is that?
Sorry, not that. Adinava, the other one, that is to
No,
come.
there is Jnana, there is a lot.
Yes, Adinavanupassana Jnana. There are so many jnanas.
They are all felt, that's the thing.
Mm.
That's why it is so difficult to tell us.
Yes.
Samadhi Jnana, it's a thing that you feel. This is how this arises. Vajnana, this is how this is vanishing.
Right.
This is how self arises, this is how self vanishing. If you have never felt self vanishing, then it's useless. You don't have Vajnana.
Right. Something is arising with the self view. Yes. It should be felt, known.
No,
Yes.
the way the self arises and the way self will vanish.
Yes.
That is a specific point. No?
Yes.
That is why no one has Vajnana.
Yes. Vanishing should be felt.
Felt.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Aranansi is shouting.
Yes. Aranansi said no, the day he enlightened, while he was doing meditating, walking meditation.
He doesn't use the word enlightenment. He doesn't use that word because it is already used. He actually never uses that.
Yes. When he realized there is without a self, the body is walking.
Yeah.
Some in a monastic place. I can't remember the name.
Dimbulagala.
No, not Dimbulagala. Somewhere here, not very far from Colombo. No, somewhere I can't understand.
Aniya Horana.
Somewhere. It's that means in April it seems. Nobody was in that.
Yeah, I remember the story.
Yes. Most of the people in this country love to be at that situation, doctor. They very much have a liking towards that. Some ladies are also trying very hard doing this useless meditations for years.
No, without Dhamma, it's useless.
Yes, that is what. No? Because there are so many. When I was pregnant, one of our boss has gone to Vipassana meditation. So I asked him about it. I also had that feeling to go there. Still, when that means I am pregnant at that time. I thought how good it may be, but only the boards there were no Vipassana.
Yeah. So you are doing Sarana.
Yes, Saranamanga. I'll put the whole thing to you, doctor, to listen 1 to 7. There are 7 sermons. In a very detailed way, Aryan Mahansi is
How
explaining.
long does it take one sermon?
1 hour, no, doctor. I'm
Oh,
explaining 1 hour, no. So
yeah, but I'm asking Lord our Aran Hanse's sermon.
I didn't check the timing. I think
There
more
are
than
also long sermons, like 7 long sermons, 7-hour ones.
um, I'll
Must
check the
be.
timing and let you know tomorrow.
No need, it's okay. But I was thinking because we have to we have to find a time also.
Yes, slowly, slowly you can listen to them. I am translating in a very slow way, no. I am not translating it.
Actually, if we listen to something, I feel like I have to listen kind of to get the essence of it without thinking. That is the problem with you. You think a lot. Without thinking, you have to try and understand.
Yeah, while listening, I'm not thinking, doctor. It's just coming. When we are there is a art of listening Dhamma also, no. That I knew because that previous priest told us. This Satya is something you shouldn't take it from your brain. Let it come inside. Just don't try to remember it. He has given that lesson, doctor. So I'm not trying to by heart or that means I'm not trying to remember it. Just taking inside.
Yeah, but then you take only the superficial meaning.
No, everything is coming like a wind, a water coming inside like the
Yeah, but
thirst.
then why did you take such a long time to like actually get the deep aspects of it?
That is the wisdom. Maybe the wisdom, lack of wisdom, maybe, doctor.
No, that is because you take it the face value.
Is that so?
Yeah,
No.
face value.
Each and everything very carefully coming. But in the morning, actually, when I am doing work, only now I am listening. Otherwise, can't. No. That means today, early morning couldn't because of the Tamil Zoom. After that, while washing clothes, while eating,
How
only
many
I
people are there in Tamil Nadu?
not like this doctor. That is the problem. No? Those
Mm.
days there was a person from India, and sometimes that after that Tamil Zoom couldn't taken up the actual timing because of the other Zoom is going morning Zoom is sometimes going longer period. No? So that person is not coming, but Mr. Apani is doing the video parts in Buddothpado Tamil video YouTube channel there and Facebook also. He's sharing. He said that he has a group also, but not sufficient people, doctor. That is the problem I'm thinking. Though we are trying to do something, this is not going out. Stuck somewhere, stuck. Like I can feel it. There are ways to share these things. So sharing should be done every part of the world, I think. Then only it will reach everywhere. I don't know what it is. And there's a way of sharing also. I must ask from Indonesia.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
No, we can't really do anything without asking Aranwanse also, but Aranwanse is open to asking.
No, that we can't do, doctor. I am just sharing, but I'm
Yeah,
also
even
not.
I don't talk with Taran Hansi that much.
No, the YouTube, that means that the uploading people must do it, not us.
Mm.
They have some kind of sharing. There's a way of sharing these YouTube channels
Mm.
to different search engines. They have to share.
All
I
right.
So it's not going to other search engines. It seems like that. This thing is done by a young lady, young girl now, I think.
Oh, right. Technical side. See, I don't understand those technical stuff.
Yes, that lady's, there is a native doctor, some kind of doctor, I can't remember. Her daughter is doing these things.
Mm.
And this part, those days, Indomis was doing. Now this English, this thing is handled by that girl. They should share these things to other search engines. She's an engineer, I think. Computer. Without sharing, this reaching is not happening. You know, each and every these YouTubers are doing this now, doctor. If they are
Ah, right.
to spread their this day to day, that means unnecessary things, they are trying to spread. They do so many things. So why are we can't? That's
Mm.
by the creators, not by us. We can just share, but it should have done like that. I must just tell to Indus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the best thing because they must be having an idea about these things.
We can't do anything.
It is, in a way, it is good that you get these thoughts because I don't get those thoughts because of lack of knowledge.
Yes, you know, once I worked in an internet company, Lanka Internet. That company was not there now. When it came to Sri Lanka, the internet. So I knew all these things by working there as a secretary long ago.
Mm.
Then only I knew those things.
Yeah, that is beautiful actually.
Doctor, because they are rating, there are kind of ratings. You are not using this internet.
Don't have any social media.
But you can just use
I
it.
do. I can like go through YouTube and stuff.
Yes, you just type on YouTube trending. Just put
Mm.
10 trending things are coming, right?
Mm.
Useless trendings are there every day. So our thing is still underneath that.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's beautiful actually to even understand
They
that
are
there is a
also,
people like that.
this story is trending today. Only stories, killings in Sri Lanka, killings are trending. And these days, rupee is
Yeah.
being undervalued. It is trending.
That's the thing. Right. Gossip. Which gossip is trending?
Yes, something like that. I'm also not searching those things. I don't have time. But I can see what is happening through the TV. My husband is watching now. When I'm going that to the kitchen, I can see the other room he is watching. So from at a glance, I am taking one or two things. That's all. I'm not going to watch those because it is useless. I remember Sabbasrava Sutra.
How?
Why it says no? Darsanain prahane kalitu keles.
Yeah. Mm.
So if we see those things, just getting mad only because the country is going down, people are suffering at a rate, the increase in the cost of living. So I don't want to look at those things. Because I don't like when people are worrying, other people's worrying is also I don't like to watch.
There is other people, there is suffering, yeah. Other
Yes.
people also should be there then in the mind.
Yes, that means that I know that is mine, myself. But what is the use of watching suffering?
Yeah, yes, true.
That is a useless thing. Only suffering only here to watch.
No, even the good thing is the same as the suffering. It is a news only.
Yes.
And if there is a news, something called news, then Aranavan will ask, what is news?
I am not used to look at news because most of the not because of the suffering things. All rubbish kind of things, no, useless. Oh, what is the use of looking at the war? That is also another kind of suffering. Through those things also the self is appearing. No?
I think Aranavan will participate to the Zooms again. I think we will have some
Yes.
topics every day.
Yes. Yesterday started. No, yesterday, last night, and today morning he was there.
Yeah, and today morning one was very good, which I haven't finished.
I must
understanding this mind vibration is very, very important. Antarayak, Samanantarayak, this all very good, very interesting, and not interesting actually, very important.
Yes. You mean this mind
there's
vibration?
no place for mind vibration.
Vibration. It is somewhere.
Same as a self vibration.
Yes.
Self vibration, there's no place.
Yes.
That is what you are trying to catch.
Yes.
You can catch it only through this mind vibration.
Yes.
Only through the chair, only through the door, only through the crow, only through the bell.
Yes. The fear of the sound. Yes. Yes. Actual self is attached to that, yes.
It differs, you know. A layperson, Skandhe Udeva, differs from, so the Sotapanna Marga, Skandhe Udeva, differs from Sakutagami Marga, Skandhe Udeva.
Ah, really? Ah, right. Different steps.
Why are you saying, really? No, it is going deeper and deeper. That's all. Nothing much different. It's just going deeper.
From Sotapanna, then without the self, the Udeva is without the self.
No, don't think like that. You are thinking too much about it.
Right. Okay.
It will be a nonsense in your mind. It will be full of stuff.
Yes. No, normally I'm not thinking about Dhamma, doctor. That is not
there.
there.
But you try to, like, you kind of try to get that without much heaviness onto it, but and see this Lord Buddha said, no, you have to do the thing. But
Yes.
definitely it has to be going deeper, no?
Yes.
And
have
at
to-
the end, there's nothing to do, but still Lord Buddha said, still that is what it will be happening. That means that will be the stimuli only. Then the way you talked about it will happen.
Yes.
You told, no?
Yes.
ඉතක් ඇවිල්ලා ගියා මුකුත් දුන්නේ නැහැ. That means රහත්.
A feeling. They're not a hitak. It's a feeling. You know?
Yeah, I know. You said no. You were used to do the Chittanupassana and would come and go.
Yes.
That's an arahant.
Yes, yes.
That's the thing that we all misunderstand too much.
Yes, doctor. Only misunderstandings, tons and tons. Overcoming the ignorance is the
only thing we can do.
Yes, Vidya.
Then actually, one day, without power, the thoughts will come and go.
Yeah.
You know, even this, when we say the thoughts, don't sit. Sit means not situvili. So you have to understand that even everything is a sitana.
Yes. Intentions, yes. Thoughts.
No. How do I say that? Stimuli.
Stimuli. Yes.
When we say stimuli, there's no need of thoughts.
To appear. Yes, yes. Only one. Yes, only
the
one.
baby doesn't have the thoughts.
Yes.
Then it's only still, it is called sit.
So what we see, hear and feel, all stimuli. Yes.
Yeah.
Taking
so
it.
In Sinhala, it is very importantly aramuna. But aramuna is there now in the child also. There is aramuna, but you can't really say that as in without a mind. Yes. But there is still a what do you call it? Radiant mind.
Yes. Radiant mind.
That is also, we call it mind. But actually this word is used interchangeably. That's what I was trying to say.
Yes.
So don't take words heavily.
Yes, because Lord Buddha explained this Dhamma with most of the time with these examples. No?
Yeah, that is why I'm trying to say skandha is there in the baby, but you are always trying to say about a thought.
Yes.
If you don't have deep understanding, you will be mistaken.
Yes. Therefore, we should always talk about the aramuna, the stimuli only. Yes. Then the mislead.
Yeah. No. I'm telling this to you. Because you also have that.
Yes, that's what I am as having that, no?
Yeah, so that when you go deeper, that's why you ask, no, how does, is that so you ask? So, skandhe udeva means it is stimuli.
Stimuli, not the thought, yes.
Because you have done Chittanupassana over a long time, you have like a tendency about this thoughts.
Yes.
But stimuli is a different story.
Yes.
Even the baby feels alive.
Yes.
Alive feel is there in the baby also.
Yes.
alive feel is there, but the self-view and the self-perception, we can't actually impose on that.
Yes.
Even the worm, you can't impose a self-view or a self-perception as such, but there is a self-vibration and the perception is there in a minute way.
Yes, yes.
Worm doesn't also want to die.
Yes.
So that's why the Skande Udevaya means a lot.
Yes, yes.
So that's why this, if you take it as a chair all the time, then you are actually putting like a small tunnel into the whole wide Dhamma.
Yes. Skande Udevaya means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana arising and fading, disappearing. In a way.
No, understanding that there was nothing like that is the actual Deva.
Yes.
This whole thing is actually to explain the sensory organs. So the sensory organ, when we say light consciousness,
Yes.
that is also a skandha.
Yes, yes.
But in adult like us,
Yes.
it's always light consciousness. Doesn't stop in light consciousness, it's mind consciousness.
Yes, it comes to that, yes.
And I told you that the light also has become a light perception in the mind consciousness.
Yes. Because we
So
think
what we associate is only the mind.
Yes, yes.
Aranvansi is trying to tell us to leave the mind.
Yes.
And live in actual world.
Yes.
Which we are trying very difficult.
We just thought outside is true, but it's not. The mind is not true.
That is very easily said.
But it must be felt, yes.
It is very easily said, and even the value of that is gone by telling that repeatedly. It has become devarak එක දෙකයි දෙවරක් දෙක හතරයි ලයි.
No, doctor. When some kind of knowing is coming, the wisdom.
Yes, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It has come to that level.
Yes.
Even that Dhamma has settled down in the mind.
Yes.
And there's a strong mind now. Because devarak එක දෙකයි දෙවරක් දෙක හතරයි also is in the mind now.
Yes. No, wisdom is watching now.
Wisdom is something deep and jnana is felt.
Yes. Jnana,
you can't attribute jnana in mind.
No. It's separate. Jnana
can't be in mind.
No. Jnana is the feel, no?
Feel is never in mind.
Yes. Jnana can feel.
This mind bubble is very tricky.
Yes. Jnana can feel the errors in the system.
Mind, yeah. Problem with the mind. So if you're seeing Udeva, actually it will be through jnana. You can't see it by anything else.
No.
Because we have to see a rising of the self and actually it's the same thing. Skande Udeva.
Yeah.
This Udeva is nothing to do with the actual chair. It's actually the Skande Udeva.
Yes.
Have we finished the time? Oh no, we have about 7 minutes.
Yes.
So there are so many, actually you are touching a lot of areas which is good. Even I think because as a person who is translating, I'm really happy and really actually very happy in the sense to help you to actually understand this Dhamma, because if someone is translating, it should actually come from the field, not the not the
Yes.
mind. If it is
Yeah.
coming from the mind, it will actually not give any anything much.
Yes, because doctor.
Even though Aranwanse's talk is done through the field,
Yes.
when we translate it, if someone is doing it through mind, the value of that is going down.
Yes, yes.
So
Because
once you start feeling it,
yes,
becomes more powerful.
yes, because actually the first priority is Dhamma, no, doctor.
Yeah,
Be-
yeah, yes, 100%.
That is what no, I am. Whatever time I have, I do it. So it is my first duty. I think it that when doing listening and translating, it's a kind of a service to the true Dhamma. That is what I am doing. Then I know when I am doing this, naturally the uh, what should reach to me will this system will happen. I'm not that confidence is having. It's most now I can very clearly see because of you. It's the my path is clearing.
Yeah, it will open up slowly, and it is true. You know, the more you try to give it to someone, the more it will come through you. So it will be very good. And
Yes.
actually understanding Aranwanse's sermon slowly will help you immensely to feel this, because your mind power has to slowly come down, though.
Yes.
In a
Now I
moment,
am
at least, it
started
will
that.
come
So,
down.
yes. With the quiet mind.
Transiently. Transiently also, it is important.
Yes.
I can understand why you kept running here and there.
How do you feel it, doctor?
No, because your mind is so
Heavy.
fast and agitated.
Yes.
You had to run here and there to find a solution.
Yes, yes. I was running for 50 years now, doctor. From the year 14. I was searching this.
Yeah, because you can actually feel it. So some people can't feel it,
Yes.
but you feel it. So you are trying to get rid of that problem.
I knew there is something wrong in this world. I am not belongs to
Yeah,
this.
but actually it can be something else also. It can be like Aryan say, it can be something craving for arupa also. It can be that. Aranwanse had that, no, but he actually got Dhamma at the end.
Yes. Yes, yes, like that.
Because he understood that this is never going to actually end the suffering.
Yes.
Because arupa is also really good. In the sense you don't feel anything, you feel like really good.
No,
And
I didn't
you
have
like
that.
it.
I didn't have that kind of thing. I always some kind of suffering, loneliness or suffer, some kind of irritation throughout the
That's what
life.
I said. That's what I said. Like, the water boiling inside, like.
Yes, yes, that's true.
Yeah, it will go away.
Okay, doctor. Thank you very much for
Thank
guiding.
you,
Teruvan
Thank
Saranai,
you,
Doctor. Teruvan Saranai,
Thank you very much.
Aryan Mahansi.
The baby's skin and the body begin to stretch out and fill up with air, giving it a liveliness that enables the baby to make some movements. If the air did not enter the body, you would not hear a crying or a whistling sound that comes from the baby's throat. Also, if the air had not entered the body, there would not be a circulation of blood either. If the air did not enter the body of the baby would not be able to raise his arms and legs with lightness, and neither would there be an expansion, contraction, or any movement of the baby's body. If the baby's body did not fill up with air, the baby's body would be stiff, like a piece of dead wood or like a stone. Therefore, when the air goes into the baby's body and when the baby begins to inhale and exhale, we could say that the cause of his liveliness is because of the air that entered his body. As a result, the six senses and the skandha, 5 aggregates, begin to form from the time the breathing begins. All what we feel them because of an illusional speed of an illusional skandha. Sanya is a part of the skandha, 5 aggregates. Sanya is felt like a vibration. Therefore, everything, a sound, a color image, a taste, a smell, a thought, a touch, all these 6 senses are felt as vibrations. There is nothing in these vibrations. It is all alive, an illusion. If you believe that everything we experience from our 5 senses comes from outside, and if you believe that the outside world exists, then you would create sankhara, which will take you in an endless cycle of rebirth and death. The 3 types of sankhara, illusional mental formations, are vachi sankhara, verbal action, kaya sankhara, bodily action, mano sankhara, mental action. If you believe that there is an outside and everything outside is true, then you create sankhara, which in return generate lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Therun Sanu everybody.
Everyone, Sarna Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend, Buddothpado Aryanvanse. Everyone, Sarna Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the world, the outside world, and your very existence. Do you know the rapid speed which creates an illusion and takes you in an endless cycle of birth? So let's start our discussion. I would like to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarna Dharma.
Teruvan Saranai.
Mr. Bernard, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Pepila.
It's good if you can actually give us a summary from what Chani read today, because I just joined. Sorry.
All right, okay. So first of all, let's all see our home in chat. Buddothpado says feet. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. So today also Shani read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So the main topic of entire Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, we can say, all the currently what Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse mainly focuses in all Zoom discussions is how this illusion of self is created. Have you identified the notion of self or sense of self or the soul? So this section read today is directly related to that. It is another dimension of creation of the self in relation to the birth in the conventional world, birth of the child, and how people say that that is not a stillbirth. The child is alive. Because it clearly says how this inhalation and exhalation or the respiration happens. It is also a natural process due to, actually I cannot find the proper word for that due to a certain difference in air pressure. Maybe Dr. Kokila can use the proper word for that airflow through the nasal cavity enters into the trachea and the lungs. It is a natural phenomenon. And then onwards, the body functions, the body movements, all these types of, actually, basically, the lightness of the body movement of the child is highlighted here. It happens due to this airflow. And what happens is, ignorantly, in the mundane world, okay, the child is healthy, child started to breathe. That is the first, actually, that is how we see, how we, like one who doesn't know this mechanism, actually the pure truth, looks at it from, to say, to analyze this natural phenomena as the child is healthy, child is normal, the baby started to breathe, and so on and so forth. So actually, we can connect it to the previous days Dhamma points also, because they are also what Aryan Mahanse highlights in this section is understand that everything is nature. Now, this entire universe is nothing but energies. Sadly, human eye cannot capture the vibrations, energy, but a fully enlightened, fully aware arahant can see through each and everything. So that is where the role of this spiritual teacher, noble teacher comes to play. Actually, how he becomes the savior of the mankind. So he mentions gravity. Now there is something, some power. We can't say something, power called gravity, but only clue to understand there's gravity is that things, people are on the ground, because if you jump, you come back to the ground. If you throw something up, it falls down. So we know that it is gravity. There is some power. So similarly, this power generated through the mind creation in the sense thought creation, this mechanism behind the sensory faculties. So that power is mistakenly taken as the self. So the other point that I wanted to mention here is that the law of nature. Aryan Vahase connects this very nicely because this is pure Buddhist philosophy of Gautama Buddha Sasana, that law of seasons, or these changes of climatic conditions, like 4 seasons maybe. That is nature. No one is doing that. It happens without the involvement of a self. It's a natural phenomenon. Then also that is germination of seeds. Plants, if a seed of a particular type of tree falls on the ground, it absorbs energies from the ground, and it grows into a huge mass of these 4 great elements ultimately. Although we say it's a jack tree, mango tree, whatever, it's a huge mass of, again, after, I mean, gradually, if any entity is subjected to decay, so it again becomes that energy finally. So same phenomenon is applicable to any entity, even the human. Although we say the child was healthy child, it was a healthy birth of a child. He grows, he breathes, he eats. They are also depending on the certain needs, the hunger. Now we assume, oh, child is crying, child is hungry, but actually that the response, or naturally this crying occurs in response to a certain feeling of this system. So that is actually then Chitta Niyama, law of mind. That is also a natural phenomenon, the law of action and effect. So the four laws of nature. So all these are included, very well exemplified in these sermons, to prove nothing but this notion of self is a mistake. This exists, so-called feeling, the self, that feel that we get as something is there, someone is there, is nothing but mistakenly taking this power as me. And if Dr. Kokila, did you listen to morning Zoom discussion today? Probably
Yeah,
you
I
might.
did.
That's beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Gila? We can connect this to that beautiful revelation in relation to change also. So, Teruvan Saranai. So, hopefully you can elaborate on these points, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Actually, before the tense thing, I would like to add something to the discussion that you did. It's an add-on. It's just to add. So we can think about. I think I have tried to tell this before. We can think about a process. You know, we can think about how we put some rice, some milk, and some salt, some water, and kind of make a milk rice. So we can think about it. So we can think in different ways about what happened to the baby, what happened in the childhood, what happened in the adulthood, what happened now. We can think about it. But when you say jnana, you have to remember it's not only thinking about it, because if you're thinking about it, it's not going to stay, because this dream, this human dream we have at this moment, for some kind of years we talk about, will just end. Whatever the experiences are in that vibration, self-vibration. Everyone, so what I'm trying to say is, we just need to realize that we can comment on anything. We can comment, oh, this is the baby, this baby must be having this kind of feeling, and now this baby is getting bigger, so this baby must be having this kind of feeling, or now the mind must be there, now this baby must be seeing this. So that kind of thought process is okay, because we need to understand this first with the thought. But main important thing is to actually be able to feel it. So that's where always the challenge is, to feel this. But if you have the chanda, we don't call it raga, we call it chanda, the willingness to explore, definitely it will happen. First you have to understand this, yes, and then you will feel it. That's the important thing. So jnana is something you feel, so you actually feel this. So if you experience this, you will definitely know what kind of vibration is there and what non-vibration is. Without knowing the vibration, you can't know the non-vibration. So this has been reiterated a lot, and I think it should be remembered every day, like reminded every day. So it's just an add-on, because everywhere where the word jnana is involved, it's kind of not just an explanation, because explanation can be like how to make a milk, but the actual experience, milk rice, how to make milk rice. Aranwanse has similar, we talk about atalappa. I think something else. Can't remember. What is that? You get the letter to make something, and it's all written down there. You can think about it also. You can plan about it also. But you can't experience it unless, and even if you experience it, you might make the complete different one, and your mother might come and say, what have you made? What is this? This is not this is not what you're supposed to make. It's different. Then you might say, oh yeah, it's a different one. I didn't want to make that one. I just made something. And yeah, we can be satisfied with that answer. But we don't have two paths in this. We don't have two paths in this, because to feel the vibration and feel the non-vibration, there can't be multiple paths, because it's a very, 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 very finer point. To enter this Dhamma, there can be a lot of areas, but the feel and the feeling of non-existence, feel as the existence feel, but what we importantly say is the super awareness is the non-existence. So that is the add-on there. I forgot the next point, but I think the that we have talked a lot about the tense also. So the tense is also, you just need to feel this. So to feel this, the power of the mind should dwindle every day, and we talk about this a lot. Even though the value is gone, the power should go. Power to go, we should understand that whatever you think, even the Dhamma point, just now what Sudharma was reading, or the reading itself has no meaning, but if you feel it, that is what is the important thing. So we can read and understand, like, but actual feeling is the important thing. So yeah, anything to add on into that?
Dr. Kokila, when we actually talk about these Dhamma points related to the newborn starting to breathe, that it is just a process, all these are natural processes and so on, we personally do not have that experience and we cannot go back to that experience. So basically, what we do is Aryan Mahanse's beautiful revelations, we try to discuss and try to make them our own experiences. As you said, if Aryan Mahanse always comes up with this beautiful example of making Veli Talappa, people may have the recipe, but only
No, but
recipe
if
one.
someone
Yeah,
is going to attain
yeah,
the Buddha state or an Arahant state,
yeah.
temporarily for a fraction of a second, or even to become that, it's not different, it's the same thing. It has to be felt. It has to be felt by the particular person, particular system. You can't just know from someone else. There are a few
Yes,
other things that, few extraordinary things that some arahants would feel. Like example, what Mughal Thero felt wasn't felt by Ananda Thero, but Ananda Thero, no, not Ananda Thero, Sariyut Thero, and what Sariyut Thero may have the idea, may have not be the idea what Mughal Thero feels. So the feeling, extension of the feeling can be different, but the non-self perception or the actual this no self perception and the self perception is the same thing. It doesn't change, but this is beyond that. The perception of everything is where you kind of relate to every vibration. That's a kind of a different thing. It is very can be different abilities of feel can be different from system to system. Feel can be very vast, but the non-vibration and becoming the non-vibration, that has no difference at all. Then they can't be called an arahant. So you have to remember that just have to understand that, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I know when you explain actually as a true Dhamma friend, you are reminding this, but still if I take it as a thing and if I look forward to this non-self experience, then that
You
will
can't get it.
actually block my way anyway. So I
Yeah,
do not have any anticipation of that. So I
No.
I
This
don't think,
this discussion is not personal.
yeah.
This
Okay.
discussion is
I
not
got it.
personal.
Got it.
This
Got it.
discussion is not personal. This is trying to give whole world. I'm not actually, in morning discussions, in Sinhala medium, we actually kind of seek one-to-one thing. But this discussion is not like that. We are trying to elaborate on important aspects to the whole world because this is very rare, and we are not clearing someone's taints or someone's defilements. Actually, here we are trying to give the world this message, isn't it? Don't we? I think we are.
Yes, we that's our main intention, and that's why all this effort, you all join from overseas and try your best to convey.
Yeah,
We
in Zoom,
appreciate
Sinhala
this.
Zoom discussions, we do that. We do that. Actually, we try to do that, and you always have that ability to, discuss all your own defilements, and you have direct access to all the Zoom discussions in Sinhala medium, which is the most powerful weapon people have in Sri Lanka. Most powerful weapon, the ability to understand this Dhamma in your own language. But here it is a bit different. Here it is a bit difficult, and yet we are trying to give the message in a different language. Trying to say what I was trying to say. I will reiterate again. This Dhamma is we think about Dhamma first, but main thing is we do think about Dhamma first, and we try to understand, analyze in our head, But main important thing is for you to feel it, because if you feel it, only you feel your own pain. Otherwise, you will be just analyzing the world. Because when you are given one of patients or someone who is sick, the medical reports, you can analyze that and you can give a verdict. You have this. You have to do this and this and this and this. But analyzing your own self-vibration is the most ever difficult thing in the world. Your own vibration. I think that is the most difficult thing. Even analyzing someone else's one can be easy because it's kind of but actually if you have done it, if you're doing it to your own this system is the easiest one for you to feel it, because it is felt only here. Even Lord Buddha can't come and change it. He can't like put the hand into your system and change it. You can't turn anything. You can only support. And maybe we can support. So the Aryan Hanse can support. No. You're still thinking. Stop thinking. It's kind of a guidance, but no one can actually get the horse to drink water. Horse has to drink water. Horse has to feel like drinking water. We can even, put the horse mouth into the water, but drinking is his own thing. So likewise, someone has to listen to this Dhamma, hear this Dhamma by any chance. It's a random thing. I listened to this Dhamma very randomly. No one told me. I just came across a sermon, that's all. And it's a very random thing. I don't know how much random, how random that is, and how random for you to feel that, and how random for you to even to think, listen to the second one, third one, like 5,000. I don't know. It's very random. So it's a feel. It's a field, and it's a field, and with the guidance, you keep exploring your own vibration. That's the important thing, not other people's vibrations or analyzing. Analyzing Dhamma is really important, but you have to remember that the field is the goal. And when you know that, you will keep analyzing and you will stop somewhere. You have to stop somewhere. And that's very important to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time. When to stop, you can't decide. That's again like getting the horse to drink. You can't stop forcefully. Someone has to realize that whatever thinking I do, even if it is the correct Dhamma path, you're thinking and analyzing in the correct way, exactly 100% correct way now. Still, that's not going to make your mind thinner, kind of mind bubble thinner, because mind bubble can get actually thick with all the data. So you need to realize, and then you just drop, but you drop with confidence, because well, you don't stop listening to them, so you will continue to understand this, and you will continue to listen to and come to the discussions. And yeah, if you have problems, you just ask it without much thought, because if you keep thinking, the question gets actually cheeky, kind of. The question is not the original question, because you manipulate the question. The more you manipulate the question, more answer will not match you, because the question is originally manipulated by yourself. So these are few things that few things that we learn in the path. So be genuine, be free like a bird to listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma. Whether you feel it or not, it doesn't matter, because more you feel comfortable with the Dhamma, more you feel confident enough to actually let go of the theory part. When you let go of the theory part, you will definitely start feeling this Dhamma. That's the path. That's the path. That's what I wanted to add. Yes, someone else can add on. Is it possible? Everyone, Sanna.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, those reminders are very beautiful for everyone. Even though someone has listened to them for 2-3 years, or someone has just started, just found it randomly, as you say, these guidelines, these are kind of self-evident things that you all share, self-evident experience. So, that is the uniqueness of Buddothpado, this entire kind of, not just sermons, entire Buddothpado doctrine. We can't say doctrine, it's anyway Gautama, reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So what happened in Buddothpado Zoom discussions, meditation programs, even in these books where you find sermons in written form. This is what happens. The people who are in different levels of the path, together with Aryan Wahanse, who has fully realized this, help each other and embark on one single journey to nothingness. Started the journey with the self and gradually dropping the self, and so that is the ultimate goal. We can't say it a goal even, as you said. So that's very beautiful. and feel low, non-self experience or whatsoever, Dr. Kokila, what we can do is to gradually explore this and try to see through the system and leave everything to the system. The more the self gets involved in finding or to complete the journey or attain a certain state, a certain level, it would delay it and you end up nowhere or you get lost. So the thing is understanding that this is a system. That's where what I wanted to highlight actually the reading also basically the summary essence of the section read was that birth of a child is nothing but it's a natural phenomenon. Everything that happens, they are also natural processes. No one is doing that. Even whatever we do, have the ignorantly we have the habit actually. Typically, we are good at getting ownership of things like.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, true. And that's why I was trying to add that point because it is easy for us to put the Dhamma into the something in front of you, like but then start putting it yourself is the best way to do. When we hear something, we feel that is it directed for it was Surangika I think works with a lot of people if there is a firm, there are a lot of people. If it's a teacher, there's this, principal and all the other teachers. So always there's, someone says something, you can feel, are they like directing it towards me? Even if you directly know that it is directed towards you, and you know what you have to correct yourself, because there's always a fault that is being highlighted, you will correct yourself, but you won't have any burning because the self-perception is getting less and less. But we know good olden days how we, not good, olden days how we like kind of get everything into our head. Did this friend tell it to me, or did this friend do it to me? Everything is kind of questionable, and we get hurt if you understand it is directed towards me. And if it is directed towards the other friend, okay, oh my God, thanks. I thought I thought the principal blamed me. Oh, thank you. I just realized it's not me. You have like a sigh of relief. So the little things, the day-to-day things will show you how this self-perception works. Might not even give you a burning, but how self-perception works. Self-perception, it's a very subtle thing. It's a very subtle thing. It becomes subtle day by day when we hear them also. So you need to be very, very vigilant enough, like being a vigilante towards yourself. Vigilantes are usually, looking for other people's wrongdoings. Vigilante is never going to be a vigilante to yourself, but here, this vigilante is checking how self-perception works and actually laughing at that. The self-perception is actually, very, very powerful sometimes. And even if it's not powerful, it is there and you realize that. And every day, you will see the gradual, the boss will be telling something and you will get the message. You will say, don't do this way, and you will definitely stop doing that this way. But there's no burning because there's no one to actually get the blame. So it's very difficult to understand this Dhamma. But the message is point it to yourself. Point it to yourself all the time. Try to point it to yourself all the time. And but this doesn't mean checking every thought. This, you will realize that the non-burning times, you don't have to check anything. It's just whatever the things that, but this gets the fine tuning. When fine tuning happens, you realize, wow, I didn't even think about these things before. When the fine tuning keeps happening, that's the important thing. And then the fine tuning keeps happening to the field too. So it's a beautiful Dhamma. Anything to add here to the discussion?
Dr. Kokila, actually, in the very first few months that I started listening to Dhamma, I was not able to identify the self-vibration because we have lived.
I don't think we
so
have done even now.
But now what happens is, actually it's like I have kindled a fire within this. This burning, whenever it happens, it becomes prominent because it was
but that's what I'm saying.
so
Fine tuning is going to go further.
That of course.
That's the thing. That's the beauty of Dhamma, because the day you feel like, oh yeah, finally I got what Aryan Vansi said, and the day you think like that, the next day you will think, oh my God, no, I haven't. So the fine tuning will keep happening, and someone has to actually feel the the non-vibration, or the vibration and the non-vibration, to actually feel the depth of it. So that guides you after that, and that actually it becomes the norm slowly, but gradually it will happen. Lord Buddha has given the assurance. If you feel this once, it will keep happening, and it will become the norm. Yes, Surangika, you were trying to say something?
Dr. Kokila, friends. I was just going to end about what Aryan Vansi mentioned. I think it was last night about Kusal and Akusal. I think it was, what do you say it in English? Maybe wholesome leaves. I don't know what Kusal is. But basically, Kusale and Akusale, the distinguishing of the two. And basically understanding the truth of the thought and being able to do that. The capability of seeing through the thought is the Kusala. And he elaborated on that a little bit as well, contrary to conventional meanings of Kusala, Kusal that we have known for the last so many years, isn't it, in the traditional ways of Buddhist teachings and acceptance in society. People think Kusal means you have to engage in religious activities and go and offer flowers and offer alms and various things to temples, have Katina alms givings and various things like that. So basically material stuff. offering and giving away of material stuff, and then therefore you are trying to be less selfish and so on and so forth. That was the interpretation or the definition given to kusala kusal, whereas in this Lokottara or true Dhamma philosophy, the kusala is actually seeing through the thought itself, understanding that the thought and the object, the stimuli, is of no value whatsoever. It is something that is so difficult for the conventional society to gather, isn't it? Which is why the Buddha has said that only a handful, or if one says that, the little dirt that gets trapped under the fingernail of a person's finger, that's the such a tiny number of people who actually become stream enterers or so on. So you can imagine from the billions of human beings and species, which are more than billions, it's just that the dirt trapped under a fingernail is the infinitely small amount of people who are going to actually understand this. One can imagine from that how difficult it is to be able to understand this whole process, how it works, and not get entrapped with the mind, isn't it? Which is the thing that keeps us in the samsaric cycle. So that Sabba Papasa Karanang, the stanza, and Kusalasa Upasampada, Sachitta Pariyodapana Etam Buddha Anusasana. So Sachitta Pariyodapana means understanding the thought by applying the true Dhamma philosophy, how that comes about and so on. And then being able to conquer the mind is such a challenge, but that is where the skill lies in the person, or the person who's actually embarking on it. And the perseverance, the aptitude for it, and so on, all that, the application and having the right view, having the right perseverance, and so on, and the right reflection and the right time, all that is so important to gain that skill, and that is the thing that then will allow the person to persevere towards the liberation of the mind. So just wanted to mention the kusala kusal thing. The other thing I was trying to say, I think 2 days ago, was there's just an incident in my workplace. There was a lady, a friend I work with, whose mother passed away, and she went off, I think, to the UK and came back. So after a couple of weeks, I spoke to her the other day. And so I said, how are you coping, and so on. And then she said, the morning session is fine. She keeps herself occupied. But then towards the afternoon, when the work kind of dwindles down, that is the time that she finds it difficult to cope. And I said, and because what is the coping there? The coping is the mind. The thoughts now start pressing down and becomes very burdensome, very heavy. The thoughts of her mother, the dead mother, and all that becomes unbearable at that time. So what is being done in the morning, happily one embraces work because it is a distraction, isn't it? And that is what is trying to temporarily keep those other thoughts in abeyance without actually understanding the thoughts. So this is how the conventional society exists. And we have talked about this in so many Zooms, that people who have no access to the Dhamma, they just latch on from one stimuli to the other stimuli. And if one stimuli or one object is going to give them grief, or is giving them grief, then they move on quickly to something else, which is more joyful and more happy, and do not dwell on the sadness or want to understand the sadness as to what is causing the sadness, what is causing the suffering. And R.M. Master says it is the person who actually experiences the suffering who will want to find an end or a salvation from that suffering. But that does not necessarily happen to those who have, unfortunately, probably no access to the Dhamma. And sometimes they are not prepared. They are ill prepared to even understand the basic concepts of this Dhamma, isn't it? So it is quite unfortunate, and I suppose that is the very purpose of these English Zoom discussions, that we are trying to spread this beautiful message to the Western society, whoever who can take it, whoever who is blessed and fortunate enough to be able to reflect on these key points and think that everything and the peace and the salvation and the tranquility or the calmness lies within oneself. The nirvana is here to be reached and accessed in this very moment. If one can see through the thought, see through the mechanism, understand the senses, and understand the sense of I that was given so much value to, is a non-existent thing. So, of course, I explained a little bit on the true Dhamma philosophy, and it was, she found it so beautiful, and she said she was going to dwell on it a little bit and think and reflect a bit, and was very grateful about it. But the example I gave was to say that the difficulty that people have and that the suffering that they undergo, all because of not knowing their own mind, not knowing, I say there, but just understanding the mind. And that is the crux of this true Dhamma philosophy, which if one keeps on applying oneself, coming back to the kusal, that is the thing that would then pave the way to liberation and on the mark
and
the
to
path,
add that,
isn't it?
Surangika, I think understand the mind as well as to understand this power which drives the mind, isn't it? Because the five senses and the six senses, the five senses, there's always a sixth sense which happens like the mind. It's a natural process, but the power which is the one which drives this, into different vibrations, like not the different vibration, different frequencies, how this changes and how this will never end, kind of this, the power is the actually understanding the mind as well as the power behind it. What is actually happening? What is the suffering? Because there's no multiple suffering. Actual suffering is, there are three sufferings, Lord Buddha said. I don't know how to say that in English, but the suffering, the normal suffering we know, like losing child, child's death or husband's death or wife's death or parents' death or something like that, or your own illnesses, cancer, or losing a leg or whatever. So we feel some sadness. 100% we feel some sadness, but then it goes on. There is some sadness. There is some suffering in another deeper level too, when there is the mind itself, and then deeper down there's a kind of another level too. So the more you keep understanding this, more you understand where did this power come from? Why are we needing the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one? That's not normal. Everything else is normal. That's not normal. That's where we keep understanding this power is the power which gives you the power to vibrate that kind of last thought. Give that kind of power where if there is any similar vibration somewhere, it can telepathy or synchronize similar vibration and synchronize to it. And there it is, the whole thing, the whole samsara, whole experiences. That's what Ranwanse was. He said a lot in the morning, but the one part of it was this one particular vibration has the whole thing, and to feel it is it's so interesting how it's just one vibration has the whole thing. So that's where that's the thing, how this keeps on the circle of birth, circle of suffering, actually. Yeah, isn't it, Rangika? Can you add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite profound, the morning explanation, wasn't it? I didn't actually quite grasp it fully. And it was, while he was talking about the zygote level, he also said that vibration, the vibration had a mental picture associated with it, which is what you just, I think, touched on. That mental picture carries the vibration of the entire samsaric cycle. That is why...
Yeah, that's the chitta, that is the...
Chitta Rupa thing he mentioned, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the correlation is when one dies. How when an arahant dies, there's
that whole thing stops, isn't
there
it?
is no inner vibration to vibrate anywhere, like to synchronize to any other vibration in anywhere, because this is empty. This is the non-vibration. There's no ability to vibrate into anything. So just the stopping of the sensory organs. And in no returner, specifically will not have a kind of a birth in the normal realms. So what does that mean? Is that power? The power. There is a power that the one chitta that one, we always call it Chutisita or something like that, but whatever that chitta, how much power it has, and that power has the whole samsaric power. And
it's almost like a chip, isn't it, Dr. Gokila? I mean, if you want to kind of put a modern connotation on it, it's like you can change the phone but if you carry the memory chip or whatever it is, and you go on from phone to phone, you break the device, you move on and you get another one, and you something like that. Or if you want to put another modern twist, like everything's in the iCloud, and even if you lose the phone, it comes back. I mean, you can recall it, type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. So that's where the feel is important, because non-vibration should be felt, not discussed, not only discussed, but felt, for there to be an imprint in that system. Otherwise, it's just discussed means, it's not going to have anything in that, because the mind is temporary. This human, specifically this human part, can be temporary. If you take an example, when too much vibration, you can become a dog. More than that, you can become a monkey. But then, does the monkey have all the features of the human? No. But how this keep changing. So, but that particular chip thing, or I don't know whether we can take it as like in that context, but for an example, the no self experience, if a system has that, because there's a complete effect from that experience. It's just not another experience like, salt or sugar. It's an experience, overwhelming experience where you don't feel the self like existence. So then it is kind of imprint, and that changes the way you look at the life. So that's kind of fun because it's an experience. That's why that brings down your, the whole the frequency of that vibration. And that's why it's Lord Buddha says, no vibration into lower realms. 4 realms, isn't it? I can't remember. I think 4 realms or something.
Yeah.
Lower 4 realms. So isn't that a beauty? Isn't that a beauty to say that with so much confidence in that? And if someone feels that, definitely, isn't it so beautiful to feel the actual vibration coming down? So yeah, but then still there's more. Definitely there's more, but it's so beautiful. So it's kind of very important to grasp this fully, which is difficult. That's why we take years and years to listen to even Dhamma, because we listen first, we get only one point.
And Dr. Konkala, I mean, even that lady, now you said that for that example I gave, to talk about the power, one can't even go to the point of explaining the power first, because they are in such a preliminary stage. Everything has to be very gradually just mentioned. And
even us, I mean, we listen to Dhamma, and I can remember I was touching my daughter's head for some reason, and I just realized I have never touched my daughter's head, and these are like very, very minor insights I get, just like a very, very randomly you get some insights like that. But that's not the end. But when you get that, you're like excited. Wow, I understood that. But then that's the tip of the iceberg thing. But that's how excited we are. It's funny now, but that's the path. We are no different, everyone. We were not suitable to listen to this Dhamma, but the most important thing is not to give up, even though you might not be able to grasp everything, and it can be frustrating also, because I don't want to say, one can join night Zoom discussion, and Aranwansi says, "Oh, you are still in the mind," and about 1 year later, he or she joins again, and if he says the same thing, you'll be like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" He says the same thing.
That's true. That has happened several times to me.
Yes, but we don't give up. That's the beauty of this Dhamma.
But the thing is, Dr. Kokila, it is so easy to give up. That is the thing, isn't it? Because the low, what do you call it? The low, what's the pitfalls? The pitfalls are so many, and that one can go into those, and then you come out of one to go into the other one, and to the other one, and to the other one, and then you talk to Asant, she says the same thing. You talk to maybe afternoon Zoom, Dr. Sakuntala, she says the same thing. You're in mind or something like that. RN Vansi says the same thing. And then oh my God, can't talk to anybody. Everybody's saying the same thing. What's wrong with me? And it goes on and on. I can remember maybe 1 or 2 years ago, RN Vansi told me on the Zoom, he just brought this example of a chocolate, and he said, "Ranka, so this chocolate thing, I mean, What is in a chocolate, right? Just a square, like a mud-looking square, mud-colored square that is called a chocolate, isn't it? I mean, what is the big deal about it? And then I nearly gulped inside here because that week I had had enough chocolate. But then I realized that you can't stop that chocolate. If you want the chocolate and there is an attachment or a desire to eat chocolate, like that lady Lalana was saying like a couple of weeks ago, until that correct understanding comes, and understand that a chocolate is actually not a thing, there is no point in trying to be here and a person quitting the desire to eat chocolate, because then the chocolate is not real.
That's a beautiful thing to remember, is you don't need to cut the chocolate thought, then the milk toffee thought, and then the watalappang thought. You don't have to just cut one thought fully, that's the problem. The fully, then you can broaden that. You can apply that to anywhere, because that's the mangosteen story. You can cut one. I don't know whether there's another English word for mangoes, so whether I'm telling the wrong word, but whatever. If you cut one thought sharp and pierce through all three levels and feel the self-perception, that's the beauty of it. You don't have to attack the chocolate, attack the milk toffee, attack the biscuit. A long time ago I have asked even that, but you don't have to. But then we don't get it initially. We don't get it. It's okay to not to get it.
Yes, so okay, I mean, even if it's 10 and 20th mangosteen, if we want to cut it, because each time one cuts into it and one encounters the same thing, then the message gets reinforced.
No, that cutting is different. Surangika, I have to correct you there. That cutting is by force cutting. No. It should go through instant. What's the word? Like without actually anyone doing it. That's the difficult part of it. It should happen.
So until that happens.
Yeah. We can keep cutting. Yes,
I think because the beginner, until one comes to a particular stage, has to do that. Because a message is never delivered in one go. No. It has to get reinforced over and over again. One has to reflect on it. Then when one listens to the Dhamma, somebody else is also saying the same thing. Then you have a discussion, and in the discussion also they say there's nothing to it. So in multiple angles, we are putting the correct lens onto the thing. And then through that, eventually the message gets across. It's like, these clouds parting, and then finally one sees the ray of sunlight. Finally, at some moment, the true message comes through. But until such time, there can be 10 or 15 mangosteens being cut to see. Because, if you think about the Kamatahan and the point of contemplation, because Aryan Vansi says, find your point of contemplation. Is it your mother? Is it your child? Whatever it is. So don't go and, worry about this, that, and the other. Other things might not bother you so much. So focus on your kamatahan, on your points of contemplation. So at that point, now say it's the sun, certain things that the son does might not bother the mother. But certain things, if the son forgets the birthday, or there was this incident where somebody forgot to come to the mother's funeral or something, right? Some gent called on Zoom, and the son didn't turn up till the day of the dane or something, almsgiving. And then he asked, why did you come today or something? So that means that mangosteen, or the 10 or 12 mangosteens, even half of them must have been in relation to the sun, had not been cut. There was still that expectation, underlying expectation that the sun should appear, which means the sun was real. And that the son was real and he was real, then the expectation of the incident and everything had become real to
That's the example that when one is leaning towards the actual external kind of, yeah, that's a risk. It's a very risky thing. Yeah, that's the sign that to say that still, even in that point of contemplation level, it still hasn't come to that stage, like to understand that none of these thoughts are actually outside. So that's the problem. But when we keep understanding this all the things get better.
Yeah. We have someone called Sriyani on the call. Maybe she would like to add something, or Sudharma. There was someone.
Dr. Kokila and Sarantika, yes, it's very beautiful. Your first-hand experience in terms of the Dhamma path. And very recently, if we have time, I can also share something that I experienced. Yes, yeah. So the school got an opportunity to participate in a program at Sarnavahini. So the main task to organize was entrusted to the media unit. So it was basically about certain aesthetic items should be presented, like Eastern music, Western music, dancing, but very limited like opportunities we could give to each unit. So there was a big fuss because media unit is presenting the school history. In between, they basically preferred Eastern musical items like instruments and several few instruments and 2-3 songs. So what happened was Eastern aesthetic unit is functioning really well. The teachers are so enthusiastic. They have placed at all island events and so on. So all were fighting for this opportunity. So actually, how it came as a Dhamma thing for me was now the trees also bear fruit. Trees also bear fruit, like let's say mangoes, but the tree never expect the fruit to go to Aryanhase or to as Buddha Puja or as to the tree of Kataragama gold, or if it falls just falls on the ground and goes rotten, it doesn't matter because it's just nature. But now, since all these people are doing well, they wanted because they were actually no teacher is going to appear in the program. It was all out of good faith, like giving the opportunity to, but they are children, dancing unit, music. So ultimately, we had to discuss with the program director and got 3 extra opportunities to be offered to the Western Music Unit and other 3 units. So that's interesting. Nothing happened because nothing, I mean, extraordinary. But in the world, when we encounter such experiences, so we actually, I was so conscious. I mean, sometimes, but actually I had to go to people and calm them down and talk to them nicely, appreciate their job, and I anyway made an effort to give each unit a certain opportunity. But at the same time, that contemplation came to me. It's I mean, very recently such an experience was there. So when the world was so real, to us before listening to True Dhamma, we also wanted to do the same. But actually, we had this others to send the student representing my unit. Then what about dancing unit? We have done this. So the self, not at personal level. I mean, we never know how the self vibration comes to life. So I don't know whether it's something important still, but since I just got that thought at that point, the trees bear fruit, but they never, uh, I mean, worry about the fruit. It's a service also. These teachers are also doing a service, but they have certain expectations. So that I feel that as the way that self vibration comes to play. So,
Yeah, the most important thing is what how much vibration you felt, not the story. So the story is in the mind. The actual, we all about this dream that Aryan Hansi was talking beautifully that day. That dream can be there. Dream. There's so much havoc in the dream. It can be beautiful dream. It can be ugly dream. But the dream is dream. So most important thing is what kind of vibration was there. The feel. Other whole story is actually in the dream. Yeah. So I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
Yes, it's 2 minutes. We have already taken 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we will worship Aryan Hanse. We thank Shani for reading the book, and thank you all the Dhamma friends for participating to this Zoom discussion. May Triple Gem bless you.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Niratana
Yes, that.
friends. Namaskar.
There is nothing using a language. It is impossible to teach about how to go on the path without using a language. And when we use a language to explain the path, it creates a you and a me, which is also another illusion. According to the pure truth, the person does not exist, but in order to convey this truth, this message of the Buddha, we have to use thoughts, sanya, or signals to convey it to you. This truth, this satya, sanya, are extremely complex teachings. Our language is very limited, and it is difficult to explain about the truth, the non-duality, or the oneness with words, because words contain the concept of duality. The Buddha said that the birth is the seeing at that moment, the hearing at that moment, the tasting at that moment, and you can apply this to all the 6 senses. The birth is when there is a stimulus, aroma, received by any one of the 6 senses, nothing else. Now, according to the pure truth, we know that there is nothing as death. But how is it that there is no death? In this illusional, normal, mundane world, we say that our mother gave birth to us and brought us into this world. And once we die, we are buried in the ground, and that is called death. If you really think about it, it is the death of the mind that is considered as death. Also, if the breathing stops, that too means death. If you really think about it, you would realize that every moment you feel alive, it means that along with the liveliness, the mind consciousness is also born. For example, let us see how a baby comes to life due to breathing. The moment the air enters the body of the baby, the characteristics of the Shuddhastaka, smallest unit, makes the body of the baby feel light, louder, soft and flexible, mudra, and allows the proper coordination of the bodily movement, Kammanth. Thanks, everybody.
Tirvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse. Tirvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All stimuli from six senses create your world and your existence. If you feel burning sensation or suffering due to aversion and hatred, how do you find the way to freedom of your mind? So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai. We worship our advancing and welcome everyone. May Triple Gem bless you. Yeah, I think we have been talking about this exact meaning from yesterday onwards. Like recapitulate how we talked about this same topic. So how this a world, a kind of our, whatever the manifestation we have, which is illusory, but the beauty of this Dhamma is to understand the illusory nature of the self. Actually, not even we have to understand the illusory nature of the world, yes, but at the same time, it's the beauty is it gives you the understanding about the illusory nature of the self. Because when we talk usually really good about ourselves. Like we say, I'm really sure. I have heard this. I know this. I have seen this in multiple areas. Or you can say, I have Googled it myself. Things like that. So we were sure about ourselves to the extent that we can even, write an affidavit. Yes, I can say this. It's me. Yes. And the beauty of this Dhamma is it gives us the understanding about the illusory nature of the world as well as illusory nature of the self, because they are together. Actually, they are same. That's the beauty. That's the actual, can't even explain how much value would it be to understand this Dhamma about how illusory this self-perception is. Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Isn't it beautiful to understand this illusory nature of the self as well as the world? Like they are the same, isn't it?
It is, yes, Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes,
Actually, I wasn't there yesterday for the discussion, but from what you kept summarized just now, what is meant by world is something that we have to think about. World is sort of composed of all the materialistic stuff. We include the trees, houses, maybe vehicles, the family members, sun, moon, stars, everything are components of the world. And what we didn't realize was that all these are thoughts. Thought means something that was constructed in the mind. So when we sort of look carefully about these thoughts, underneath each thought is a field only. These fields are experienced, or fields are created at the sensor level. Sensor means that action of seeing or hearing.
The
So
power.
only power, yes. And that is covered by the casing, so-called the thought. And the illusion is that taking this casing or that cover as real, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really important to understand this, how this, if this is there, this is there. There's in Pali, it is beautifully said, if the world is there, you are there. So, and it's, whenever we talk about Dhamma, we should actually try and say both things together, because when we keep understanding that the illusory nature of the surrounding, we might be like, yeah, it's all, yeah, it doesn't matter now. But still, if you miss the other part, because the world is you, the value, in the sense the word value misguides us sometimes. Actually, the chair is you. The problem is, because of the ignorance, we feel two kind of duality, like we feel duality. So that's where the problem is. So that's where the importance of this feeling, also this truth, at least here and there, if we feel the truth, it is only if at all, it was only the stimulus which was there, and it is no outside, no inside. It's actually, it is the only thing that is left out until the breathing happens. So whenever we talk about Dhamma, anywhere, any place, we should reiterate this very carefully, that how sense of existence is brought about by the, fast vibration of senses, and how sense of existence makes us to think that there is a self. That's the most problematic thing, as well as the reason for the long kind of nature of the self vibration. So this Dhamma actually explains how self vibration, or this so-called, whether you call it self or not, just that vibration, how we keep understanding it is only a generation of senses. That's it, nothing else. And when we kind of feel this, the absence of duality is very important. Absence of duality at one particular moment, absence of duality. So that it's really important to feel this, yes, but we all know that we have discussed this as much as possible, that can't really do anything about it. What we can do is keep understanding how there's only the stimulus because there's senses, and that's it. That's it only. So we keep understanding the illusory nature of the world, yes, and it confirms you the illusory nature of the self-perception, because finally what we feel is absence of self-perception. Yes, someone can add to that, yes?
Yes, Sarni, I just want to add one more thing that I heard actually from one of Aryan Mahase's explanations. I think it was from last night, Andolnatmaka Deshana. Aryan Mahase said that if there aren't two opposite sides, I mean the two extreme ends or two opposite sides, there won't be a power created in the middle. And if there is power created, that means, in other words, there will not be a vibration. If there is no vibration, that means there is no creation of the world. And if there is no creation of the world, there is no doer or there is no self who is experiencing. So this was actually kind of summary of everything. And if we didn't hear this true Dhamma, we have absolutely no idea that the chair is the self, or the chair means that, like the other side of the coin, the self or the doer is there on the other side. So this important fact will not be understood by a ordinary person until a person like Lord Buddha, who found this truth and explained. So it was actually just a very beautiful explanation, short one. What he said was that if there is no power created, there is no world, and if there is no world, that means there is no doer or a person who is owning that world. You may have listened to that, I don't know, because that was something that I grasped from that discussion.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. I couldn't finish today morning one. I couldn't finish. I usually finish it throughout the day. I couldn't do it today, but I have heard every sermon up until that. So Aryan Wahanse always try to reiterate this, remind everyone how important is for us to understand this, how this power has how power has arisen and giving us this false sensation of a self, like false sense of existence. It's such a beautiful thing, and sometimes we kind of tell it from the beginning, and sometimes we will catch up from like kind of from the mid area, because wherever we start to talk, yes, but I think that there are challenges. There are challenges because to understand that we should feel it too. We can say there's non-duality. We can say there's no this side, but only the stimulus was there. We can say that. But the problem is we have to feel that too, and that's the challenge we have. But just by feeling that also, everything is not over. We have to actually, we will definitely understand what power is there at the beginning and how it is slowly going down, and it is evident in everyone, whatever the levels. It is Dharma is helping everyone. So as we discussed yesterday, this the feeling that the burden of the self perception, isn't it such a burden? Because we can remember how as children how even if we are wounded, even if we are punished, even if we are in trouble, trouble in the sense that teacher will shout, or mother will shout, or whatever, the children at the particular moment they're just not having any burden like an adult. So this burden, we can feel how burden gets bigger and bigger. And with Dhamma, you can see how the burden is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, definitely it will be not there. But the challenge is to feel the stimuli, full stimuli, the levels of stimuli, and to feel the lack of or absence of self-vibration, or the absence of duality. Anything else to add by anyone else? Not sure. Surangika or Sudama, anyone can add something?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වෙනවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි both of you. It was such a beautiful recapitulation of the self-perception and this illusion. Yes, as both of you said, this sense of self and then the external world becoming real. These two are like two tracks, parallel tracks, and they actually lessening or mitigating of the sense of self, and diminishing of this defilements or the belief that external world is there. They happen, this self-realization happens simultaneously. We can experience that also, because as you said now, chair is you, there is no difference when we talk about non-duality. So, and at the same time, we can connect this discussion to the path, because for months and months now, in this groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock, Aryan Mahanse get the disciples to share their experiences, to know, to make sure that they are in the right path. So they are also only criterion, only parameter that we can, not as a person, one has to confirm, to to understand that particular person is in the path, is also seeing this dilution of or dissolving of the sense of self. Because as you said at the very beginning, this world and the self, we as kids, we took them as two entities, this figure, the body and the external world. But actually, when we go deeper and deeper, when we see this truth of the stimulus through ourselves, what happens is this body is also external. This only that awareness is there, that defilements are diminishing. Otherwise, this so-called six sensory organs and this body also becomes external. And then if we talk about the path also, the path is actually simply we say it is just diminishing of defilements or like lighting or softening of the sense of self. But still, in other words, it is how real the external world is for you. Like if we try to take a certain stimulus. For example, if we like take simple things like something that you use quite often, maybe a pen, simply a pen. So those days when it was so real to us, that entity was so real to us because this pen itself represents the entire world that we used to believe as real. So we actually, when we don't see it, we look for it everywhere. We like with it was so real, the mental image of the pen and the three-dimensional shape of the pen, everything. The moment we think that we know that mechanism, how this becomes a three-dimensional thing because due to the merging of the five sensory faculties. First it occurs with the eye and then all coming together and gives us the image of this three-dimensional pen. So we look for that actually now we know that it is a thought. We have looked, we have run here and there, checked all the places to find this mental image actually. So it is a thought, but gradually now also when you see the pen is not there, we go and take the pen, we write with it, but still we are not like we don't believe that strongly of this pen, like since we know the strategy how it has come to this is a thought. So that way we are gradually kind of what happens is not we are, it's all nature. This power creation, thought creation, everything is nature. You were talking about it very beautifully, and yesterday also in the reading it was highlighted in relation to this Ittuniyama, Bijaniyama, Kammaniyama, Chittaniyama. So this is nature, power creation is nature. But what gradually happens is everything is there as usual, but the strong perceptions or kind of strong belief we had as they are real entities, that gradually fades away, and that is, I think, what we meant by that release. Actually, the strong burden we had with all the perceptions and all the entities, people around, we had created such a kind of world, very thick, solid world, so that dilutes gradually. So you also can correct and like continue the discussion based on these points. Please correct if there are things to be corrected. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Actually, yeah, if Surangika can add something, that would be great.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Not on that point exactly, but I thought something that Dr. Sakuntala also mentioned about the Yandunatmaka Desana yesterday, but another aspect that R.N. Mahansa brought out based on a question that somebody raised was the difference between awareness and feel, which I thought was the main focus of the discourse yesterday. And I think it arose because of somebody saying that the person has awareness of the thoughts, awareness of what's happening in this very moment, every moment kind of thing. And I think it was the person who had listened to Buddothpado discourses for a few years. And the discourse was on that as to why that person even contemplated that that was the way of the path. And to Dr. Sakuntala's point, or I think Sudharma mentioned it as well, the way of the path is giving away to from the mind to the feel and the dissipation of the self-perception. But the awareness and how he explained it was, he said, if you have an awareness about something, in Sinhalese we call it sihiya, that means there is invariably something. There has to be a something in order for there to be awareness. So this whole crux of this Dhamma, the true Dhamma philosophy, is that there is no thing in anything. The objects one would see, one of the objects one would hear, true. But is there anything in that object, anything in that sound, anything in that light? And I think the aspect he said is, is there we hear a sound, but is there a crow in the sound? Is there a baby in the image? Is there a mother in the image? Is there a jasmine flower in the smell? No. So if one actually has an awareness, then that object has become real to that person. But what is jnana? And it is the jnana or wisdom that emerges through the understanding of the Dhamma. And the Vidarshana itself is the penetrative insight that one embarks on, is to not continue to be aware of things, but to give rise to wisdom, because it is wisdom that will take one towards the path to liberation and not the mind. The awareness itself is a facet of the mind. True, at the beginning, at the Satyajnana stage, when one is understanding still the true Dhamma philosophy, one has to turn it around in one's mind. One has to analyze it. One has to understand it. I think a few Zooms ago, we talked about active thinking, active reflection, and then we talked about passive reflection, which is somewhat slightly more advanced stage than the active reflection. The active reflection was like Savitakka Savichara in Sinhalese, so I think it's Pali. And then the passive reflection, but then all that gives way to that innate wisdom and the feel. So Dr. Kokila, I think you mentioned this in so many Zooms in the English as well as in the Zoom at midnight. But essentially what Aryan Mahansi was saying was the Vidarshana. Why do we call it Vidarshana Jnana and not Vidarshana Sihiya or awareness? And that is because through the penetrative insight. Why are we doing it? Through prajna, when we do the penetrative insight, without one's volition, the wisdom emerges. There is no time, there is no timetable or any kind of thing that one can do about it. When one keeps on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, all these come about, how the vibrations and the speed of vibration gives us this manifestation, how these sensory perceptions then make up this world and the thought process and the existent field and the self-perception. Through that thinking and reflection comes the wisdom, and it is through that wisdom that self-perception, the sakkaya ditthi, gradually erodes and to a point where it is understood. for one moment, and then the path is there for the gradual dissipation of the defilements and the traits, the asavakya jnana. But essentially what he was trying to say was, what are you doing, having listened to the Dhamma for so long? What is this so-called awareness that one can keep on doing? And there is no need for it. If in this very moment, what is feel? The feel is that in this moment, the stimuli has not become a thing. If the stimuli feel means there is no thing in it. There can be an association of various things, various stimuli, mother, father, objects, things to do, incidents to do, tasks to perform, and so on. All these are stimuli that is coursing through the mind. But if none of those things become a thing, that is the feel. And if that is the feel, that is the vipassana kanika samadhi. That is the almost kind of permanent state, permanent meditative state that is prevalent without having to actually do any kind of active thinking or awareness onto every stimuli. Because is that practical? No, it isn't. And that is why there is reduction, isn't it?
Surangika,
Yes,
are you using the feel here for avadhiya?
The feel, he said, was
Here when you were telling, when you were telling, were you referring in Sinhala term? Was it avadhiya you were referring to, or was it that, or I just got just
it was in relation to the question. So the question was,
no, I listened to that. No, I'm talking about when you said just last bit now, just now you said the feel would be, because there's two different the feel word is also a bit tricky here. Do you get it?
Yeah, I think it is used in two
aspects.
Aryan Mahan said, I have heard him saying it in the way he said it last night, that Daneno in Sinhalese, of course, means that deyak නැති බව දැනෙනවා නම්, that is the feel. If you use feel in that way, what
that's
that
true,
means is the stimuli has not become a thing in this very moment.
In English, didn't we try to tell that in English by using a new word called super-awareness? Did we not try that? I think we tried, didn't we?
I was wondering whether super-awareness, did we use it for avadhiya, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma might remember. I think it was for avadhiya.
I'm not sure. I think Samma Satya, wasn't it super-awareness?
Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Samma Satya is concentration, isn't it? Right?
No, that word is wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult. When you, it's really difficult. So what did we use the word for super-awareness in
I think it's avadhiya or adhigata samadhi, one of the two. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a view on that?
I think it is adhigata samadhi, isn't it? The super awareness. That is how I remember it.
Because Aryan Mahansa doesn't, he always says this awareness and concentration, and these words have been used so much, isn't it, in the Western world, that he said those are full of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, can't even discuss that because it's always taken, and as soon as we tell about concentration, everyone thinks about, concentrating on one stimuli. That's what they think. That is where the problem is. Even that the last night, what that every time someone says "Sita dakinawa," this problem comes because the word is taken so much. Even in Sinhalese, it is taken so much. It confuses everyone. It's like being someone like a security officer and keep watching. And then who is the security officer? Then it is a self vibration. So then the whole thing becomes confusing. So we always have this problem in when we try to say something. Super awareness. If it is the
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Popela. Awakening to the moment is also used for මොහොතට අවදිය. Awakening to the moment.
Yeah, true. But all these things is awakening to the moment is usually no self-perception or actually feeling the non-self, non-vibration. So it is the same thing. It is the same thing. But divulge in different topics and different ways. It was so beautiful, the last night discussion, where people have to be very careful, and I struggle in, like, I try to say this, but it's very, very difficult, if someone asks, okay, are you telling us not to have any awareness in normal day-to-day life? No, we are not telling that. We are not even talking about that aspect. We are not. This is completely different. That's why actually the river is going downside. This river is going upside. This completely different aspect. So I think that has to be understood first. That this is, I heard someone saying that, I've only the first part of the Zoom, I heard someone saying it's so difficult to understand. Yes, it is difficult to understand. Even, like, to understand, okay, is it awareness or is it not awareness, or what is it awareness, like that. But what
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdoms in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. When you always apply the truth that nothing exists to every thought, you will not create a liking or dislike to that thought. Even if somebody scolds you, you will immediately be aware that the person does not exist outside. That is only a thought. You immediately begin to see the truth in everything. It does not matter even if you feel that person who is scolding you is a bad person, because you know it is only something in your mind, and that there is no person outside. Vidarshanava means Vidarshana means the ability to see through the illusion of the mind and to be able to see the truth in every thought. When your practice of Vidarshana improves even more, you will realize that all what you see outside are only thoughts. Then you would stop believing in the outside and know that all what you experience as outside are only thought. That is called Vidarshana. Yatha Bhuta Jnanaya means seeing the pure truth in each thought. You know that outside does not exist. It is only a thought. And you also know that the thought is also a lie. Yoniso Manasikara means you are mindful about each thought that arises in your mind, and you are aware that there is nothing, a person in that thought. And you also won't get tricked by thoughts. It is not easy to apply the Yathabhuta Jnanaya and see the pure truth in each thought. It is like having a war with the thoughts that you receive. The war is with your own mind. It is not an easy task to see the truth in each thought and let go of it. Do you know that your Inus is your own demon or your Maya? Athanu dittincha uvacha machuraja napasati. In the Mogaraja Sutta, the Buddha told Mogaraja that greed to sustain your view of self is the Saturn, O Maya. Machuraja napasati. This means that when you let go of your self-concept, the Saturn will not follow you. The only way to escape from your mind is to let go of your false view of self. This is a very important message that the Buddha conveyed to all of us. thoughts that come and go. This is the war that we have to face every moment. A war with what? Yes, that is the war with our keles. A war with mental fetters such as attachment, what we call as raga, ill will. It means dvesha and delusion, what we call as moha. The Saturn means it is your own false view of yourself, your belief that you exist, your false belief that you are living, which is called Atmadushtiya. There is nothing, no, there is nobody outside with whom we can address our issues with. Our problems are only with our mind. When the Buddha attained Nibbana, while seated under the Bodhi tree, he became the Buddha. Is it going to a war with anybody else? No. It is a war with his own mind. That means the Prince Siddhartha was in a war with his own mind. After he realized the pure truth about the mind, he became the Buddha. We too can attain the Buddhahood by following the path to Nirvana. We cannot become a Samma Sambuddha because we are not the one who discovered the illusion of the mind. It was Lord Buddha, our teacher, who first revealed the pure truth to the world by his own investigation of this illusional mind. We are only his followers who are going on the path to realize the ultimate truth or nirvana. This is the difference between the Buddha and his followers. Otherwise, we are all following the path to nirvana. And we are all trying to tune into the frequency of nothingness, the Buddha Svabhava, or the nature of the Buddha. our mind becomes tuned to nothingness, to the Sunyatavaya. Sanyukta Animitta Cheto Vimuktiya. No mind means no thoughts. However, while you are still practicing to be on the path to realize the pure truth, you need to maintain awareness of the thoughts you receive. While you engage in your daily duties, you need to learn to maintain awareness on your Satikamatana, or the point of concentration, so that you can bring back your mind to it when the mind strays away behind other thoughts. You have to learn to see the truth in each thought and let it go. You need to continue to maintain your awareness on your Satikamatahana, or the point of concentration. This is the only way we can explain how to be on the path at the initial stages. But what happens is when you see the truth in each thought and let go of it, you will always experience the nothingness. You must learn to practice how to go on the path. You need to be practical. It is a thought that tells you that the food you ate was tasty. It is a thought that tells you what you saw outside. A sound comes as a thought in order to name an object. Once you realize that all these that we experience outside are only thoughts, you would let go of them as and when they come to you. Once you realize that this illusion is created only by thoughts, you will begin to feel very calm and at peace. Once you practice awareness very well, there won't be any thoughts. That means you will live without giving any labels that the world has put on things. What you call them as sammuti prajnapti. In the truth, there is nothing as living either. The labels that the world has assigned to things outside just pops up only at that moment. The illusional self or the illusional person is created only at that moment. At the time of realizing the pure truth, all the false concepts and the beliefs in this illusion will be totally eradicated or totally removed in that moment itself. The speed at which one could realize the pure truth depends from person to person. Most of the time, what happens is instead of realizing the pure truth in one moment, your mental fetters begin to dissolve little by little. And your inward progress continues to take place. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that, unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything. Neither you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel the difference in you. As your mental fetters, such as attachment, ill will, and illusion, begin to dissolve by little, you begin to feel the wisdom. The wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called asavakya. Asavakya is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day, you too would be able to feel the wisdom of asavakya. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed. When you are confronted by Atalodhama. Buddha taught us about the Atalodhama, known as 8 worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. What are they? They are profit, loss, insultation, appreciation, fame, dispute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will obviously remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you would have to face. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, 5 spiritual faculties. What are they? Saddha, Virya, Satya, Samadhiya, and Prajna. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. The spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening. The 7 factors of awakening are mindfulness, investigation, effort, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. This spiritual development of the Satta Bojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like a plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhi Parayanaya. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds, what we call as hells. Once we realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can stop your spiritual achievement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal worlds. Even though you do not a lot of meritorious deeds by offering foods to temples, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you from falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to bhavaya, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, or he or she can be called a Buddhist. What does Buddha means? It means Bhava Uddha. Bhava Uddha becomes Bauddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the 4 postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you received at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You should also know that the path to become Sotapanna is different to the path one has to follow to become Anagami or non-returner. There are 4 stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakutagami, Anagami, and Arihat. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Margaya is like a path going up to a mountain in search of Nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that you have realized the truth. If you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts, without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization. And you will never move forward to realize the next stage. There are 3 stages yet to reach of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to next stage is different. in order to attain the stage of anagami. What is to be maintained? That is your awareness. And you need to use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. My dear Dhamma friends, Buddothpadaaryan Wahanse, through his own experiential recognition, reveals the truth as expounded by Lord Buddha. Have you ever encountered a blessed one who reveals the pure truth by his own experiential recognition? Obviously, this is a very, very rare occurrence. It is an extremely rare thing that revealing the experiential insight of the truth in line with what has been recorded in books. The Buddothpada sermons will take you definitely to Nibbana. You should listen and study the material that is expressed out. Then only you will be able to recognize the truth by yourself. Buddothpado Dhamma sermons contain the variety of experiences expressed by those who are sincerely listening, studying, and practicing the teaching. Sincerely, you also can have your own recognition and experiences. Then you will understand that this is a deep spiritual transformation within. This will take to Nibbana by itself. Aryan Wahansa guaranteed it. He says that no one should have doubts, as Lord Buddha assured. Lord Buddha preached that there is only one way to Nibbana. It is by removing the ignorance completely. Now we all are in the path to remove of ignorance. Our Kalyana Mitran Wahansa, he shows us clearly how to remove the ignorance completely. Because we know that as long as there is ignorance, what is left other than suffering? Don't you think that this is the time to be free from suffering? Don't you feel that glorious time has re-emerged after 2500 years? The truth, as Lord Buddha said, buried for long by the time, is reimagined. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is uncovering that profound truth. Is it not that truth being uncovered by Aryan Wahanse you are hearing nowadays? Is it not that truth that is being discoursed by the Lord Buddha? This uncovering of the true teaching of the Buddha makes the re-emergence of the Buddha Sasana again. Don't you think that this is wonderful? But explaining this pure truth is not easy as one thinks. This is really a great miracle. When you listen to 100 sermons, or maybe more, surely you will notice your inner transformation. Certainly, you will end your suffering. Buddothpado sermons open your doorway to freedom. Freedom of Nibbana. Those who hear this message are truly fortunate and blessed. Everybody who listens to this Dhamma obviously can attain Nibbana. No reason for falling back to samsara. No reasons for suffering. True Dhamma is coming forth. We know that golden era of Arahat is also coming again. An auspicious moment is coming for the revelation of that supreme truth, buried and lost within time. An era of Arahant is approaching soon. Isn't it the time to awaken to that deep wisdom? by eradicating darkness of ignorance. All misconceptions and wrong beliefs. That great light of wisdom, like the brilliant rays of sun, coming in all directions. How fortunate we are to listen to this Dhamma. If your mind is free from suffering, how fortunate you are. What is the truth? You are truly helpless. You are lost in the wheel of samsara. If you do not hear this supreme Dhamma, my dear Dhamma friends, what we hear is the Dhamma expounded by Lord Buddha. We should listen to this Dhamma. We should listen to this Dhamma with concentrated mind. Then only our wisdom will be awakened. We will realize that our samsara, the journey in which we travel right throughout, is going to be over. That assurance is given by our Aryan Wahansa, our Kalyana Mitran Wahansa. Unless otherwise we met him. We wouldn't have got the chance to listen to the exact Dhamma expounded by Lord Buddha. This pure truth has awakened our wisdom. Our ignorance is eradicated. The eternal happiness that one gets when listening to this Dhamma cannot be expressed in words. My dear Dhamma friends, this is a golden era. We should get the best use of this. We should get the hay while sun shines. Obviously, this is the time we always hear preachings of our Aryan Wahansa. Our journey towards Nibbana should be accelerated because we don't know. At any time, we may fall onto this ground and the breath will be stopped. Before that, we should attain Nibbana to make sure our journey is over. The helpless people in villages, they listen to this Dhamma. They may not be able to understand Abhidharmaya, but they understand the simple theory because of the simple preaching of our Aryan Wahansa. How fortunate the people are to listen to this message. Aryan Wahansa, may you get the strength. May you live long to help poor people, innocent people who live in ignorance, to help them to open their eyes and awaken their wisdom. Therwan Sarnai.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniyam. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyam. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniyam. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniyam. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhashvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patubhavo, ayatanam patilabho, ayam uchati bhava pachya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therewon Sarana, everybody.
Therewon Sarana Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan. Therewon Sarana Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dham, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Therewon Sarana, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Aryan Mahatse. And he I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. All the time when I try to say this, there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know. If we talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone appears this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is, even in the feel level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana, with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever. They still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind. And beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level. And even that, we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli. Because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruan
Peruan
Saranai to
Saranai,
all
Peruan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpado Mahanse once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually, in the morning, Aryan Mahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yes,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah.
seeing the reality again,
Hmm.
we can understand the reality, but
Yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Mahalsi very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another one. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea, like we will do this and that, what you will pack, and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea, but unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand. These are the things that they said that they will go through. So like, if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise, in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually, the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll go, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax. That's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is there laughing at us, because it is happily there, because now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikare, that is what's the word? Wise attention. Yeah, that one. And try and understand how this happened, how this this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the sound. The non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, This nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time. So he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting. And he knew. How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, whenever we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self-vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Narayanse and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we now, when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and all the phenomena, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness, have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was trying to say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, Same way, Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday, there were beautiful examples. The wind and the river. Wind is just the speed. River is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use the although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage, so we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Miss Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? Don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
like
finer point
how people
to,
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Maya, illusory conscious.
Yeah,
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not just that level, but there is it dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes, but there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this sansaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, it it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human, human sensory organs. So it will be America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see or we hear or we feel or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000 or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then beneath that there is another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just, it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of, that is the outcome of the cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the, sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99%, I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we
Yes.
go through, yeah?
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So, yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare. And insight meditation is difficult for people to understand, so they just give up. You know, they just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self-vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, where they look at the suffering, where they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So, yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there is non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Pokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. through, now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do Sati Sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshana and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, what do we call darshana? What is the word we call for darshana?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah, so that is the only thing that, philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aryan Mahansi says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no-self angle actually changes the whole thing. And after that, Sila happens, the Samadhi happens, but it's Samma Samadhi. Right meditative state? I don't know. This meditative state where there is no self, and that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So that's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience. And when someone experiences it, then the whole Noble Eightfold Path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self anger. You do something, you do it with the no self anger. You talk with the no self anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self anger. That's the beauty, and that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
न्यूज़ में आप बताना कि
Theron Sanaranans, did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dhamma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving, because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Alan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in position to talk. Yes.
Yes, I was about to say, Dr.
Yeah,
Gopinath.
yeah.
I had a colleague in
Yeah, Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question or an answer. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually.
Oh.
And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in Sinhala Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something, Arano answer? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask Arano answer if he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kokila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joined.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aramanshu. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Did So especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion, but they don't know what is the fee. That's mind is your world. Mind is suffering and sadness. Everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating. Mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the balance there. That's very important. So how is mind creating? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explain this world. What is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power.